Alright, we are live right now, just testing it. Not that, just for the YouTube. Alright, so we're checking audio, making sure it's not echoing. Echo, echo, 1, 2, echo. Please don't echo. Buffering.
Yeah, the signal here is not great.
You can use the internet. I'm connected to everything on there.
I'm just trying to keep as much as we can.
Alright. Testing it. Not that, just for the YouTube. Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
Cool.
Perfect. Fuck yes.
I think it's just I think we're okay.
It's because I have this thing set up.
So I need to keep my
Thick fog, a rainy day, mucky outside, but still, Cleveland is the epicenter of the sports world today. Good evening, everyone. DJ joined by Kelsey, the High Low Sports Podcast, and it has finally arrived after months and months and months of waiting and speculating.
Months of will it happen, won't it happen in person? Can't we even get the protocols underway? And guess what? Not only is it going to happen, we're going to see somebody hug the commissioner again. Now, I don't really want to hug Roger Goodell personally, but you know what? These guys get to fulfill a lifelong dream of hugging the NFL commissioner.
Absolutely, too. And it's not just getting to hug him, it's the ability to be able to do it. As you mentioned, there are several, just looking at the scene, there were hundreds of fans that are fully vaccinated, able to be on the stage, up close and personal. We were walking through the draft experience. It was popping, to say the least, all over the place. It was miserable conditions. It was rainy. It was mucky. My hands are still frozen. I nearly fell just looking at the stairs. And yet it was still absolutely jam-packed in the middle of an afternoon on a Thursday, nonetheless, too. It's only going to get better and better from here.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I mean, yeah, these conditions were rough. I mean, we kicked the field goals, and we were joking. It was very close to double doink level of weather conditions. So it wasn't the best in the world. If you guys didn't see our videos of the field goal attempt, go check out our Twitter. You'll see you'll see my attempt, and you won't see DJ making it because, to be honest, he kicked it, and he kicked it so hard I couldn't keep up with the camera.
You'll see why we're not involved in the draft whatsoever, why we're on this side of the experience too. But as we've known since basically December 31st, roughly, or whenever the last game was, the Jaguars are on the clock, and we kind of have an idea of who we can expect them to take. We know for sure it's almost assured to be a quarterback.
Yeah, no, it's almost assuredly going to be a quarterback. I don't know. There's this blonde bomber that seems to be coming out of Clemson. That seems to be the odds-on favorite. I don't know if he'll actually do it. It's not like he's already donated to the city of Jacksonville. The city of Jacksonville has already donated to him. You guys don't know who I'm talking about. It's Trevor Lawrence. We can only wish to have that kind of hair. But yeah, look, the guy's been the perennial favorite to be number one, pretty much.
18 years old, like
yeah, he's been anointed since he was in high school. Now, that's not to say that the other quarterbacks behind him aren't equally as good, because there's some talented quarterbacks in this draft class.
Absolutely, too. And we're going to get into a lot of them throughout the day. But the big news featuring a quarterback today, a certain MVP, multiple-time MVP quarterback, looks like he could potentially be on the move if he would have his way, with Aaron Rodgers saying he does not plan to return to Green Bay, and he's not happy with the situation there. I mean, what do you think about that?
Yeah, look, him telling he wants out of Green Bay, we kind of alluded to this last year some with everything going on with Jordan Love, that maybe if they didn't win a title this next year, Aaron might ask out. And it's very simple, because he's already been betrayed once by this franchise. He watched them betray his predecessor by drafting him along with another quarterback in the same draft. And it's just a matter of time. To be honest, it's weird to look at and imagine Aaron Rodgers not in Lambeau. It'd just be completely weird to not see him in green and yellow. But you know what? He deserves some talent around him. And if the Packers aren't going to come into this draft and get him talent, I 100% do believe he will be somewhere else at the end of the beginning of the season.
Absolutely, too. And not to mention as well, he not only is he coming off the MVP and all that stuff you mentioned with Jordan Love and everything like that too, he would be the first MVP to not play for the team that he won the MVP with the next year, besides that was actually still in the league. Everyone else either retired or wasn't playing anymore. He'd be the first one to come off an MVP season and be in a different team, especially after you see kind of what they did for Tom Brady last year. It's like, oh, you would you need some more offensive line? We will trade up for Tristan Wirfs. Oh, you want another receiver because Scotty Miller, Mike Evans, and Chris Godwin's not enough? Let's go get Antonio Brown, former best receiver in the game. Oh, you have O.J. Howard and Cameron Brate? Let's bring in Gronk too. Why not, right? Yeah. They loaded up around him and they went all in. And Aaron's probably got to see that. It's like, well, I got Devonta Adams, who they drafted by accident. Aaron Jones, who they drafted by accident. And this year, too, they're picking 29, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they got a long ways before there's not a lot for them to work with. And if you're some of these other teams, like the Rams, who traded for a quarterback, the Eagles, who traded their quarterback, the Colts, who traded for a quarterback, all these quarterback moves, Carolina, who traded for one. How do you feel right now? Just like, dang, 49ers, who traded everything to get up for a quarterback, and you're like, dang it. You mean tell me Aaron Rodgers is going to be available? All I had to do was wait a little bit longer. All I had to wait till it got a little mucky outside at the draft and the rain started making people get reckless.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good question to ask, because a lot of these teams, they maybe didn't get the franchise future, but then some of them did. Some of them did get somebody that can last for a long time. Or if they show well in this next season, I'm looking at you, Sam Darnold. I'm looking at you, Carson Wentz. in particular, if they do show up in this next season, then it's okay if you didn't get Aaron Rodgers because you can re-sign them for the next 4 years or longer and have a long-term success. However, I will say this. If Aaron Rodgers was on the table versus those guys, my first selection would have been to go after Aaron Rodgers. I think that's just really safe to say. And it does kind of feel like, well, you could have let us know, but at the same time, shame on you for not doing your due diligence.
Absolutely. And we, of course, do not know how this is going to be. The Green Bay has fielded some options. And they're like, no, we're not trading Aaron Rodgers. Don't get your horses up now. Like, we're keeping this guy. We'll have to see how it plays out. There's still a full offseason ahead. I mean, just looking at teams like the 49ers early on in the draft process, stick with Jimmy G. We got to get healthy. Then, oh no, Deshaun Watson's out there. Everything for Deshaun Watson. Oh, he might be too expensive. Then, oh, Matthew Stafford. Everything for Matthew Stafford. Oh, he might be too expensive. Look what the Rams gave up. Then, oh, they traded up. They're going after Zach Wilson or Justin Fields. They're going after those guys. And now Aaron Rodgers out there, who they actually reports say they inquired about Aaron Rodgers earlier in this week. So something's interesting with San Francisco. It seems like they want anybody but Jimmy G at this point. They will literally take anybody else at this point.
I mean, look, if you read into Kyle Shanahan's commentary on it, he might take it into his own hands and keep Jimmy G off this roster. And George Kittle also joked about that, which is absolutely fantastic type of chemistry for those teammate and coach and a tight end. They have fantastic chemistry. But I will say you're exactly right. They don't. Obviously, Kyle Shanahan doesn't trust Jimmy G, but the question is, who does he trust? And maybe is this all smokescreen? Maybe he's going after somebody else at number 3 because who knows? Maybe he comes up and gets Penei Sewell or maybe the highest rated tight end ever to play.
Yeah, maybe he's going after Kyle Pitts. Who really knows? I mean, you never fully know with Shanahan. And as take a look at the comment section as we get going to Aaron Rodgers to the Super League. You know what? At this point, I wouldn't even be surprised. And then, of course, who got fired up by Kings of Leon? I think we were all fired up too. Kings of Leon just added a little extra spice on top of it too. That was the sprinkles on top of the ice cream of being pumped and ready to go. I'm excited as we are just about ready for the draft process to get underway now. They're still working through the pregame stuff on the stage as well. Taking a look at the scene too, packed pillar to post, fans, fully vaccinated fans all over. Those of who aren't fully vaccinated watching from well beyond near First Energy Stadium. What a sight to see.
Yeah, and we were just there today, and it's a beautiful setup. They did a fantastic job on this entire project, and anybody who worked on it, it's been an absolute pleasure to at least witness it from our standpoint, and they did it. It's just an incredible thing to look at.
Absolutely. I mean, they had a 40-yard dash setup in a rainstorm. Basically, they had a throwing system, like a throwing practice setup with 3 different nets at different levels set up. They had a field goal setup, so vertical jump. We got pictures with Lombardi trophies with Super Bowl rings. Like, oh my goodness, some of those rings too. Like, one of those is a bracelet. That most recent Patriots one, that is not a ring. That is a bracelet. You wear that on your wrist or you wear it around a chain on your neck. It does not fit on your fingers. That is way too big for most human fingers. Everything that's set up, like Cleveland is the epicenter of the sports world right now. And it couldn't think of a better city right now, considering coming off of everything we have in the last year too. And they hit it out of the park so far on just day one. We barely even started. We haven't even heard the first pick yet, and they've already crushed it.
Yeah, and really, what a place to restart the NFL world, if you will. We'll take this last season as a sort of restarting point, and we started about 2 hours away from Canton. So
doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, not at all.
Not even 2 hours. It might only be like 30 for 90 minutes or so. Like it's a hop, step, and a skip.
Yeah, so this is absolutely fantastic to see it coming. And if you guys don't know what's going on, we are in Cleveland for the draft. We were just at the draft experience today. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of entertainment, a lot of damp, wet, and cold clothing.
Wouldn't change it for the world. And those of you who have been checking in on our Twitter pages and her too, not only are we here in Cleveland for the draft that is taking place here, also partnering up with a local charity in Cleveland for part of this ColorCast competition to see if we can help out some of the local kids. If Kelsey, you want to go a little more into that.
Yeah, definitely. So if you guys are on ColorCast right now tuning in, fantastic. Stay there, because we're trying to get 200 plus listeners on ColorCast, because we've partnered up with Kicks for Kids Cleveland to try to raise money for them. And what we need to do is get 200 plus listeners right here on ColorCast to be able to get ColorCast to donate $1,000 to Kicks for Kids Cleveland. Now, we're not just going to stop with that, though. We wanted to give everybody an opportunity because ColorCast is an iOS-only device.
And not everyone has iOS, but that doesn't mean you can't help out, though. There are plenty of ways. And, Kelsey, this is where you broke out all the stops and make this possible.
Yeah, we maybe I say we, but there were some sleepless nights involved in prepping this. I can't lie about it. If you head on over to our most recent tweet out there, there's a YouTube link. If you click on that YouTube link, it'll take you to a live stream, a simulcast, if you will, of the live coverage. It's the exact same coverage you're getting here on ColorCast, or if you're on YouTube listening right now, you're getting the exact same coverage that Colorcast is getting. And the difference is we brought the YouTube out to be able to provide an alternative way to help donate to Kicks for Kids Cleveland, because if you guys don't know what it is bringing underprivileged children in the greater Cleveland area lightly used and brand new sporting equipment so they can take part in their local recreation leagues. I mean, honestly, let's be honest, there's so many of us out there that without this type of a product and our ability to get to the equipment, we would have never been able to play sports. And so this is a charity that actually brings sports to the children and helps bring children into the wonderful world that is sporting events. And so on our YouTube page, it gives links and actually a Venmo and a Cash App. Venmo, it just goes straight to Kicks for Kids Cleveland. It is at Kicks for Kids CLE, and that's on Venmo. And so you can send any donation you want to right there to them. And now, if you're in Colorcast, don't hesitate. You can do the same exact thing. We'll actually drop that in the comments here in just a second. And then also on Cash App, they don't have a Cash App, but we do at High Low Sports. So you can donate to us, High Low Sports. It's the $ High Low Sports. You can send us the Cash App, and any money that we earn through Cash App tonight will go directly to Kicks for Kids Cleveland at the end of the night for a donation on behalf of all the listeners that are out there. So hopefully we raise a couple of dollars for Kicks for Kids Cleveland and give back to a fantastic charity that's giving back to so many.
Absolutely, too. As we are still waiting, as they're still getting the crowd absolutely fired up. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame right around the corner. But no, what better way to start things off with a nice little rock show to kick things going off early. But now to get into a little bit of draft talk as we wait. We mentioned Trevor Lawrence going number 1, 2. So Kelsey, who do you think is gonna go number 2? Where do you think things get set off? And before we get going too far, we'll say thank you to HFlow15. Already sent my donation. Very much appreciate that. Is awesome.
it's really weird to me. I expect them to actually trade out of that pick, Atlanta. I really hope they don't stay in, to be honest, because there's nothing that they need that won't be an overreach at number 4, if that makes sense. Like, really, what they need is you need offensive line, you need defensive help. You don't need a quarterback. And everybody keeps wanting to give them a quarterback, and you don't need one. You still have Matt Ryan. He is a very, very good quarterback still. It's just a matter of time, really. You just have to give him weapons. And one of the biggest things, and I've told you this countless times, the biggest thing for me that Atlanta lacks, and the reason they haven't been able to keep leads, especially going back to that 28-3 disaster in the Super Bowl, you don't run the ball. You need offensive line. You need to run the ball. They have a decent running back in Hill, who's out of Wyoming. He actually was a backfield mate with Josh Allen, but they don't have an offensive line to help them. So if they do stay at 4, I want them to take Elijah Vera Tucker, which is what I took in my mock draft for them at 4. I want them to go offensive line, because anything else at number 4, they're going to be reaching for that person.
Absolutely, too. As we are still waiting for Jacksonville to officially turn in the pick, we can talk about Trevor Lawrence at nauseam. He topped both of our big boards as well. I already kind of went over the stats. More than basically almost 1,000 rushing yards as a guy that no one knew could run until really that playoff game against Ohio State the first time around when he scampered for about 60-ish yards on that touchdown after getting hurt.
Yeah.
But at that point, no one really knew he could run. We talk about the arm strength, the accuracy, the poise in the pocket, the size, and now the mobility. He really has it all that you could want as a prospect. But at the same time, too, since he's 18 years old, he's been that guy. But no one's really poked holes in his game, which is interesting. A lot of prospects you see, the longer they're that high, they kind of start falling down towards the end because everyone starts nitpicking every little thing about him. He's kind of stayed at the top. The biggest nitpicky thing we thought of is recently when he's like, you know what, guy, when they misconstrued him saying that football wasn't everything, when he was basically just saying, like, I'm cool without it, but I still love it. That's what they've been reaching for. To the point, he's actually even watching this from at home now, too. Like, some people were even reaching into that, like saying he can't handle being there or something like that. So,
Look, if people want to reach, how about this for a reach? Urban Meyer is wearing green pants. Trevor Lawrence is wearing a green jacket. So if you put one and one together, obviously he borrowed the suit coat from somebody. It had to have come from Urban Meyer. You want to reach for that. This is the safest pick I think you could have in Jacksonville. And now I've said ad nauseum that I think Jacksonville is one of the 2 teams in eternity that I would not trust to actually not mess up something. So there's a potential they still mess us up. But really, your best option here is Trevor Lawrence. And you're exactly right. Nobody's really poked a hole in his actual game on field. The biggest issue he's ever had has been a lack of an offensive line and having to do it all himself, and which we saw a lot of in Ohio State and what they were able to do to him this last year.
absolutely, too. And as we're still waiting for the pick as well, there's still 5 minutes left to go for the Jackson before they have to make the pick. A little bit, something came out from Pro Football Talk, too, that I missed earlier, but Aaron Rodgers trade destination wish list accordingly. The 49ers, the Broncos, and the Raiders. Very interesting 3 choices there. What do you think about those 3 as potential trade options for Aaron Rodgers?
Yes, and the Raiders.
Yeah, that's the one that kind of stuck out to me.
Look, if you're the Falcons and you're the Broncos, I mean, yeah, why not? Really, why not? Like, okay, I just talked all that stuff about Matt Ryan being there, but you can go get Aaron Rodgers. Okay, I'm gonna go get the MVP. That works for me. But if you're the Broncos, I also still love Drew Lock, so it's still tough for me to say, yeah, go get him. But the only thing that could help Drew Lock would be to sit behind Aaron Rodgers. Now, does he? I think the ego is probably too much. He probably wouldn't sit behind Aaron Rodgers. I think that would have to be a flop that happens. Like Drew Lock goes to Green Bay, which if you're Green Bay, you're like, okay, I just got my guaranteed quarterback for the next 10 years. Now let me get him an offensive line. But at the same time, yeah, I don't know. The Raiders, though, that one bothers me because Carr is still a fantastic quarterback. His biggest problem, don't give him offensive line. And you don't know how to use your personnel.
Absolutely, too. And when you have arguably one of the worst defenses in the league as well, too, as we had mentioned with them, too, it doesn't help Derek Carr a lot, too, when he has to score 55 a game. Even when he scores a game-winning touchdown against the Chiefs with less than 90 seconds to go. And what do you know? Patrick Mahomes is way right down the field with no timeouts, basically, it seems like. So
yeah,
that's definitely not going to help. As we are still waiting for Jacksonville to officially announce the pick, looking at Trevor Lawrence, just more of his ability to layer the ball over linebackers, under safeties, the accuracy. The 2 times he lost in college where he didn't have his quote-unquote best performances against Joe Burrow, who put up the greatest quarterback season for a college quarterback season of all time. So good luck competing with that, especially when he's throwing the Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson on top of it. And then Justin Fields throwing 6 touchdowns with cracked ribs, arguably, and also running all over the place and not missing a spot, throwing 60-yard post pattern touchdowns on the backside.
Yeah, 60-yard post patterns on a fact that you mentioned that he definitely cracked ribs. Look, if you know anything about injuries, you can see a guy the way he protects, and if you've ever had a cracked rib before, you know for a fact exactly what it looks like to protect your cracked ribs. And everything Justin Fields did, he tucked his arm, he rolled away from hits, he made sure that he protected that side completely and utterly to the point where he did something to him. And he was still out here really in a reverse situation of the previous year when they faced Clemson, where Trevor Lawrence went off after getting hurt. Justin Fields did the exact same. He played like Superman. And that's the best way I can describe the way Justin Fields played. And you talk about Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow set a record for touchdowns in a half. And it was more than a game time and like the end of the game touchdowns.
And he did that in the first half of a playoff game too, not just against like Valparaiso State or some smaller school. He did that against Oklahoma in the college football playoff.
Yeah. So look, you want to talk about the 2 guys he's lost to? He's just lost to better quarterbacks. And that's not his fault. That's his team's fault at the end. That's his coaching staff's fault.
And it looks like the pick is in for Jacksonville. We will wait for them to officially announce it too, but they have said that the pick is in. So we imagine we're going to hear the announcement soon too. As we mentioned, we presume this will be Trevor Lawrence. It has been assumed that way since December, arguably. I mean, everyone's projecting to the Jets throughout 90% of the season until the end of it. Jacksonville losing 15 in a row down the stretch too. And we could just look at Jacksonville's stats down the line. They had a really, really rough season, ranking towards the bottom in just about everything.
Yeah, that's a safe bet to say. Just about the bottom. I mean, they were bottom 4 in absolutely every category. And everything except for rusher, like having a top rusher, because James Robinson was their saving grace. And their offensive line was a top 10 offensive line. Other than those 2 statistics, you were terrible.
I mean, offense, you were 28th in the league, so there's 4 teams worse than you, but you were at the bottom. Scoring 30th at 19 points per game. In today's NFL, 19 points per game, you need to do that in a quarter, and it's depending on who you're playing sometimes. Defensively, where things kind of went over, 31st, second worst league, and points allowed, 31st, just under 31 points a game. So they were basically, on average, losing 19 to 31. So it was an absolutely rough season for Jacksonville. We can see the fans right now, they're clapping. The anticipation's there. We see Urban Meyer cutouts. Like, we expect this to be Trevor Lawrence. This is expected to be basically the savior for the team, the guy who flips this around. Because for Jacksonville, with the exception of like 2017, the last handful of years have been really, really rough.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the savior of the team. We saw T-shirts while we were walking around the draft experience, and even here leading up to the draft, of hope and Trevor Lawrence's picture right above it. I mean, that tells you how much Jacksonville, and I'm sure if we talked to Jim from J-Dash, he would wholeheartedly agree that if it's not Trevor Lawrence, there's a problem, and all hopes rely on that blonde hair of Trevor Lawrence to succeed. And that's kind of a scary thought, though, if you're the Jaguars.
Absolutely, too. And just a fun little thing, too. I just found this. At the Masters earlier this month, former number 1 pick Peyton Manning told this year's number 1 pick Trevor Lawrence that Urban Meyer needs to play him every play of the game so that he could break his record for most interceptions by a rookie, 28. And the pick is official. Trevor Lawrence is number 1 to Jacksonville. So Trevor Lawrence is going to be heading down south, staying down south in Florida, heading to Jacksonville. What do you think of this fit, Kelsey? How do you think this is going to work going long term? Because that's a pretty competitive division, too. The Colts were a playoff team last year. The Titans were a top 5 scoring team and a playoff team last year. Houston is kind of a mess right now, but we'll see how that one works out. Then your Jacksonville, who we talked about, has good players, we're in a lot of games, but now they got their quarterback. They got that dude that you could get you over the hump. Where do you think this puts them moving forward? They still have another first-round pick as well and multiple early second-round. So the draft is far from over for them.
Yeah, look, right now, you just took your second to last ranked everything offensively, and you gave yourself an almost guarantee you'll be middle of the pack this next season. And that's because you do have weapons in Jacksonville. You just had nobody to get him the ball. I mean, even if they don't take a receiver in the next 3 rounds, you still have Keelan Cole, you still have DJ Shark Jr. You are still talented. They still have O'Shaughnessy as a tight end, who's a very underrated tight end. He blocks very well, but he does also catch very well as well, and he can get out of the backfield and catch a lot of passes for you. Now, the big thing for the Jets, for the Jaguars, is what they do with this next pick, because now you have your savior. Now you need to go get your defensive savior.
You need to help him and get that defense for you. As we mentioned, second to last in both points and yards as well too. So moving on to before we move on, I should say, he won a national championship early with Clemson. After that, we mentioned the 2 games he wasn't quite able to get over the hump, but 34-2 as a starter at Clemson. He doesn't know what losing feels like. He really doesn't. I mean, he knows anomalies basically as far as running into absolutely elite, explosive playmakers playing their best game of the season, arguably.
100%. Like he doesn't know losing because he made the mistake. That's the biggest thing. Is losing when you make the mistake is one of the things you have to learn from. And now that is possibly a negative when you look at a stat sheet for a quarterback, because you want them to know how to overcome adversity. But he's never had to overcome his own failures in adversity, unless you count that Ohio State game 2 years ago and that LSU game, maybe. But yeah, like really, he doesn't know how to overcome adversity, and he's going to learn really quickly now in Jacksonville. You're going to have to overcome adversity from snap number 1.
Like, it's going to be tough to immediately turn that thing around just like that, too. Depending on how the rest of the draft goes, it's possible maybe they load it up properly and he can make some things happen. So as we move on to the Jets picking number 2, who was consensus the number 1 pick in the draft up until basically the last month of the season as well, we kind of have an idea who they're going to trade because they literally traded away Sam Darnold. They opened it up saying, like, we are taking a quarterback. We are not hiding it anymore.
Yeah.
There is nobody. The consensus seems to be it is Zach Wilson out of BYU. And Zach Wilson seems to be the guy that either people love him, they think he's the surprise, he's this year's quote-unquote Patrick Mahomes. Then there's those who have some skeptical thoughts about them. I'm sure plenty of people could drop in the comment section and say, like, oh, he's terrible, or he's good, or he's a bust. Like, what are your thoughts on Zach Wilson, and if the Jets do decide to go with him, as there's about 5 minutes left to go for their pick as well?
Zach Wilson is dynamic, and I feel a lot like I do actually about Patrick Mahomes. He needs to go to the right situation. Do I think the Jets is the right situation? No. Not at all. But I do think Zach Wilson has talent. He's very dynamic in what he brings. He makes a lot of passes off the run. And when you have that offensive line in New York like he's about to go to, you need to be able to make passes on the run and get out of the pocket and be very dynamic on your feet. But look, he's a fantastic guy. He had a fantastic season. He has a great, story. BYU kid, came from nothing to raise to fame with BYU. That's fantastic. Wonderful. Number 2 pick in the draft to the Jets. I'm sorry, bud. You're gonna have to fight for your life. I'm gonna say the same thing that I said when Sam Darnold got drafted to the Jets. You have to fight for every single thing you're gonna earn with this Jets team, because right now you're the only thing on that offense, really, other than Mims.
Yeah, I mean they haven't had a lot of off-season work to necessarily bolster. They did bring Corey Davis, a nice piece, but like they have some building to do as well. Another team with another second-round pick. So these early teams, they're getting a chance to bounce back later on. So that's great for them. What's I think very interesting is you look at the jump he had in stats last season, because a lot of these quarterbacks we talked to, Trevor Lawrence, he was that dude from the time he was 18 years old. Zach Wilson, he wasn't so much. I mean, his first year, 2018, 12 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, about 1,500, almost 1,600 yards. Pretty decent, nothing too dramatic. 2019, a little bit better, 11 touchdowns, 9 picks, but 2,400 yards. But then this last season, when they had kind of the broken schedule since they weren't really part of a conference, 3,700 yards, 73.5% completion, 11 yards per attempt or per completion, 33 touchdowns and 3 picks, and an absolutely bonkers quarterback rating. And that all leads into basically the pro day of all pro days, where he put on an absolute show, flicking a wrist 60 yards back across his body.
Yeah, look, I tweeted out during the pro day that he was just absolutely feeling himself out there. He is just on one. But you talk about this last season, and one thing I want to bring up about this last season is he didn't have a lot of time to pre-plan for a lot of the teams they played, because there were so many times they had games canceled that they rescheduled the same week, and he didn't have time to look at film. So a lot of this is playing off of what his offense is and just playing within your offense, which is a fantastic feature to have as a quarterback. You need to be able to play within your offense. And I do also want to point out they played, Coastal Carolina in one of the craziest games I think any of us witnessed last season. And that was a last-minute game as well. That was signed up the week of. So he does have the ability to kind of play in with, like, no matter what, as long as he learns the offense, he can play within your offense against whatever defense they throw at you, which is a good thing. And at the same time, could be a bad thing.
Absolutely. And the pick is in for the Jets, too. So we were waiting for them to walk the card up as well, too. But it looks like they handed that card in. They had their guy ready to go. Jump in our comment section. And as we mentioned, Zach Wilson seems to be the polarizing guy this year. So overrated. Wilson is a 4th-round pick, and his ceiling is a backup, which a lot of those concerns we talked about could leads to that, honestly. I mean, almost a one-year wonder kind of thing. And at the same time, is arguably your easiest schedule. And the toughest team you played in Coastal Carolina was not your best performance. And then you follow it up against San Diego State. You throw 3 touchdowns and over 300 yards. So it's hit 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. And he does add a lot of mobility with his legs. Not necessarily fast. He's not, but he's really crafty with his legs. He can do a lot of things, even if someone else has a stronger arm than him. The way he can flick it is very different than a lot of these other guys.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, kind of the best way I can compare him to of any quarterback that has legs and is kind of mobile like that, I can think of Jeff Garcia. And he was a guy that didn't stay in the pocket at all. He played within his offense, but he had the ability to make things up on the go. And Zach Wilson does that. But now, if you remember Jeff Garcia, he wasn't a big name. He wasn't a big guy either. And so it's a very unique combination that I see a lot of Zach Wilson and Jeff Garcia in the way he played, because they play within the offense, they can be dynamic, but they also are required to have talent around them.
As we take the pick is official. Zach Wilson will officially be heading to the New York Jets. So far 2 picks in, not a whole lot of surprises, everything we'd anticipated. What is Zach Wilson going to? Going to a New York Jets team who we talked about the Jaguars' woes. Well, for the Jets, it's just as bad. 32nd in offense, 32nd in scoring at 15 points per game. Defense, they were 24th in points per game, 26th, giving up 28.5 points per game. And we all know the Raiders game where they let Henry Ruggs and Derek Carr just piece them at the very end of it. So he's going into a rough situation, but it's a new coach, new culture. Adam Gase is out of there. You don't have Sam Darnold there, so it is Zach Wilson's team. Question is, can he help turn this team around, and what do they do moving forward? We look at their needs: quarterback, corner, receiver. I feel like if they address those, they have a chance to turn things around.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, you need weapons, but at the same time, you do need a cornerback out there. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do with this first-round pick, because it depends on what's going to happen between now and that pick, where they go. Because if corners don't go off the board very quickly, then yeah, corner is your number 1 pick. But with that said, if receivers seem to stick around or offensive linemen seem to stick around, don't be hesitant to see them jump forwards.
If you're the Jets, you can take the best player available at that spot, which is really nice. Which moves us to the 49ers, where the draft, we know what position it's going to be. We're almost 100% sure. Problem is, this narrows it down to 3 guys, and we have almost no idea. You have Mac Jones, who there's been a lot of reports on it being Mac Jones. Like, that has picked up probably the most steam recently, if I had to guess. You have Trey Lance, who's kind of I don't want to say the enigma, but he's the guy that he's either going to be absolutely fantastic with his skill set, or they're going to say, why in the world did you draft that guy so high? He's played 17 games at North Dakota State. Then you got Justin Fields, who we talked about early on too. He seems like, on paper, it seems like the obvious choice, but when it comes to drafting quarterbacks, you kind of have to project a little bit. So it's not even so much what you did in college as much as what they think they could get out of you, which is where they see the Trey Lances come in. And then Mac Jones, he had a sensational season last year. We talk about 1 year wonder. He played 1 year because sitting behind 2 and Jalen Hurts, good luck, basically.
Yeah.
And he put on an absolute show, honestly. I mean, he was obviously throwing to those Alabama receivers, but he's put on a show. He won all major quarterbacking awards, basically, in college football last year.
Yeah, okay. I'm a Mac Jones hater, and I'll be the first to admit it, and it is what it is. I just don't trust a scheduled quarterback. And what I mean by scheduled quarterback is if anything is slightly off time, he is not a good quarterback. And we talked about this off air the other day, and I compared all the Alabama quarterbacks we've seen recently and what they do well. And Tua is obviously your slants, your hitches, your stop routes. He's your close routes. He's very good at making those routes. Mac Jones is a timing route guy. He needs timing routes to be successful, whether it's off a play action, which, by the way, is cough, cough, wink, wink, everything San Francisco does well. But everything else beyond that is a timing thing with him. And if anything's off, he had the worst passing percentage to a second read or lower receiver in this entire draft prospect list. So that's not good as a quarterback. You need to be able to read things. But when you had that offense at Alabama, you didn't have to, because your number 1 pick, your number 1 choice at receiver, just happened to be the Heisman Trophy winner, Devontae Smith, and he was always open. Or if it was Jalen Waddle, it was Jalen Waddle who is always open.
And yeah, pretty much you summarized it. Always open. I'm going to jump into our comment section as we're starting to get a few more to do. Michael McCorkle-Jones, that's who it looks like Hector's predicting will go next. So it looks like, as we mentioned, Mac Jones seems to be a lot of the one of the favorites to come up next. And then Wilson just got sentenced to death. The Jets, rest in peace. It seems like we're going to really see what he has, because we're looking at just some of the Jets' first-round quarterback history. Joe Namath, Richard Todd, Ken O'Brien, Chad Pennington, Mark Sanchez, Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson. Sanchez had the good start to his career, but that was carried by the defense. And then obviously the butt fumble situation, he bolted after that. Yeah. Chad Pennington, the shoulder injury, never was quite able to bounce back. Joe Namath is obviously Joe Namath. That's different. Like, he's not a long throw. Ken O'Brien. I mean, he's in the Sam Darnold. We talked about how he did not get a lot of help, and that the jury is still kind of out on him. But basically, what you hoped for when you got Sam Darnold and traded up with the Colts and gave up all those second round picks, it hasn't quite panned out yet. You could say. So Zach Wilson definitely has his work cut out for him going forward.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a team that has worse history with first round quarterbacks than the Jets, except for maybe the Bears. The Bears are just as bad when it comes to getting quarterbacks in the first round. And there's nothing against those two franchises. It's just something with your franchise. You don't know how to pick a solid quarterback. I'm not saying it's going to be Zach Wilson's fault if he doesn't succeed, because it's not. It's going to be this Jets organization because they never are able to get weapons to their quarterback they get in the first round. Talk about Chad Pennington. Chad Pennington was it was unanimous that he needs to go in the first round. And other than that shoulder injury, I mean, really, if it wasn't for that shoulder injury, and you know why he got a shoulder injury? No left tackle to protect his blind side. Gets blasted in the throw, blows out his shoulder, has to get surgically repaired. So, I mean, you look at that, and it's just a microcosm of the entire Jets organization not getting weapons for your quarterback. So it's scary for Zach Wilson going in here, but hopefully the Jets do the right thing and get him some weapons and some protection.
Absolutely. As the 49ers, as we would imagine, considering how this is the pick that we're not 100% sure of, taking their time, about 2 minutes left to go for them to make the pick. They're doing their due diligence right down to the last minute, but that'll give us a quick moment to mention that this cast is, for Kicks for Kids Cleveland. You could tune in and just stick around for a while. It's helping out. We can get to the 200 listener mark. Colorcast will donate $1,000 to that charity. If you can't, or if you want to donate, or if you know people without iPhones that because they can't get Colorcast, check out our YouTube stream. It's a really nice show going on there as well too. There's a donation link you could click on there, donate whatever you can. It's a great thing to help the kids out as well too, considering Cleveland's bouncing back right now too. They were affected by the pandemic. A lot of local business, a lot of kids, a lot of families. This is one way to help back in a sports sense, since we're talking sports. That's what we're here for. We're about 90 seconds from the pick. So we're still waiting for the 49ers to get their pick in. Still talking Mac Jones, and right on cue, the pick is in, so we'll wait for them to run up to Garage Goodell. Kelsey, what is your gut feeling with this one?
My gut feeling is Mac Jones. And there's you want to read into a lot of things, and the one thing I'm going to read into is Mac Jones is at the event, and Justin Fields isn't.
But at the same time, Trey Lance is there too. He's still in this conversation.
Yeah, Trey Lance is there, but I'm going with Mac Jones because of what I said. Because he is a timing quarterback, and the 49ers are a timing system. Now, is it going to work for the 49ers long term? Probably not. But you know what? It's the type of quarterback that Kyle Shanahan loves. He had success with Kirk Cousins.
Matt Ryan, too, on top of it, yeah.
Matt Ryan. When Jimmy's healthy, he has success with Jimmy. So why not get another quarterback who's like him but healthy? And that's Mac Jones. And I hate it because I love Justin Fields. I love what he's brought, especially looking at it over the last really 10 months and seeing the growth of Justin Fields. He deserves to be picked right here, but he's not the right scheme fit for San Francisco when it comes down to it. And that's more down to Kyle Shanahan than it's down to anything else.
One interesting thing about Mac Jones, too, is we're still waiting for the pick to be walked up. He actually, of all these 5 quarterbacks, he had the most RPO percentage at about 29, almost 30% of his plays were RPO. So if Shanahan wants to he's not a big RPO guy. We haven't seen a lot of it, but with guys like George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, and this Raheem Mostert and the stable of running backs they could plug out there, they could do whatever they want. And adding that kind of factor to it, someone who's so established with it, imagine running RPO and then somehow getting George Kittle one-on-one in the open field with anybody really, any human, let alone a secondary player.
Yeah, and it's fitting that he ran the most RPOs because let's be honest, Najee Harris deserved to be in a Heisman Trophy conversation, but he got shafted as well. So you know what? I try to give that ball, or at least use them as a fake, as long as possible.
And the 49ers get ready to make their pick too, and we will see. And 49er fans seem to be excited, and it is Trey Lance. All right, so the guy neither one of us talked about. They went with basically the ultimate guy that doesn't turn the ball over. He doesn't turn the ball over, and he wins games. Pretty much everything you want as a quarterback, and that's exactly what they went with. The North Dakota State prospect going number 3, following Carson Wentz, who went number 2 not too long ago, just a short 5 years ago.
I am surprised is the best way to put this. I didn't think they would actually go Trey Lance. There had been a lot of rumors about it, but yeah, that's kind of a shocking pick in ways that I wasn't expecting, because Trey Lance is quite the opposite type of a quarterback from what you get in Mac Jones and what you get in Justin Fields. He relies a lot on his feet.
Looking at it too, he has 318 career pass attempts, fewest by a first-round quarterback in the last 40 years. And as you mentioned too, he only had a handful more passing attempts than rushing attempts. It was very similar to almost Colin Klein, that Kansas State quarterback from quite a few years ago that was in the Heisman Trophy running. He was very similar to that in that regard, but he put on a show at his pro day. And what's really interesting is this trade happened where the 49ers traded up with the Dolphins to get this spot during Zach Wilson's pro day, which was interesting. So it's almost like they saw that the Jets were in awe with Zach Wilson, like, we can get our guy Trey Lance. Maybe that's what inspired them to trade up here. And Trey Lance, we talked about, a guy you might want to sit, maybe not rush him out there right away. What do you think this means for Jimmy G's future? Because there's a lot of speculation. As soon as this pick was done, Jimmy Garoppolo was gone. He might be traded in this first round. Do you think this kind of secures Jimmy Garoppolo one more year, more or less?
It should. Now, to quote the great and fantastic Kyle Shanahan, I am not a mind reader. I don't know how to predict who's going to be on the roster on Sunday, let alone who's going to be alive on Sunday. So I don't know. If you're Jimmy G, I'm checking my neck for the next 2 days because there's no telling when Kyle Shanahan's going to show up at this point in time. But I do think this does mean Jimmy G gets another year, which is good because when he's healthy, he's a good quarterback. But he just hasn't had the opportunity to be healthy, whether through just bad luck, unfortunate circumstances, torn ACL, torn MCL, meniscus tears. It's been unfortunate, really, for him. He hasn't had a quality chance yet to show exactly how good he is because when he is on the field, he is good. He is a good quarterback.
Absolutely, too. And another FCS product, too. FCS product making his way into a high, not just the first round, but a high part of the first round as well, too. So we now move to where we jokingly have continued the joke, but we'll continue to follow through with it. The Falcons, where the draft really starts because we don't know if this is going to be a quarterback, so there's still a good chance of a trade. So the question here is, if you're the Falcons, what do you do? I mean, looking at some of their needs. They need offensive line. They need defensive line. They need safety. They basically need defense in general, just all across the board. 29th in defense, 19th in points per game at about 26. Offense, they were kind of middle of the pack at around 18. Scoring, they scored about 25 points per game, which put them at 16th. But as we mentioned too, it's kind of hard to score when you're on the sideline the whole time. If the offense wants to hold the ball, you can't get on the field.
Yeah, and let's also not forget, you don't throw to Julio Jones in the red zone.
And Julio Jones isn't been on the field nearly enough either.
Like, I know there's rumors flying out there that Julio Jones is going to be traded, but that's whatever. You know what? Plan this as if Julio Jones is going to be with you, because that's how I'm planning this if I'm a GM. And if Julio Jones is with me, I need offensive line to be here. Now, I still think they trade this pick away. However, if they stay, I stand wholeheartedly by you need offensive line. Keep giving me offensive line. I need more offensive line. I can't have enough offensive line. If you wonder why I keep talking about offensive line, it's because, well, offensive linemen.
Credentials are in the waistline.
Yeah, my credentials are in the waistline at this point in time, boys and girls. Like, you got to get offensive line to get this one going. To think otherwise is kind of naive. And you know what, though? I'll say this about Trey Lance. I know I'm surprised, and I know I just kind of ragged on him, but good for him.
It's fantastic for him, too. I mean, we kind of talked about he only had a handful of career starts. I think it was only 17. Mac Jones only had about 15, 16 as well, too. So it's not like he's the least experienced or anything like that, too. The question is we just haven't seen enough of him. I mean, he had 2019, 28 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and that's just his passing stats. 2,800 passing yards, 67-ish% completion percentage, which is very, very good as well, too. And last year we only saw him play one game where he was 15 of 30 for 2 touchdowns and an interception. So, and that was in a weird COVID situation too, and 150 yards. That was a very unusual situation, and he still won the game comfortably too. So it's not like he didn't still win the game and he was absolutely awful. He just wasn't quite what we expected, considering we had such high expectations. Oh, by the way, in that 2019 season, 1,100 rushing yards and 14 touchdowns go along with it. So yeah, you're talking about 42 touchdowns and 3,900 total all-purpose yards. So he's definitely the epitome of a dual threat.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't know what that does for Atlanta's offense. You mentioned the RPOs for Mac Jones. I do think that maybe Kyle Shanahan's considering bringing an RPO system into San Francisco, because now he has George Kittle to work with. Probably going to get a receiver. They still have Brandon Ayuk, who is a great young receiver. I mean, played out of his mind when he was healthy last year. And you know what? Maybe you start thinking about doing a RPO type system to work off of and give Trey Lance that opportunity, if he sees it, to use his legs.
And real quickly, the pick is in for Atlanta. We will wait for them to officially announce. We'll jump in our comment section here. So it looks like, who is your all's top 3 lineman pick, and will Denver get Aaron Rodgers? I'll jump on the Aaron Rodgers thing. I think if he's going to go anywhere, Denver is a good, strong chance to make, because they have that top 10 pick. they're gonna have to probably make the deal today though.
Yeah.
I don't know if Denver could do it later, but something would have to happen where they have to make the deal today where Green Bay can get a top 10 pick this year. So, because if you get future picks, Aaron Rodgers is not going to give you a top 10 pick. I mean, like that Aaron Rodgers team is not going to be picking in the top 10 most likely.
Yeah, no,
Especially with that team in Denver that just kind of needs to get healthy and see what they have in Drew Lock. So, if I'm going to make that trade to Denver, it basically has to happen in the next 4 picks, basically. Because then if you're Green Bay, you got Jordan Love and you could bring somebody with him. And as we're waiting, as the pick is getting ready to get walked up, real quickly jump in. What is the top 3 lineman picks?
Yeah, so top 3 linemen, in my opinion, the top 3 linemen out there are Penei Sewell, Rashawn Slater, 1A, 1B. Number 3 on that list, because I'm just going to give the tie to number 2. Number 3 on this list is Elijah Vera Tucker out of USC. He's a guard, but he's also a very dynamic guard who can go inside and outside if need be. I don't like him as much as a tackle. He's very much better on the interior. And I think maybe Rashawn Slater is the same kind of situation. Maybe he does play inside. But what I love about Rashawn Slater a little bit more than Penei Sewell, in my opinion, why I give him a nod over Penei Sewell, because he really is my number 1 choice. He's a lot more technical. He doesn't rely on that athleticness to get him out of situations where he's just been beat.
And he does run a 4.8, by the way. So he does have that athleticism. Like, you get him out on the field, and he has probably some of the best credentials as far as he locked up Chase Young, who was Defensive Rookie of the Year last year, and looks like a future All-Pro, basically. And when they played against each other in college, he locked him up. So he has the best tape in that game, like single-game tape for sure. So, yeah. And Rashawn Slater could be like Jonathan Ogden, started guard and moved to tackle. As Kyle Pitts, the tight end super versatile weapon from Florida, is the pick for the Falcons. So they are loading up on offense. They're saying, Matt Ryan, at 35 years old, you are our guy. We are going to give you every weapon possible, and you're going to just put up points. We will figure out the defense. And as we mentioned, too, they got a new head coach in Arthur Smith. What he did with Jonnu Smith, a fellow athletic tight end in Tennessee, he put him on the map and got him paid. So Kyle Pitts, a guy that's compared favorably to Darren Waller, going to Atlanta with Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley on the outside.
Can I be honest? That's a terrible comparison for Darren Waller. Not really terrible. But really, he's more like Brandon Marshall than he is Darren Waller. He's a receiver body, but he plays tight end. Like, really, he runs and does everything so fluidly. He is more of a receiver than a tight end, in my opinion. And, yeah, sure, Darren Waller is a good comparison, but Darren Waller has, to me, he's a little bit stronger still as a tight end, in a tight end aspect of the receiver-tight end combination. But Kyle Pitts is a very good receiver first with a little bit extra. He can block sometimes.
He reminds me of Jimmy Graham when he was with the Saints, particularly. Just a guy that seems like nobody can cover. It doesn't make sense how he's just always open no matter how you put on him. And then you put 2 people on him and he goes over the top. So he reminds me of the best Jimmy Graham we've seen as well, too. A lot of comparisons to Darren Waller, getting Travis Kelce along the lines. But so as we had mentioned, not only is Kyle Pitts the first pass catcher pick, but he also goes 4th overall, the first non-quarterback taken. So very different times we see a tight end going so high. That's definitely today's modern NFL.
Yeah, and just to look in the comments real fast, Hector talking about the suit that Kyle Pitts is wearing. He's wearing a Packers suit, very much so. You see the yellow stripe down the side of the green suit. Green suits seem to be pretty famous today.
They're definitely popping today too. I mean, unless it's better insulated, because it is cold out there too. So the guys that are at the draft, you need everything you can get out there.
It's a little chilly, but talking about this pick, I don't look. If I'm Atlanta, you had bigger needs, and this is kind of what I was afraid of. Is you're going to get sucked into the Kyle Pitts hole. Which is it's usually not a bad thing to take the best available player. But when you have holes in offensive lines and you have offensive linemen available, why not take an offensive lineman? I'm just curious. I
have a feeling you're going to be saying that a lot today. You're going to be pushing for the offensive line a lot today.
Hey, the credentials are in the waistline. I'll say it ad nauseum at this point in time.
And we'll get a quick look at Kyle Pitts' stats. 43 receptions last year, 770 yards, 12 touchdowns, and about 18-yard average. So absolutely sensational. As a tight end, averaging 18 yards per catch. Absolutely ridiculous. And 2019, he had a pretty good season too. 55 catches, 650 yards, and 5 touchdowns. So he's not just a random one-year wonder as well too.
No, yeah, he's a stud. He is a stud. He is a bona fide stud, and honestly, the best tight end prospect we've seen in a long time. And I do mean a long time.
Absolutely too. As we now move on to pick number 5, the Cincinnati Bengals, last year's number 1 overall pick. They grabbed Joe Burrow. They grabbed T. Higgins. They had some good young rookies last year. It unfortunately came to a screeching halt when Joe Burrow got hurt after the offensive line rolled into his knee. He looks like they expect him to recover well. It's been a rough season. It was rough for the Bengals overall. 29th in offense, 29th in scoring at about 19 points a game. 26th in defense, 22nd in points allowed with 26.5. So you're the Bengals, I feel like the consensus is you have to take an offensive lineman here. Like,
It
it
should
almost
be
feels
the
like
consensus,
there
yeah.
has been some rumors about Jamar Chase though, and reuniting those two that terrorized college football a couple of years ago, and everybody who tried to stop them. It seems like you can't go really wrong with this choice, but it feels like there's some that are better than others.
You know how I mentioned off the top that there's just two teams that I don't trust to not mess up a draft pick, and one of them is the Jacksonville Jaguars. They didn't mess up theirs. The other one being the Cincinnati Bengals, because of the Jamar Chase rumors. And by the way, they're not just rumors. I will say we ran a poll on our Twitter page. Granted, didn't get a whole lot of votes, but we got a good enough number to have a actual poll result. Jamar Chase was the result.
A very small sample size, but the people spoken, it looks like having that dynamic playmaker is something that you can't really replicate. Like, there is no Jamar Chase you could find in the second round.
No.
But and the thought of that is maybe you could pull a couple good offensive linemen and build a strong wall across the board, as opposed to one stud left tackle, but nobody to throw to that is a true difference maker. T. Higgins was really nice last year, but when we look at Jamar Chase, what we expect him to bring at the next level, that's expected to be something completely different. Like, he could be receiver one this year, or last year, or the year before, really. Like, if you'd have came out in last year's draft, he would have been receiver one in that absolutely loaded class.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he absolutely torched people. I mean, this year off kind of really even helped him even more perfect his body, which was kind of the question mark 2 seasons ago, was physically, can he stand up to the rigors of an NFL season? Well, not just can he now, it's a matter of how much will he dominate this next season. And yeah, sure. If he goes to the Bengals here, good on you. You just got a huge weapon. Justin Jefferson was a fantastic rookie last year.
Could have been rookie of the year if it wasn't for another Justin, basically.
Exactly. But Jamar Chase was ahead of Justin Jefferson on the pecking order at LSU, let's not forget, and is also Joe Burrow's favorite target in the college level. And, let's just not forget that now he gets to play in the slot against a bunch of guys that are a lot slower than him.
And let's not mention, too, last year's corner class, every time they'd ask, like, hey, who was your toughest guard? Who was the guy that gave you the most fits? And this included A.J. Terrell, Trayvon Diggs, just going down the line. All of those SEC corners, they said one man, and that was Jamar Chase. Mm-hmm. At 19 years old, I mean, 84 passes, 1,700 yards, 20 touchdowns. Biletnikoff winner, absolutely fantastic. But in that same regard, like you mentioned, there's Rashawn Slater, who we argued in our big board is the second best overall player. Yeah. The ability to be, a worst case scenario, his floor is a starting guard that you don't have to worry about.
He'll play 10 years in the league at a starting to potentially Pro Bowl level over those 3 to 5 years in that 10-year span.
And that is his floor, too. We're not even saying, like, if he matches his peak. Like, that is his floor.
Yeah. Like, his peak, though, his peak is Quentin Nelson?
David Bakhtiari, maybe, like, elite offensive lineman that keeps your quarterback safe, which, if you have an elite quarterback like David Bakhtiari's done for Aaron Rodgers, you have Joe Burrow. Maybe a Rashawn Slater here is the pick to make. Like, he completely seals wherever you put him. You want to put him at guard to start his career like Jonathan Ogden did, who I would say had a pretty good career.
A small, like, not great career. No, I'm kidding. He had the most fantastic career I've seen out of a line.
Just an absolute Hall of Fame career. Start him at guard, move him to tackle. Maybe he thrives at guard. You keep him there. He could play center if you need him to. Yeah. You could almost have him just come off the line and be like, all right, where's TJ Watt lining up? He's on the right. Rashawn Slater, you're playing right tackle this play. Next play, he's on the left. You're playing left tackle. Oh, you want to play nose guard? Rashawn sliding the guard. Can the rest of the linemen move around like that? Probably not. No. But Rashawn Slater's a guy you could trust to do that. As the pick is in for the Bengals, we are waiting to hear the announcement. But what is your gut feeling knowing there is Penei Sewell, the consensus left tackle, Rashawn Slater, the consensus offensive lineman, and Jamar Chase, the consensus receiver?
I hate to say it, but where there's smoke, there's fire. And I already got the Kyle Pitts pick wrong. So I'm going to go on a limb, and I'm going to get this one wrong, too. And I'm going to say they're going to go, and they're going to play the smart bet, and they're not going to try to go hit a home run when all they need to do is hit it off the wall. All you got to do is hit it off the wall, you get a double. So here's my hit it off the wall, get a double pick. Rashawn Slater.
Absolutely, too. And we will mention, too, 29th in pass block win rate for next-gen stats. That's terrible. Joe Burrow sacked 32 times in his first 10 games. That is some Andrew Luck level stuff as far as just getting sacked, too. He's a fellow mobile guy similar to a lot of these younger quarterbacks. That's not including the ones where they just get hit because they can't get out of the way or want the sacks they avoid because they get out of the way. That is times of registered sacks.
Yeah, and that's what's crazy is, I just look back to the game that Joe Burrow got hurt in, and that was against Washington. And that's a team that is just dominating on defense, on the defensive line. However, You couldn't even sniff Chase Young before he blew past you. You couldn't sniff any of the offensive linemen, Allen, Payne, like none of them. They were all by you before you could even do anything. And that's a great defense. But that didn't just happen against Washington. That happened against everybody. So you really need an offensive line. And why not take one that's more dynamic, who you can slide around and bring in different positions, because you need different positions of offensive line.
And as Roger Goodell is getting ready to read the pick too, it feels like offensive line is a pick. And what we've seen a lot of smoke with the broadcast is they talk about a position, then suddenly gets picked. They talk about a player. Hasn't quite been that way so much. And as it looks like they did go with Jamar Chase. They went with the receiver. They're not grabbing the offensive line. So all the talk about the offensive line, all the talk about going Joe Burrow, they went with the superstar Jamar Chase. So reuniting with Joe Burrow, with T. Higgins on the opposite side, Tyler Boyd as well. So he's got the slew of weapons, but Cincinnati is trusting their ability to pick up offensive linemen later. And this kind of hurts some of these other teams that were hoping to get a receiver too, because you can expect the run of receivers to get started pretty early here now.
Yeah, we talked about the Jets earlier, actually, as being a team that, maybe might be able to get a receiver, but not so much anymore, because you see Jamar Chase fall off the board at 5, which is a really 1 to 2 picks earlier than we thought we'd see a first receiver. And you just expect these dominoes to fall between 6 and 10 now for receivers. And you're going to be looking at the Rondell Moores or later of the draft boards before pick 15, if this keeps up.
Absolutely. We've talked a lot about Jamar Chase too. Like he could have been the receiver 1 last year. He's arguably the crown jewel. Runs a 4.38 with a 41-inch vertical. So not only does he run all the routes that you see, he has absolutely ridiculous speed and athletic traits. His ability to catch the ball when it's contested, like when basically high point the ball, as only a guy who's only like 6 feet, about 210 pounds, not a big guy, but he plays so big. Like when you look at him, you swear he's 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah, he does play. He plays bigger than his shoulder pads, if that makes sense. If you're a football guy, you kind of understand that. You've heard that before. Playing bigger than your shoulder pads mean you may not look intimidating on field, but you will be intimidating when you go up to catch every single pass.
Absolutely too. And also talk about that as well too. We talked about how deep this offensive line class is. There's so many more options down the road. And if nothing else, this assures you don't have to deal with Jamar Chase if he goes anywhere else. The question, though, is you have Myles Garrett in your division. You have Jadeveon Clowney now in your division. You have T.J. Watt in your division. The Ravens, they have Calais Campbell, and they always find a way to put together a defense. Can you still block without having that elite offensive lineman taken early?
Can you? Yes. Now, with all of this said that they're not getting an offensive lineman right here, we've talked about this pretty much a lot off air. I don't know how much we've talked about it on air, though. This is the deepest offensive line class I think we've had in the last decade.
I can't think of, honestly, the draft class in general feels like one of the deepest ones. And I think that COVID year, by the way, the Dolphins pick is already in. So somebody they wanted is right there. No one impeded that whatsoever. So if it's a receiver, if it's an offensive line, they know what they wanted and it's there. So we will get to that in just a bit. But I feel like with last year's COVID season, where a lot of players, including Jamar Chase, has opted out, that gave, and a lot of them were elite prospects like Jamar Chase, Penei Sewell, Micah Parsons. Like that's just those 3 names I listed right there. I mean, that's a who's list. Now you got all these other kids that got a chance to step up. Like Devontae Smith got to be, he showed up and showed out. Jalen Waddle, we saw so many guys absolutely explode. Jeremiah Wusu-Koromoa at linebacker, he came out of nowhere for Notre Dame. A lot of these guys we didn't expect to see, that we didn't really know about coming in, got a chance to make themselves elite. Then you factor in all these kids that sat out too. There's more cake to go around for everybody.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's actually very interesting that you mentioned that the COVID season might be the thing that makes this so deep, because it's true. I mean, you get a whole lot of guys who were given a free year to come back or sit out. Jamar Chase came out in the same designation he started last season with. So he didn't lose a year of eligibility. And none of that happened. So he was able to take a year off and prepare himself as if he would had to have done that playing. And it's a very unique circumstance, but it worked out pretty well for a lot of these guys. And I am curious about this Dolphins pick, because that was really quick, though.
Absolutely. And as we mentioned, not only does all those guys get to hold their spot, but it also gave other guys the chance to step up and assert themselves, like his teammate Terrace Marshall, who coming into the season was kind of almost that afterthought of that extremely ridiculous 2019 high-scoring offense. He was kind of that other receiver who unfortunately was hurt at times. This year, he might have played himself into being a first-round pick without Jamar Chase being there. While LSU had a really rough season, he might obviously be somebody that's picked later in the first round by a Jets or a Jaguars if they're looking for another receiver. As we are still waiting for the Dolphins pick to come through because I think it moved a little bit quicker than everybody else was ready. They're still talking to Jamar Chase. They're still talking Jamar Chase like we are. So
Yeah.
we are waiting for the pick to be announced. But like we mentioned, they were ready to go. So
Yeah, we
what
could
is
see
your-
a situation. Well, I'll just say this real fast because you mentioned Terrace Marshall. You could see a situation like what we saw with Ole Miss a couple years ago with DK and AJ Brown being that both first round type picks. You could see that with LSU, even though they didn't play on the field together this last season. They were on the field 2 years ago together, and we saw what they could do together.
Absolutely too. And who do you think the Dolphins would take here? We look at their needs: receiver, offensive line, linebacker. They're 22nd in offense, 15th in scoring at about 25 points per game, 20th in defense, not that great, but 6th in points allowed at 21 points per game. That's where they made their differences. They bent a lot, but they didn't break. You could tell Brian Flores is a Bill Belichick disciple because they got everything he wants to do for them to do each and every year. He managed to pull that off in Miami, a team that was tanking last year in his first year, and flipped it around. It was basically one game away from the playoffs. So if you're Miami, we talked about their needs. What do you think they saw that was like, oh my gosh, he's here, we're ready to go? Like they ran that pick. They were faster than everybody else so far.
Oh crap, Panay Sewell and Rashawn Slater are still on the board. I gotta go get one. That's what they saw. To be honest, like that's really what I see. If I'm the Dolphins, either you had this plan that you're taking a Micah Parsons or a linebacker right here, and that's who you're taking at number 6, or Kwity Paye, or you saw they didn't take an offensive lineman, and you were like, hey, as soon as Roger Dell gets back, give him this right now. Like you had your fastest player on your team running that pick directly to Goodell.
Like Will Fuller, I know you've only been here for a few short seconds, but you get going right now. You get that pick up there, and then now they're still waiting. As we're still waiting for the pick to get official. What's interesting is we haven't seen any trades yet either. We kind of knew the first 3 were good, but we talked about Atlanta maybe trading, maybe Cincinnati if they wanted to trade back and get multiple alignment. They decided to stick with Chase. The Dolphins we were pretty sure weren't going to trade back again after trading back up at this point. When do you think we start to see like the first actual trade come through?
That Denver pick looks really enticing right now. And even this next pick, Detroit, looks very enticing, especially for somebody like New England.
Absolutely. As Miami's pick is into, and we will see who they're selecting as well, the Dolphins fans, they look excited, and it is Jalen Waddle, not Devontae Smith, but Jalen Waddle, the absolute burner out of Alabama, going 6 overall to the Miami Dolphins, reuniting with Tua Tagovailoa as well down in South Beach. So what are your thoughts on that? Not only did they take receiver, but they took Jalen Waddle. They didn't take Devontae Smith, who, I mean, Heisman Trophy winner last year, Biletnikoff winner, broke every record basically, the ultimate receiver last year. And Jalen Waddle coming off the ankle injury. We didn't see any of his measurables in the offseason because of the injury.
Well, I think I actually had Jalen Waddle going to Miami in our mock draft, so I like this actually. I really do, because you get that slant, that mesh type of guy that you get underneath, and you also still have that break open speed over the top. You mentioned Will Fuller; he's a burner, but Jalen Waddle faster.
And if you get Jalen Waddle, you just got to get the ball in his hands. Like we talked about the RPO ability. He's perfect to have in there where you just quickly throw it to him over the middle and the linebackers suck down. And he finds a way to score on some plays. Like against Auburn, he catches the ball right in the middle and like that, just stop, basically like a short slant, catches it surrounded and ends up scoring.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's so dynamic once the ball gets in his grasp. It's kind of scary how good he is. But yeah, it's a great pick really for Miami, because as you mentioned, it does give a lot of choices here for what you can do with Tua. You still have Tua involved in a lot of things, and he can just burn. Literally, Jalen Waddle, if you tell him to run upfield, he's going to burn absolutely everybody, including they're showing an actual former Auburn matchup right here, and he's just absolutely blowing by people like Tyreek Hill. It's insane how good he can actually be.
And by the way, the Lions pick is in already too. So we've seen a real run recently. Like it seems like as soon as the receivers started going, everyone's like, our turn, we're going. Everyone who either they have their guy they wanted, or they see, oh, so everyone's taking the receiver. We have to get this guy now. We can't risk it. So we saw Jalen Waddle go before Devontae Smith. Do you think Devontae Smith's weight might have had a little something to do with that? Or do you think they just saw Jalen Waddle's ability to, oh God, he is down there somewhere. Tua, you can find him.
Brian Flores is a guy who looks past the weights, and he looks at what they can bring to the table. So I don't think the weight is an issue for Detroit or for Miami there. But I do think that what played into this part is what Jalen Waddle was able to do, coming back from that injury early against Ohio State in the national championship game on a bloody ankle with a metal plate digging into his skin and playing and gutting it through. Like that tells me, especially for a defensive-minded coach, I'm getting a wide receiver who's not a diva. And nowadays, sign me up for that.
Absolutely too. As the Lions pick is in, we were still waiting for the official announcement. As we didn't get a chance to talk about the Lions yet so far too. As we just talked about how quickly they took Jalen Waddle, who we had 8th on the big board. So it's not a slight at all. Like we were seeing the run of receivers. I think just started a little bit earlier than we were anticipating. Looking at the Lions though, needs receiver, corner, linebacker. What is left in abundance? The receivers are starting to go, but you still have Devontae Smith. Corners untouched, linebackers untouched. They're 20th in offense, 20th in scoring at 23.5 points per game or so. But defense, 32nd in defense and 32nd in points allowed, 32.5 points per game. If you're the Lions, do you take that shot at Devontae Smith, the Heisman Trophy winner, a guy that could revitalize your offense with Jared Goff? Because they need weapons, they need defense. They're in the midst of a full rebuild, and they got a lot of picks to do it. How do you kickstart that if you're the Lions?
I'm not sure what they did. To be honest, I'm not sure because it is tough. Because you can go corner here and you can go linebacker, and you start to solve that problem of needing to fix your defense. But you're exactly right. What do you give Jared Goff? Because right now you have nothing.
You have TJ Hawkinson, and that's about it. I mean, a running back, you have DeAndre Swift, Kerryon Johnson, and then you play Adrian Peterson as much as anybody as well too. So they have a lot of work to get cut out there. We will see how they do it moving forward. And just touching on Jalen Waddle before as we wait for the Lions pick to come through. Not only is he the burner, you get the ball in his hands. He might even be faster than his former teammate Henry Ruggs. We haven't got a chance to see it. He did a lot of work out of the slot. Yeah. Like that was kind of interesting. So you got Will Fuller, who's going to thrive on the outside, just burning people. Devontae Parker's a big outside, like he is the epitome of an outside receiver. So this could just be a fit kind of thing too. Not only just the fact that he can fly, but a guy who can work out of the slot so well and just get open and be a home run threat, even without having to throw it deep. Because we know Tua's. We haven't seen much of that deep ball of arm strength that we saw at Alabama necessarily. We haven't seen it in the pros as much. It's been a lot more keep the offense on track.
Yeah, and that is a very good point. It is just keeping it on track, and I'm not sure why we see that as much. But yeah, it is kind of crazy. Now, we did just look in the chat, and there is a question of, do we think the Texans move into the first round? I don't know what they move in with if they move into the first round, unless they somehow deal one of their players. I don't know if it actually happens. You would have to deal a player though.
Like you would probably honestly someone would have to take on the Deshaun Watson, despite all things going on there. Because they don't really have any other assets they can offer. That because you let JJ Watt go, DeAndre's gone, Will Fuller's gone. I don't know what else you could offer to get you in the first round necessarily. Maybe in like 31 at the very back end.
Yeah.
At this point, I don't think you could get into the early part of the draft, as we're still waiting the Lions pick too. I just don't know what they'd be able to give up otherwise.
No, me either. I'm not sure on that one. But I do want to take a moment, guys, and just remind you guys, because we are 7 picks in, and we just kind of went a little wild and crazy with some picks. Mm-hmm. This is still a charity simulcast. We are still doing this for charity. We're still trying to get to 200-plus listeners on this cast, and that'll get Colorcast to donate $1,000 to Kicks for Kids Cleveland out here in Cleveland and help get underprivileged kids in the greater Cleveland area access to lightly used and new sports equipment so they can take part in their sporting seasons this year, because sporting seasons are finally back.
Absolutely too. And coming off the pandemic as well, we saw a lot of parents and kids suffer through that. I mean, a lot of businesses closed, a lot of kids didn't really get a chance to play. Their parents couldn't afford it. As we see right now, we've looked at the draft stage. It is absolutely popping with fully vaccinated Clevelanders. Yeah. The scene is absolutely set. The draft experience was amazing. This is a way to help the kids get back into it, to help them feel a little bit more normal as well, on top of everything. Like, it's a full team effort, and this is what we're hoping we could do, is do our part to help out as well too. So everyone who's tuning in, we definitely appreciate it a lot. Yeah. As Roger Goodell is heading to the stand, we are finally getting this Lions pick that feels like it has been in for the last 5 minutes.
Exactly. And before we get that, I do just want to send a shout out real fast. Hector, shout out to you from Insert Name FC. You have already sent the money over through Cash App. If you guys don't know, there's a Cash App link to High Low Sports. You can donate there, and we'll send it over to Kicks for Kids Cleveland. Or you can send it through Venmo at Kicks for Kids Cleveland. That is in the chat. You have to scroll up a little bit. If you're on YouTube, you see that on the actual page yourself as the pick has come in, and Roger Goodell has announced Penei Sewell,
the big man out of Oregon. Yeah, so that not only they were ready, they seemed like they were thinking, we have a lot to rebuild. Let's get that stalwart at left tackle. Let's keep Jared Goff healthy. Let's see if he could be our guy. Just because he wasn't Sean McVay's guy, that doesn't mean he can't be our guy here. We mentioned the stable of running backs. Like, they could have drafted any of these receivers. They could have drafted Devontae Smith. They could have drafted anyone. What good does it do if your quarterback is not able to stand healthy? And what do? They grab who a lot of people consider a generational talent at left tackle, a guy that we rated really highly as well too. I mean, 1A and 1B with Rashawn Slater. Feels like both of them are all but home runs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we keep talking about it to what? 98 to a 97 on a draft board, 98.1 to a 97.9. So, it is worth checking out that these two are absolutely fantastic. There's no way if ands or buts about it between Sewell and Slater. But Sewell is just that athleticism is second to none. And when you look at this Lions team, you kind of need a little bit of that athleticism in order to keep people off of Jared Goff.
Absolutely. And you do have the guys like Danielle Hunter in that division as well, too. The Smiths with Kenny Clark in Green Bay. I mean, Khalil Mack in Chicago and Akeem Hicks. Like, you need somebody to help protect. And I think it's a pretty smart pick because you need a lot of things. But if you're going to stay here at pick number, we talked about that as a prime spot to trade. If you're going to stay here, you might as well pick a guy that you know is basically a sure thing to keep your quarterback safe. And a good offensive line makes everybody better. Has been well established over the years. Rules is rules.
Yeah, absolutely. And Willie, I am sending the links to the Venmo and Cash App in the chat. I didn't realize we'd actually gotten that far in the chat. And if you just joined in, you now see it right there at the bottom. So that way you can go ahead and send over any donations if you would like and help out the Kicks for Kids Cleveland charity and help them out. But yeah, this is a fantastic pick. Penei Sewell,
you can't really go wrong with it. It was one of those, it was a surefire pick. And I think we talked about it too, with the Lions, along with teams like the Eagles. It doesn't really matter what you draft. You just can't miss. And that is one thing they did there. They really didn't miss because Penei Sewell, whether he's a left tackle stalwart like we expect, or he has to play right tackle, he feels like he is one of the 3 or 4 safest picks in this draft.
Yeah, he is. Penei Sewell, Rashawn Slater, Jamar Chase, really nobody's missed a pick yet. All these guys are good-looking picks.
Like, you really can't question any of them. Like, you really can't complain. I mean, with the Bengals, you're like, well, I would have taken offensive line, but how are you going to ignore Jamar Chase, the guy who would have been the best receiver in like 3 straight draft classes?
100%. And that's the thing. That's the hardest part about this whole draft process is we can have our own opinions on a lot of things, and we think that they need to go somewhere else. But as we said in our mock draft, what we think as GM potentials, what we have weighted differently, even DJ and I have things weighted differently. You can see that in our selections on our mock drafts. Imagine how much different GMs have when they're taking over this and they're doing this for their job. And this is a big thing to look at. And you see these guys, and that's why Jamar Chases are coming off the board before Penei Sewell, because you need weapons at the end of the day in this league.
Like, you can't risk getting a Joe Thomas basically, and then then with the Brown situation, since we're in Cleveland, we'll talk about that. You can't really grab him, and then nothing else works. So at this point, they're basically like, look, we will have everything to work. We will put together a good enough offensive line and scheme fit blocking, basically. Yeah. But you can't really mimic what Jamar Chase does on the outside, as we are still waiting for the Panthers. This is not quite as quick as their previous picks have been. Imagine they're possibly trying to trade out at this point, too. I mean, they traded and got their quarterback in Sam Darnold. They had an underratedly good defensive draft last year with guys like Jeremy Chin. You got the weapons on the outside, Christian McCaffrey coming back, and it looks like the pick isn't now, so they will stick with this pick. You wonder, maybe they were looking for Penei Sewell. I wonder, do you think that was somebody they were really after? Maybe they're just trying to get out and get some other linemen in the back end, or do you think there's somebody that would fit really nicely with this Panthers team?
I love Elijah Vera Tucker to go to this Panthers team. I think that guard position would be something of need because you don't need a lot of defense on if you're this Panthers team. You have a lot of skilled talent on this defense, and if you can sit here and get an offensive guard who is just absolutely a mauler in Elijah Vera Tucker, do it. And do it quickly, which they didn't really do it quickly. It took like 8 minutes to get the pick in. But you know what? They had to think it through and figure out what they want to do. And as you said, they probably did try to trade away this pick because there are so many linemen in this draft.
Absolutely, too. And jumping in the comment section as well, too. We do see an anonymous person saying J.C. Horn is the best defense player in the draft. I think he's a guy that's climbed up a lot of draft boards as well. When we did our mock draft, I actually had him going to the Lions as the first defensive player off the board. Just the way he plays corner, I think, fits really well for a lot of teams. And I think even if he's not our highest rated corner, you really can't fault taking him over other corners because of the way he plays. He's physical as they come.
Yeah, and he's not just physical, but he is also a legacy. We talk about a lot of legacies in this draft. Like Patrick Surtain, also a legacy at corner. J.C. Horn is a legacy, and he's coming from the Joe Horn tree. If you guys remember Joe Horn, he was a very fiery athlete. He left his emotions on the field, and he wasn't afraid to get in your face. And J.C. is not far from that. The apple does not fall far from the tree in that situation because he does get in your face. He does get in you, and he gets in a lot of different receivers and gives them trouble. And that's really, as a corner and an NFL corner, what you want to do. Because if you let somebody get off you, if you play safe, play off, you're more likely to actually be called for penalties because you end up getting there, quote unquote, too early. Whereas if you're always touching a defender or touching the offensive player, you actually don't get called as much.
You're less likely to get called if you're there with them the entire time, as we were waiting for the Panthers pick to come in. And we got another comment section from an anonymous says, who should trade up for quarterbacks next? So there was a talk about 4 straight quarterbacks off the top. We got 3. There haven't been any trade ups yet. We're about pick number 8. Carolina is making the pick as we wait for it. You talked about earlier, Denver is a prime spot if someone wants Mac Jones or Justin Fields to trade up with. If Denver doesn't want them for themselves, they're probably like, oh, we can get a quarterback here? Drew Lock, we're not really sure on necessarily. All signs point to I'm not sure. Who do you think is a prime chance that if the Broncos are willing to trade this pick, who do you think is somebody that could trade up here?
Yeah, I mean, if the Broncos do trade it, I do think it goes New England or Washington football team seem to be the 2 biggest movers forward, which is kind of funny because they do have Taylor Heineke, who some people
signed too.
Yeah, who some people do think is a good looking future. Now the Panthers decided to go with anonymous. You're speaking things into existence here, as J.C. Horn is off the board at number 8 to the Carolina Panthers. An absolutely fantastic pick. I did mention offense. One of their few defensive needs, though, is corner. So that is an absolutely fantastic pick.
You put him opposite Dante Jackson, a fast guy as well, with Jeremy Chin playing that safety linebacker role. You got guys. You have Okora you drafted last year. Derek Brown out of Auburn, the big nose tackle. You got guys all over the place now too. You got a lot. Brian Burns coming off the edge. Like they're building a defense out there too. And J.C. Horn, he went against a who's who. Seth Williams out of Auburn. He went against Jalen Waddle. He went against Devontae Smith. He went against the Jamar Chases and those guys as well too. He's gone against just about everybody and has held his own. He's had his moments. He hasn't been perfect, but good luck going against that string of receivers every day as a teenager and not having your moments, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And he was always fighting. And that's the thing. He was always fighting for position. He was always in a right or at least close to right position. Let's not forget, when they played Florida, he switched on and off of Kyle Pitts throughout the game while still guarding receivers. So he was that good to be able to guard a lot of different style of receivers. Whether it's a big body receiver, whether it's a tiny, quick receiver like we saw Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle.
Guarded Kadarius Toney in that same game if needed to, a guy who's nothing like Kyle Pitts whatsoever as far as athletic build.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to watch J.C. Horn play. I do still like Patrick Sand a little bit more, but I do think that J.C. Horn is a perfect fit for this Carolina team because it allows them to sit him as a second corner. He doesn't have to be the number 1 look every time. He's not trying to stop every number 1 receiver. And when you can sit there as a number 2 corner and be as physical as he is, you remember Josh Norman? He got famous, guess where, Carolina? Guess how? Being physical as a second corner. And you're going to see a lot of similarities between J.C. Horn and that, except for J.C. Horn really is a little more athletic than Josh Norman.
I think he's a better man-to-man corner as well, too. As we didn't even get a chance to talk about the Panthers' needs much, but their needs, offensive line, tight end, corner. So they went right along with that. As the Broncos pick is still going, they're still taking his time on the clock. Looking at the Panthers, offense 21st last year, scoring 24th at about 22 points per game. That's why we assume they traded for Sam Darnold in a way of like, okay, we like Teddy, but this gives us more dynamicism. And then on defense, 18th and then 18th with 25.5 points per game given up. So I think they're looking, if we give up less points, this gives Sam more opportunities to make that play and then give Christian McCaffrey the ball more. As Denver is still on the clock now, they did get Teddy Bridgewater since we're talking about Teddy with Carolina. So they do have him to go with Drew Lock. So in theory, they think they have, but I don't think they expected to see Mac Jones and Justin Fields here. Do you think that impacts their pick at all? Or do you think that they're like, okay, Drew Lock, this is your chance, earn it from us. And if you don't, we could slide in Teddy and be just fine for a little bit.
Is John Elway still the GM? I think so. So, yeah, they're probably going to go quarterback because John Elway thinks he's a quarterback whisperer.
He's done really good with everything but quarterbacks, honestly, besides Peyton Manning. But that was a gift of them all, basically. And looking at some of their needs, offensive line, linebacker, and quarterback, if they don't believe Drew Lock. The injuries last year, we don't really know how good this team is because last offseason, we talked about them as one of the winners. And we didn't get to see it because they had like $100 million of payroll on injured reserve throughout the year.
Yeah.
Like 23rd in offense, 28th in scoring at 20 points a game, 21st in defense, 25th in points allowed with 28. So the problem was scoring and stopping people from scoring, it felt like with them. And really, they can't really screw this one up either. Like they just have to hit. They could pick just about anything that they feel comfortable with.
Really, that's exactly right. I mean, really, I don't know if Mac Jones and Justin Fields changes your pick here. I do know that, I mean, if I am a Broncos fan, I am curious about Justin Fields in this Broncos team. I do think he could fit well there. Really same with Mac Jones because he reunites with Jerry Jeudy. But I still think you go offensive line. And I'm going to keep saying that all night, it feels like. I'm going to keep saying offensive line because offensive line you can give to almost everybody in this first round, and it's a successful pick. But this one particularly, give whatever quarterback you decide to go with an offensive line, and you're going to be successful.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you could continue to build around that offensive line, it's with the Broncos still taking their time. As you mentioned, this could be a prime trade spot too. You talked about maybe New England. Do you think they trade up for a Mac Jones or a Justin Fields? Do you think maybe that's what's taking it a little bit, is that they're talking about that? Or do you think maybe somebody else like Washington or maybe even Chicago, maybe they're trying to reach up there and snag one of these guys who slid a little bit farther than I think a lot of us expected?
Yeah, and this is kind of the scenario we had talked about before. If they do start to slide to 9 and 10, do you trade up if you're Chicago, you're Washington? Maybe even Green Bay trades up right here and trades Aaron Rodgers away in return for this pick and getting themselves a future quarterback as well. Or maybe something else, maybe an offensive lineman, like they let go of an offensive lineman this offseason, and maybe they get an offensive lineman here at number 9. Green Bay could. And that could be very interesting because they also drafted Jordan Love last season, and maybe that's their guy. And getting rid of Aaron Rodgers is just.
And not only did they draft Jordan Love, they traded up for Jordan Love too. So they definitely there's some investment there too. As Denver is still taking some time on the clock about 2 minutes ago, and if anyone wants it, what would you say is your most surprising pick of the draft so far? But we've seen it stay pretty homeostasis. But for you, what is the most surprising? Anyone in the comments wants to chime in, go and tell us who you think the most surprising is as well. But Kelsey, which one surprised you the most so far?
Oh, the most so far. I guess I shouldn't say it's a surprise, but it's sort of a disappointment with Cincinnati. I thought for sure they would have done the smart thing and gone offensive line. And it does surprise me to see Jamar Chase go. Granted, Jamar Chase, as we talked about, is an all-world talent, once-in-a-lifetime type of talent. But come on. Offensive line, you have Joe Burrow. You watched him get carted off the field. Why do you not want to protect him?
Absolutely, too. For me, I think the surprise for me was seeing Detroit go with Penei Sewell. Not that he wasn't good enough or wasn't a great pick. I just thought they would probably go with a more sexier pick, like a Devontae Smith or a receiver or something along those lines, or maybe even go for the quarterback. Just like, all right, Jared Goff, you know, we kind of traded you just to get rid of Matt Stafford and get picks. Like, you were a consolation. Like, we didn't want you.
Yeah.
But so this shows me that they think Jared Goff is their guy, which good for Jared Goff. I want to see him get a chance to succeed going forward, because he did well with the Rams. They obviously just thought they could do more with Stafford. So we'll see what he can do with the Lions. Is just take a look at some of our best players available from our big board as well, too, as Denver's still winding down the clock on their pick. Rashawn Slater, we had him at number 2. He's still sitting around. He can go anytime now. And then just scrolling forward as well, we have Devontae Smith. We had at number 6. We had him as the second-rated receiver. He's still hanging around as well, too. And the pick is in for Denver, so we will see them walk up here shortly. Elijah Vera Tucker, number 7. Like, we have 2 elite offensive linemen. Jalen Phillips, we had number 9, edge 1, and then Justin Fields, quarterback at number 10. Like, some of our best players left. Which one do you think? Which one would you predict goes next if Denver does not take any of those players?
It's tough to guess here because I don't know. I want to say this is Rashawn Slater or Elijah Vera Tucker. I would love to see Elijah Vera Tucker go here to the Broncos. I think that's a fantastic thing. But at the same time, you mentioned Jalen Phillips wouldn't be a bad pick for this Denver team. I know they have Bradley Chubb and I know they have Von Miller, but it's aging Von Miller.
Absolutely. And him and Bradley Chubb have never played on the field together at the same time. They've always been hurt. They've never been able to both come off the edges at the same time with a Vic Fangio, who Vic Fangio knows one thing, and it is defense, and he knows linebackers, which a surprise pick here. Maybe he goes for a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah or a Micah Parsons because he knows linebackers. He can mold that talent like we've seen him do several times. This could be a very interesting pick to see those two go with the pass rushers and the defensive players they've acquired, like Kyle Fuller, and they basically say, Drew Lock, here's your chance. We're not really going to give you anything else, but here's your chance. Just stay healthy. That could be one angle they could be looking at here as well.
Yeah, and that's just right. I mean, you kind of hit a qualifier there, and that's stay healthy, and we'll see what happens. If Drew Lock can stay healthy, and one of the best ways to do that is get a lineman. Have I said that enough times today?
Oh, plenty.
I don't know if I've said that enough. One more time, just for those that are in the back. Get an offensive lineman. You'll stay healthy. And that's just as simple as that, really.
As Roger Goodell is walking the pick up to the podium now, too, and we've heard Kelsey ad nauseum. He wants this to be offensive lineman. I think Denver Nation looking at is offensive line too, but their quarterbacks are still there. No, we have not seen any trades yet, so it's very interesting that no one has traded up or traded back. And they went with Patrick Surtain, the corner out of Alabama.
I take back my most surprising pick right now to Patrick Surtain going to Denver Broncos.
Wow, what a surprising pick! But I really can't seem to fault it because you pair him up with Kyle Fuller in that division with Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert and maybe Derek Carr, depending on what happens with this Aaron Rodgers, Packers, Raiders, Finasco thing, whatever John Gruden decides to do. You're adding who we had as cornerback 1 to that secondary with that pass rush we just mentioned with a coach that knows defense. And if you're Drew Lock, you'd think, okay, I just have to worry about Teddy Bridgewater. I don't have to worry about another young kid as well. But at the same time, couldn't you guys have given me an offensive lineman if you're gonna put your trust in me?
Yeah, look, that is a good point. If you're Drew Lock, you're like, man, we just did that, and now, all right, I'm still the quarterback of the Denver Broncos. I still have a chance. But yeah, I do kind of wish they would have gone receiver, but yeah, it's surprising that it's Patrick Surtain here because I didn't really think they would go corner because of their pickup of Kyle Fuller. But the more I'm sitting here thinking about it, I don't know if I could think of a dirtier pick here because I think of how much success they had with Aqib Talib, who is a lot like Patrick Surtain plays.
Absolutely. And you talked about bloodlines too, like with JC Horn, Patrick Surtain, like directly down the line, corner to corner.
Yeah, like 100%. He learned step for step from his dad, who, by the way, is just a Hall of Famer. So yeah, he knows how to play the game. He might even be better and more fluid with his hips than his dad was.
Absolutely too. And now the Dallas Cowboys are coming on. It feels like defense should be the smart pick, considering last year defensively they were 23rd in defense, 28th in points allowed with 29.5. Offensively, they're 14th, scoring 17th at about 24.5 points per game. You signed Dak in the offseason. That is the big thing the Cowboys did. Your offensive continuity is pretty much there. You have Mari Cooper, Michael Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, who came on really strong even without Dak. Zeke, Pollard in the backfield. Your offensive line's shakier. They're getting older, like Zach Martin, Tyron Smith. They're missing time, but you still have a core there. And the defense was just so rough. I mean, you have players like Jalen Smith, DeMarcus Lawrence, Leighton Vander Esch, but they really underperformed last year. So the pick, we look at their needs: corner, defensive line, safety. That's kind of how we list this. You should go defense here. But there's a Devontae Smith sitting there. There is a Rashawn Slater and Elijah Vera Tucker. Like, those are our three top players left, and they're all on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah. How do I word this? I think the way I worded it on our mock draft was the best way with Dallas. It is simply put, you go down the line of the names, and number one on that list was Kyle Pitts. Obviously, Kyle Pitts is not there. Number two on that list, Penei Sewell. Obviously, Penei Sewell's not there. Number three on that list. Remember what number three was?
I think that was Elijah Vera Tucker.
Elijah Vera Tucker. Guess who's sitting here? Right here. At pick number 10. Because guess who you lost last season and you still haven't replaced?
Yeah,
Travis Frederick.
You think Elijah Vera Tucker could slide in and play center for him?
I do think he could, and at the very least, he slides in and plays guard opposite. They have McGovern that can play center, who is not. Now, don't get me wrong, McGovern's not the best center in the world, but he is definitely feasible as a center. And who knows? There's a Quinn Miners in the second round, Dallas, that you can go and pick and you can get as a center.
Like, it's a very deep offensive line class, as you mentioned. We have our top two still on the board right now. Our second best overall player still hanging out there, who we said could play up and down the offensive line.
Yeah.
The question is, do you fix that defense, which was really, really bad in a very winnable division nonetheless? I mean, Washington was far from world beaters last year when they won the division. Philadelphia and the Giants, we still have to see. We actually have 3 NFC East picks here in a row, so we're going to find out what they do. The division could be decided right here in the next 15 minutes, basically. And if you're the Cowboys, do you fix that defense in a very, very, very winnable division? Or do you just say, we paid all this money to Dak, we paid all this money to Amari, we're going to get this offensive line, and we're just going to we're just going to outscore people 45. We're going to do what the Falcons are doing. We're just going to outscore them 45 to 41.
Yeah. It's tough to say, no, they won't rebuild this defense because it would be a smart play. You have Trayvon Moore, you can get a safety right here, who fixes that gap at the back end. You can get Caleb Farley as a corner who, besides his back issue, which, by the way, is a single solitary incident because of a hang clean that he just happened to forget about because it takes one exact direction to move for that S1 vertebrae to cause an issue, and it didn't happen to cause an issue.
Here's something we didn't expect to see. The Cowboys and the Eagles swapping picks. So a little interdivision trade. So the Eagles sliding up 2 spots and the Cowboys trading back. We haven't seen what the trade was for yet, but who would have thought that, huh? We talked about the NFC East could be won in these next 15 minutes, and 2 of those teams actually just kind of swap picks, leaving the Giants in the middle. So maybe the Cowboys didn't really have a whole lot, or what do you think kind of was the reason for this trade?
It makes me think they're looking at somebody like Caleb Farley, who they know they can get a couple picks later, and here's Philadelphia looking at maybe somebody like Devontae Smith and needing to get ahead of the Giants to get to that pick for Devontae Smith. That's what this makes me think, and it's very unique that they trade within division because Dallas better have gotten a haul here. Otherwise, they just lost this trade.
And it looks like Dallas traded number 10 to Philly for its first and a third-round pick. So you'll be getting an extra third round later as well. Since you only trade in a couple spots, you're probably not going to get the entire kitchen sink. But you do get a later third round. So those are the kind of picks, if you're Dallas, you need to shore up that defense because the more picks you have, the more likely chance you are to hit.
Yeah.
So I think this was more of the defensive pick, and they're like, all right, Rashawn Slater or Elijah Vera Tucker is probably going to slide to 12. So we could probably snag one of them there. And here we can pick another third-round pick later on the defensive end. Or they see that defensive player they like slide to 12, and they're like, oh, I kind of like that. And then you could use that later third-round pick for an offensive line. So I think this was a good pick for the Cowboys and for the Eagles. I feel like it has to be Devontae Smith here, as you mentioned, too. Former teammate with Jalen Hurts, Heisman Trophy winner, best skill position player left. second best player left, really. I mean, he's right there with Rashawn Slater's and Elijah Vera Tucker's. And you need to give Jalen Hurts some weapons. You said, hey, he's our quarterback, basically. You got rid of Carson Wentz. You got to give him a chance here. Jalen Reagor they still have high hopes for him, but he was rough last year. Alshon Jeffrey can't stay healthy. Like, the receiving core is a mess. I mean,
Yeah.
It's been rough the last few years just from injuries and losing guys, etc. Why not bring in probably the last year's best college football receiver? What more could you ask for at this point at pick number 10?
No, that's the best question is what Philadelphia has always kind of lacked. We one of my biggest bugaboos with the Philadelphia Eagles with Carson Wentz was they never gave him receivers. They finally gave him Jalen Reagor. Oh, what do we do? COVID season happens and we lose a bunch of players to injury, especially our offensive line to injury, and then we blame everything on Carson, even though it wasn't all Carson. I mean, you look at this team and they could do nothing but benefit from having more receivers on this team, and especially first-round picks and a Heisman Trophy winning receiver. Yeah.
A guy who can do a little bit of everything. And we talked about the Cowboys' needs. Well, since the Eagles are up, we'll jump to their needs. Receiver, linebacker, and corner. Some of the things that are in abundance right now. And we talked about the receiver, basically one of the best receivers being available as the first two went back-to-back. We thought we were about to see a run of receivers. And then looking at the Eagles' offensive last year, 24th in offense, 26th in scoring at just under 21 points a game, 19th in defense, and 20th in points allowed at about 26. A lot of that we mentioned was when we saw Carson Wentz back there struggle with turnovers. He's not there anymore. The offensive line was in shambles. You hope they're going to get healthy. The coaching staff has completely changed. You got rid of Doug Peterson and all of that. You brought in Nick Sirianni, the offensive coordinator from the Colts. So it's kind of interesting to see what they're feeling here because we don't know because we don't have a history with Nick Sirianni or this regime. Basically, we know the GM and receivers has not been his strong suit whatsoever, taking at all.
No, but you know what he does love? Linebackers, because he did keep 14 on the roster last season.
That's true.
And there were only one or two that are actual linebackers that played last season. As we do look at the official trade, it's 10th overall pick is what the Eagles get. Cowboys 12th overall and 2021 third round pick. So that's not bad at all. As Philadelphia has the pick in.
Absolutely. So they're coming forward to this is kind of they've started all over. They started at 6. They popped down to number 12 with the Dolphins. They now trade back up to 10 with the Cowboys. So looks like through all of this, the Eagles might have picked up some extra picks for the future. And they might end up still getting their guy, depending on who their guy actually is. So very interesting move by the Eagles. And if you're the Cowboys, depending on who they grab, you might have just kind of helped your rival. Though, how would a Cowboys fan feel like that? Would you think?
I can tell you from experience how they feel. It hurts if you help your rival. However, it hurts worse if you don't get your picks. So if Dallas comes out here with 12 and that third round pick and make home run picks. All right, that's fine. You gave Philadelphia one guy that's going to help that dumpster fire last season, and your dumpster fire got fixed with 2 successful picks, and that's going to be the determining factor is how successfully Dallas can handle these picks at 12 and in the third round. Because if they do well, then it won't be as bad. But if they don't, this wasn't a smart move.
Absolutely, too. We have mentioned it nauseum too. Devontae Smith and Rashawn Slater are 2 best players left on the board, 2 positions of need for the Eagles. But you can also there's the corner run, but we kind of saw the 2 of the top 2 go. There's still some really good players left. We got linebackers that haven't been touched, pass rushers. No one's really touched either. There's a lot of places the Eagles could go. As Roger Goodell's heading up to the podium. What's your gut feeling here? The Eagles are about to go with.
This has to be Devontae Smith. You don't trade up after seeing these receivers go back to back to back and trade up over another team who's looking potentially at a receiver and not take a receiver. If it would shock me if they take a linebacker right here or anything else that they could take, because I can't think of what they would trade up with Dallas of all teams to do except for to take Devontae Smith.
It reminds me of when they traded up past the Cowboys a few years ago to get Dallas Goedert, just because they knew they were looking at Dallas Goedert like, we can't let him go to division and he can help us, so we're going to go get him. Maybe they saw something with the Giants, like, oh, if the Giants get Devontae Smith to go with Kenny Golladay, we can't have that. And it is Devontae Smith. The pick is in for the Eagles. Devontae Smith is heading to Philadelphia to join former teammate Jalen Hurts, but Devontae Smith, that former Heisman Trophy winner, the 3rd receiver off the board at pick number 10. Wow, what a surprise the Cowboys allowed the Eagles to go get Devontae Smith, but the Eagles find a way to get their guy even after trading out of the top 6.
Yeah, you know what's more surprising about it, though, is Devontae is getting picked up by a team who has 2 good receivers already in Darius Slayton, Sterling Shepard when he's around a little bit, but mostly Kenny Golladay. Or sorry, wrong team. But it goes to the Eagles with now he's the number one option. Is your safest bet, and Jalen Reagor. So now you got to get 2 corners if you're Dallas. As it just threw me for a loop as I'm looking at the Giants.
And if you're the Giants too, like maybe if you were thinking about doing that and putting him in there, so with Devontae Smith being a very agile, explosive player, I compared him to Steve Smith, went the Panthers Steve Smith back in the day. Someone like that. Maybe that's who the Panthers are looking at. They don't get, not the Panthers, the Giants were looking at. They don't get that guy now. Where do you think the Giants will look is their biggest needs are offensive line, receiver, linebacker. 31st in offense last year, 31st in scoring at 17.5 points per game. Defense, they were 12th, and points allowed, they were 9th at about 22 points per game. So they were really effective on the defensive end, despite of all things. Leonard Williams was absolutely fantastic. The secondary is really good and growing. They were really well coached on the defensive end. They made a lot of good, smart, heady plays. Offensively, though, they could not get it done, whether it's Daniel Jones or Colt McCoy, Saquon Barkley that was out early in the season. They couldn't block anybody. What is your thoughts for the Giants here now that the receiver run has already started? The top 3 are off the board, and now you're here at 11. You just saw your rivals take Devontae Smith, who we assume might have been one of the guys that are looking at him, or Jalen Waddle. Seemed like there's a lot of smoke and fire with the Giants and one of those two.
Yeah. Can I be wrong about another offensive lineman, please? Because I'm going to say go offensive lineman because for the same reasons I talked about Atlanta earlier. You need offensive line to run the ball. Saquon Barkley has been doing it all by himself, and you see how successful he is staying healthy because, well, he's not. He's having to do it all. He's getting touched with 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
He has 4 yards after contact, but 3 yards on a play, basically, because he's breaking tackles a yard in the backfield and finding a way to make it work. And jump in our comment section real quick. That whiskey got Jones in a giving mood to hook up the Eagles. You know what? That might be pretty accurate, too. Maybe Jerry Jones had a couple sips here. He doesn't seem like a cold weather guy, so maybe he's not really feeling this Cleveland rain.
Yeah, probably not. No, it's that was a a good look there. I think that was Hector to drop that one in there for us. But yeah, that's something happened with Jerry just now. He's going to wake up tomorrow and be like, wait, I did what? With who? Oh, man.
And it looks like we got another trade alert. So the Giants are now trading out of their spot, too. So they will be trading the pick to the Bears. The Bears are climbing up to pick number 11. So a team we talked about looking out for, the Bears are climbing up, and they're on the clock. And you got to imagine, Justin Fields and Mac Jones are both sitting right there. They've been haunted about the Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watsons of the past. Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace are on a hot seat coming in. You trade up. You got about 5 minutes here before we announce pick. You have to imagine their guys there. Justin Fields or Mac Jones? It feels like those are the two guys we're looking at here. They brought in Andy Dalton, so whoever they get doesn't have to play right away.
Well, you had a Mac Jones like before with Mitch Trubisky. How'd that work out for you? So let's go Justin Fields.
And it looks like, jumping in the comment section, there McCorkle Jones seems to be the field. So, I mean, it'd be very interesting to see what Matt Nagy would do with, like you mentioned, a quarterback somewhat similar to Mitch Trubisky as far as not necessarily as dynamic as like what you'll see with Justin Fields, a guy who's not only that, but he's played in Midwest off the Great Lakes, like those tough environments recently too. Like at Ohio State, we're in Cleveland, in Ohio. We can attest to you that it's not exactly a haven for sunshine, to say the least. And now you're going to Soldier Field. I feel like that would be the smart pick here for the Bears. But Mac Jones, we mentioned, has picked up a lot of steam. So
yeah, no, it's a matter of time. As we learned today from a local, you can experience 4 seasons in the Great Lakes regions in the same day. And Chicago is a Great Lakes region area. So why not get somebody who knows how to play in those conditions? And Mac Jones isn't really that guy. But I've been fooled 3 different times today with picks. So it wouldn't surprise me if it's Mac. But I really, really do think it's Justin Fields because of everything he brings to an offense and his pure accuracy.
And his ability to throw through that wind, too. Like in those really rough conditions. We've seen Mac Jones, while he's got a good arm, it's not – Justin Fields can pierce through the wind, where Mac Jones, as the ball goes farther, it can tail a little bit too. Like, which it's not saying is a bad arm. We're just saying Justin Fields and Trevor Lawrence and those other guys have that much more ridiculous of an arm. It's more of a compliment as the others. As we're going to jump ahead looking at some of the Bears' needs as well too. Is we actually see the whole Fields family. It showed a shot of their couch. They were all out of the frame. Now they're all walking right back in. So maybe they have a hankling this could be their spot too. The Bears, looking at them, needs offensive line, corner, quarterback. We presume this is for a quarterback as the pick is in. So we will hear in just a moment. Offense, 26th, scoring 23 points per game. Defense, 11th, still pretty good, but not what we've expected the last few years with the Bears. And then points per game, 14th with about 23. The Nick Foles, Mitch Trubisky back and forth didn't really work out. They still got into the playoffs in that new 7th spot with an 8-8 record. They actually managed to beat the eventual Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers during the regular season. They competed with a lot of teams, but this pick feels like the Packers might be in disarray. We are coming for them right now. Even if we are not here to enjoy the fruits of this quarterback with Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace, this could save our job if, let's say, he takes over halfway through and he looks good. Like, you're not forced to win a playoff game next year necessarily.
Yeah, no, not at all. I think this could help the Bears team for sure if they go with somebody like Justin Fields who can easily do that, or even Mac Jones to some degree could do that. I'm not as sold on the Mac Jones train. I've talked about it earlier when he was brought up around the Niners pick. I'm not sold on him by any means. I do think it's Justin Fields' pick to go here, but I will say that either one can help this Bears team in a position that right now is Andy Dalton and Nick Foles, and it's an upgrade. Either guy you take is an upgrade over those two guys.
Absolutely. And if you're the Bears too, you presume you're taking one of these guys. Who'd you probably consider? Would you consider still playing Andy Dalton, or do you almost would consider, you know what, this is our guy, we're just going to go get him?
Andy Dalton through 3 games, not bad. And that lets whoever I pick get comfortable in our offense. And I think that's the biggest thing. If they can get comfortable, if either one of these guys can get comfortable in the Chicago offense, they can succeed very well.
Absolutely. And you do have Allen Robinson for one more year, David Montgomery, a running back who looked really good, Cole Kmet, tight end, Darnell Mooney. Like, you got some players there. Like, it's not a lost cause at all. They just haven't been able to mold it together. They haven't been able to tighten up the corners. As Roger Goodell is taking the stand too. So we will see who the Bears traded up for here in just a little bit. We're still waiting to see what all the trade endured. So I think we imagine they're going to take Justin Fields here because we mentioned it with the 49ers. You don't really trade up for Mac Jones necessarily. That's a guy you kind of wait and hope comes to you and you're comfortable with, but you don't mortgage your future on him necessarily.
Yeah, no, not at all. This is definitely a guy that Mac Jones is not a guy you reach for. He's a guy that drops to you, and Justin Fields is a guy you reach for, and that's just that simple of a comparison. And that's just really how we feel. That's how we both rank him. I mean, there's just something about Mac Jones that I'm not sold on yet, and I won't be sold on until he shows me proof in the NFL game, which unfortunately means he has to get drafted first.
Absolutely, too. As Roger Goodell is still on the stand too, we're still waiting for him to officially announce the pick too, but as we mentioned, we've seen a little bit of a run of trades here recently. Like, the top 10 stayed pretty stable for the most part. Then once we hit that 10 spot is when we started seeing trades cycle. So we're imagining here the Bears are about to take our second best quarterback in the draft, and he'd be the 4th one to go so far. Very interesting. We talked about possibly the first 4 picks being quarterbacks, but we had the 3 run, but then a little bit of a stall. Like, it's kind of surprised, honestly, to see Justin Fields drop to 11 in the first place.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is a surprise, but it's a matter of time. It was just a matter of time before somebody finally, you know what? I'm coming to get him. I've waited long enough. I'm not going to sit here and watch these teams dabble around anymore and scare the crap out of me. I'm going to go get him.
Absolutely. And it looks like the pick is Justin Fields. So they did trade up to take the kid out of Ohio State. So they made the pick we expected. It seemed like a smart pick. They mortgaged the future based on their guy. They're like, you know what? We've tried the Mitch Trubisky thing. It didn't work out. We tried Nick Foles. We have Andy Dalton. Let's go get our guy. If he's not our guy, then we're going to be gone anyway. We're not going to win this division with Andy Dalton. Like, he was there basically to help Justin Fields early on and about midway through. Kind of like we talked about Tua last year too, where it's Fitzpatrick to start, then we're going to basically to buy time till Tua gets in. Maybe you get a winning record, then Tua takes over. I think that's what the Bears see. Like, all right, we got to get to that point so that Justin Fields can take over comfortably and we can make a run at the back end of the season, especially when your rival with the Packers, there is disarray. The team that has ran this division for so long, basically, there's a chance, a small one. Like, I'm not saying I expect this to happen, but there's a chance Aaron Rodgers will not be there next year, or there's a chance there's going to be some issues. This is a very winnable division next year, especially depending on how the rest of this draft plays out.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think all these rumors with Aaron Rodgers, as you mentioned, really put the fire underneath Chicago, and they're like, you know what? We have to trade up, because what if Aaron Rodgers isn't here next year? What if they're already talking to some teams about trading to get Aaron Rodgers? Well, let's go get our quarterback that can compare. And even if Aaron Rodgers is here, we have a quarterback that can win us some games. For the first time, as I mentioned earlier, Chicago's been one of those teams that has struggled a lot with quarterbacks in their past because they have a very run-heavy base historically. However, this new regime in Chicago, well, they do love to pass the ball.
And we will talk about, I do see it out. The Giants actually, what they did to get that trade, they got pick number 20 this year, so they swapped ones. They got next year's first-round pick from Chicago, so if this regime gets fired, like they're on the hot seat, this is not their problem. They got a 5 this year and a 4 next year, so basically an extra 1, a 5, and a 4. So pretty good haul for the Giants, who this is actually the first time in nine drafts that Dave Gettleman has actually traded back in the draft. His reasoning has always been, I'm not going to get fleeced. I will take a good player rather than get completely fleeced. So what he says is like, oh, that's a kind of a nice haul to go back 9 spots necessarily when we're not really reaching for anything. So that's very interesting that this is what it took for David Gettleman to trade back. And if you're the Bears, what a steal. We had him at QB2, and we had him as player number 10 on our big board, and he goes at pick number 11. So it's very fitting, and we're seeing Justin Fields put on the hat too. That is the look of someone who's going to come in with a chip on their shoulder. We just see him on the Zoom cam. He's got the look of a chip on his shoulder, like, all right, step one is done. That's not the look of pure jubilation. That's the look of, all right, who's next?
It's the look of, I'm ready to get to work. Let's go. And that's, if you're Chicago, you couldn't ask for anything more out of your quarterback draft that you just drafted. You're excited to see Justin Fields come in with a chip on your shoulder because everybody in this room knows that Justin Fields is the second best quarterback in this draft. And some people even think he's the first best quarterback, including Justin Fields himself, rightfully so. Any man who is competing thinks they're the best athlete.
Absolutely. And the Cowboys are back on the clock. We have talked about them, so we'll get to them in just a little bit here. But Justin Fields, not only do we talk about that's the arm strength, the size, a big 6'3", 230-pound kid, the ability to throw in the tight windows. We saw him lasering it up and down the field against Clemson. He has the second fastest recorded quarterback 40-yard dash time in the history of the combine. I know he didn't run at the combine, but this year's combine is what we're going to call basically. Only to RG3 because he ran in the 4.4s, which when you look at him, you know he's fast, but you don't think he's that fast. You don't see him as that type of runner. Like when we saw Lamar come out, he's going to run a 4.3. We know this. When you look at Justin Fields, you think, oh, that was deceptively fast. Oh, no, he's real fast, too.
Yeah, he's fast. Like there's fast, and then there's fast, and he is fast. But the thing is, though, he's not a athlete who's a quarterback. He is a quarterback who is an athlete.
He's a quarterback that is athletic, not an athlete who's playing the quarterback position, like you mentioned too.
His feet allow him to take him from a above average player to an absolutely. When I say an athlete playing quarterback, their feet usually only keep them at above average.
One thing I do want to point out too, for his career, 67 passing touchdowns to 9 interceptions. 5 of those interceptions came in 2 games. The playoff game against Clemson the first time, as well as that game against Indiana where he just kind of struggled against that defense. So if you think about it, he doesn't turn the ball over hardly at all. It's not like he's kind of a gunslinger. He makes the big play, but then sometimes make the boneheaded play. Nothing like that. He is just a gamer. He makes it whatever play is needed. If he will hold the ball sometimes because he knows he is that dude. He will hold the ball and be like, okay, I can make this throw. Just got to hold a little bit longer. That's to be expected, especially at the college level too, especially in that Ohio State offense, which isn't the best for showing off an entire quarterback skill sets. You know who he reminds me of, and I put this in our comparison when we did the player rankings. He reminds me of Justin Herbert from last year. Strong arm, athletic, quick, pierces the ball through the air, and a guy who was in an offense in college that really hindered his skills. Look what Justin Herbert's doing in the NFL. Yeah. Like, my goodness, he took the league by storm, and he could be playing. He was a Pro Bowl quarterback last year and offensive rookie of the year, rightfully so. And I think Justin Fields could do that same thing, especially with Matt Nagy, who is a good offensive coach who just sometimes overcoaches himself, basically is the way to describe it, especially when he has Mitch Trubisky and Nick Foles. Now you got Justin Fields for the back half of the season. So look out for the Bears this year. I think that could have been the steal of the draft. As Goodell's heading to the stand with the Cowboys pick, they traded back. A lot has happened since we last talked about the Cowboys pick. So do you think they still go offensive line? What's your feeling here after all that just happened?
It wouldn't surprise me if it's offensive line, but really that trade back still makes me think it's somebody like Caleb Farley. I do think this might be a cornerback pick right here and get you a defender that to help and move Trayvon Diggs back to that second corner role and not as a ISO man-on-man solo top corner versus top receiver type of guy.
Absolutely. And it is interesting to note, Rashawn Slater, our second best player in the draft, a guy we had going as high as 4, is still on the board. Elijah Vera-Tucker, our 7th best player, is still on the board. I know we're still at 12, but it's interesting to see 2 of the 3 best offensive linemen, not just for us, but overall are considered highly elite offensive linemen, are still hanging around, especially Rashawn Slater, who there was talk the Bengals taking him over anybody else. So It's interesting to see Rashawn Slater still sit there, and maybe the Cowboys go with that. Like, you know what? We had our best success when we had an absolute wall in front of Tony Romo and DeMarco Murray and Dak and Zeke. And maybe that's what they try and rebuild here.
Yeah, I mean, ideally that would be completely ideal. But we'll have to see what they decide to do because it's going to be interesting. I mean, you could do so many things, but you did have success with a wall. So why not maybe consider that to be the case?
Especially with the amount of money you got invested in that backfield too. I mean, that is a lot of money going there as well as your number 1 receiver. You still got CeeDee Lamb on a rookie contract with that 5th-year option. Gallup is on a still cheap contract. You got a lot. You got to use the rest of your picks to build defense, but I think for this one you could go all in as they actually go with Micah Parsons, the linebacker out of Penn State, the absolute freak of nature from Penn State who ran a 4.3 40. Wow, I'm honestly surprised to see him go here because as great as he is, he's the kind of guy like we had him in the teens, a really good linebacker nonetheless, a guy that will help you. But you have Jalen Smith, Leighton Vander Esch. You brought in Keanu Neal, who you say to play weak side linebacker. You bring in Micah Parsons, who you can't teach his skill set. So if you have good coaching, he is going to be an absolute monster. In Madden NFL football, he's going to be one of the best players in the game right off the bat from that speed. But it's interesting to see them trade back, and maybe this was their guy, and that's who they decided to go with. But I'm honestly kind of surprised to see them go with Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I mean, just surprise is kind of the understatement. It's underwhelming. You could have done so many things to help your defense, and instead you go get another linebacker when you already have a trio of linebackers there that can play pretty well. Because you mentioned Keanu Neal coming in, and he was playing weak side linebacker or slotted to play weak side linebacker. And the biggest problem you had is you couldn't cover anybody, and yet you leave cornerback alone.
It's interesting too, because while Micah Parsons is really athletic, he's not the cleanest in coverage. Like, he's pretty good. Like, he's not bad in coverage by any means. He's at his best when he's just flowing downhill and chasing down the play. Like, honestly, when I look at this pick, you know what I think? I think the Odell Beckham end around that scored a touchdown in that game. I think they see like Micah Parsons does not let this happen. That's who they drafted this pick for, almost exclusively for that play, because he will read that and he will take care of that play real quick. And if he misses, he has the speed to track down Odell from the back and go after him.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've already talked about that's one of the worst plays I've ever witnessed from a standpoint of a Cowboys fan. And actually, it's ironic we bring that play up because they did show a highlight of him breaking up a reverse, which is exactly how Odell got the ball and scrambled away for that 50-plus yard touchdown while running 100-plus yards. So, look, it's a fantastic pick for most teams, but when you look at Dallas and what they actually need, I don't like it for that. But I'm a picky Cowboys fan, so I have a little bit of bias at the end of the day towards this being not the best pick, but it can pan out because of his skill set. He is just an athletic freak of nature, and we've seen what they did with another athletic freak of nature in Jalen Smith. And the one difference between the two, frankly, is he can actually stay healthy, unlike Leighton Vander Esch, who can't seem to stay healthy. So even when they drop into a nickel, you might see Micah Parsons out there more often than Leighton Vander Esch.
I will say maybe this means they put Keanu Neal at safety after all, too. Maybe they have him as a roll in the box safety, cover over a tight end, because he's not really a safety, play deep. So they still need to address that issue for them as well as corners. But this definitely makes that run defense a lot more formidable. If you can't really get those big defensive linemen, nobody in this draft sticks out as got to get that guy at pick number 12. So they get a guy that's like, okay, good luck running around us. Good luck Jalen Hurts scrambling on this one. Good luck Daniel Jones. We're not going to let you trip over the 10-yard line after an 80-yard scramble at this point. They're playing basically for that sort of regards, how I look at it. As we now move on to the Chargers at pick number 13. For now, we've seen so many trades, I can anticipate another one. Yeah. Chargers had a really good season after the coaching staff basically tried to kill Tyrod Taylor and get Justin Herbert in there. They were 9th in offense, 18th in scoring, 24 points per game, 10th in defense, but 23rd in points allowed at 26.5. So they matriculated the ball up and down the field, and they stopped teams from matriculating, but they had problems scoring the ball and stopping others from scoring. And you had Justin Herbert, who we mentioned, QB1 of rookies last year. We know Joe Burrow got hurt, so that's inconclusive, but what Justin Herbert did was sensational.
And they were still 1A, 1B when Burrow was healthy. So it's not like he was bad by any means.
From the moment Justin Herbert stepped onto the field, too, and on short notice against Patrick Mahomes and took them to overtime and against that Chiefs team, he was absolutely fantastic last year. Keenan Allen, you don't have Hunter Henry anymore. Mike Williams coming back. We look at the Chargers' needs. For me, it's offensive line, and offensive line, really, because build that wall for your quarterback. Your defense, you have Derwin James and Joey Bosa. Fill in the ancillary parts as you go. You could use a corner here. That would, like, Caleb Farley would be a great pick here, something like that. You could use a tight end. I mean, there's not really a tight end here you want to take there, I think. But I feel like it has to be offensive line. When you look at Rashawn Slater is still there at pick number 13. This is a steal if you stag him. Or Elijah Vera Tucker, another steal. You got to protect your young quarterback. Rules is rules.
Yeah, it should be rules is rules, but we've been proven wrong 6 different picks in this draft so far. But yeah, no, it should be rules is rules, and this should be an Elijah Tucker. And really, if you're the Chargers, if you came to pick 13 and you thought your best case scenario, I can guarantee it didn't include Rashawn Slater and Elijah Vera Tucker on the board. I can guarantee you that. It was somebody else, and they were gonna just roll with it and accept it the way it is. But here we are. They have Elijah Vera Tucker as an option and Rashawn Slater. You can't miss. You one of these two will be your pick.
It seems pretty simple, and the pick is in for the Chargers. So it looks like they they probably picked who they wanted really quickly. So I imagine they're thinking in a similar line, like, oh, these two guys are here. Oh, okay. Well, let's think about this. Okay, we're gonna take this guy because we didn't think he'd be here. So I feel like they had an idea of who they were gonna go with regardless.
Yeah, no doubt. Now I do want to take a moment because again, it's been kind of a wild, crazy little run here with a couple trades, and we do want to talk about the fact that this is still a charity stream, guys. So we are running a simulcast over here on YouTube as well. So if you guys don't have an iOS device or your friends don't have an iOS device, but they do want to tune in and they can't watch the draft for whatever reason, send them over to our YouTube page. The link is in our most recent tweet. And guys, help us help out Kicks for Kids Cleveland. So obviously, if we get 200 plus followers right here on Colorcast will donate $1,000 to Kicks for Kids Cleveland, which would be absolutely fantastic. But we're also working to try to just get donations to them in any way we can. And so far right now, we do have a couple donations that have come through in Cash App and through Venmo. And the link is also in the comments right now. It is the last comment that we have up there, that the link to Venmo is Kicks for Kids Cleveland, CLE, and that's on Venmo. And then in Cash App, it's the $ high low sports. And anything you donate to that, we will donate to Kicks for Kids Cleveland at the end of the night in one lump sum, so that way they do get those donations. So be sure to donate if you can, or bring as many people as you can in the Colorcast so we can hit that 200 and Colorcast donates the $1,000, which would be even better. And if we could do all the above, be absolutely fantastic. I know that'd be an absolutely fantastic way to kind of end this first night of the draft and the return of sports, the return of live sports in person, helping out some underprivileged children.
Absolutely, bringing the entire state of Ohio, just the entire country together in one spot too, after what we had last year. As we take a quick look in the comment section as we wait for the Chargers pick to come in, this looks like this person's anonymous says the Chargers take Jalen Phillips going after a pass rush. Kind of interesting. We have him in the top 10. Obviously, those injury concerns are a big deal, the concussion issues especially. I'm kind of curious if you put him up next to Joey Bosa, that gives you some bookend rushers to go after Patrick Mahomes and whoever else is playing quarterback in the division with Derek Carr. And looks like it's going to be Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater for the Broncos. So it's not a bad idea to go after the best pass rusher in the draft and pair him with Joey Bosa. It's like, okay, good luck blocking both of them, and Derwin James will crush somebody in the backfield.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you can't get offensive linemen, that's a good fallback. That is one of their needs, is defensive line, edge rusher especially, because they did lose the pass rusher extraordinaire across from Bosa, and that's going to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, losing Melvin Ingram's going to hurt too. I know injuries have kind of hurt him a little bit down the stretch, but we'll definitely be interested to see where they go. We are waiting for the Chargers pick to come in. Just looking at some of our best players available right now. Rashawn Slater, second best player on our board, still there. Elijah Vera Tucker, number 7, still hanging out there. Going down the list too, Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah, number 12. He's hanging out there as well too. And as we just mentioned, Jalen Phillips, our 9th best player, best pass rusher in the draft. He's still hanging out there as well too. So, and of course, we still have Mac Jones sitting out there too. So surprised nobody's really traded up for him. It feels like him to New England is, unless somebody's going to jump New England at 14 with Minnesota, it feels like this is all but a done deal, which means Bill Belichick's going to have none of it.
Yeah, 100%. And it's ironic that we're not the only ones that have Rashawn Slater and Elijah Vera Tucker as the top 2 best available players right now, as Mel Kiper also has them as the top 2. And we're getting a good look at Rashawn Slater. And if you guys have never seen Rashawn Slater play, you are missing out on watching one of the most technical offensive linemen play in this draft. I mean, his highlights are just a technical wonder. If I'm teaching a kid how to block, I am teaching them off of Rashawn Slater's tape because he's just that good. It is absolutely fantastic to watch. And now Elijah Vera Tucker is no slouch himself. He is an absolutely fantastic guard center combo and can easily roll with everything. So it is something interesting to look at.
Absolutely, too. That's fantastic. We are still waiting for the pick as well, too. We're taking a short intermission break right here, it looks like, on the draft. So we're waiting to hear the Chargers pick. We've gone over some of the best available players. We think they should go offensive line as well, too. We just talked about Mac Jones, maybe someone trading up to jump New England. Who do you think is a candidate to possibly do that? Because if he's there at 15, we assume New England's going to take him, which means he won't go there because that's what we assume. But hypothetically speaking, do you think there's anyone who's going to trade up to 14 to jump New England for a Mac Jones?
The only team that really is out there that's left that needs a receiver or a quarterback for real is actually going to be Washington football team. And if they trade up with New England, I imagine they're going to have to pay a pretty ransom. But yeah, it could happen.
Absolutely, too, as Roger Goodell is heading to the stadium with the Chargers pick, so we'll get a chance to take a look at who they did take. We presume it's going to be on the offensive line. We're taking a look at Chargers fans now. They look excited, so the pick is Rashawn Slater, the offensive lineman out of Northwestern. So they went with the best player available, who also happened to be the primary position of need, a guy who could play up and down the offensive line. You need him to play left tackle, guard, center, right guard, right tackle. We mentioned don't even give him position, just have him sit in the huddle, and after everyone else lines up, that you find out where the opposing teams, TJ Watt, Chase Young, that is, and go have him line up there basically.
Yeah, and he's going to fit perfectly next to their new addition in Corey Lindley.
Yeah, you got an all-pro center, and now you got the best offensive lineman in the draft. Chargers are making some moves now. They're going after it.
Yeah, it's a fantastic pick, and I'm so glad to see him get off the board because he should have been off the board earlier, but I understand why other people picked the way they did. And you can actually move him between offensive tackle to guard to center. So it's a fantastic pick all around.
Absolutely, too. And he's another one of those guys that decided to opt out last year, didn't want to play due to the COVID-19 restrictions. But we mentioned, too, his tape against Chase Young in Ohio State, the best offensive lineman game tape that we have in this entire draft. We all can pick their best games. His best game is better than anybody else's best game.
Yeah. The man single-handed, like I'm not kidding when I say single-handedly took down Chase Young multiple attempts when Chase Young was trying to rush around the edge, tried to bull rush, tried to do a spin move. Rashawn Slater absolutely stonewalled this entire Buccaneers team, Buckeyes team for Ohio State during that game. And Chase Young, he just kind of made look silly, really, is the best way to put it.
And we saw how good Chase Young is at the next level, too. So that was clearly all Rashawn Slater. And we mentioned, too, he can move up and down the line. You're in a division. You have Chris Jones. He can move into guard and be like, all right, you need to stop. We need to deal with Chris Jones on the Chiefs. That's a problem. Like, we'll deal with Frank Clark. We'll scheme around that, but we need to find someone who can stop Chris Jones. Yeah. You look at the Raiders. They don't have much of a pass rush you have to worry about. Denver, we talked about those bookends. You got Bradley Chubb or Von Miller, maybe both of them this time. You got just be like, all right, you can take one of them. We will slide protect the other way. We will figure this out, but you have to take one of them. And against the Raiders, there is Max Crosby, Cleveland Farrell. Like, they have some players, but it's more along the lines of, when I look at the draft, I think, what can this guy do to help you in your division? There's not a really better pick than Rashawn Slater, a guy who the epitome of a versatile what Kyle Pitts is to a tight ends and offensive weaponry. Rashawn Slater is that for offensive linemen.
Yeah. And it is exactly right. I mean, it's a great pick. As we do see him getting one of the turnover chains, which they were selling all day during the draft experience with the Chargers logo on it and giving it back to the fan, which is an absolutely fantastic experience for fans and the player alike. I mean,
I'm terrified how small that chain looked on him. We saw those chains. Those are not small chains whatsoever, but he made them look small.
No, they were bigger than some of Flavor Flav's chains out there. And you see Pat Fitzgerald, who's done a fantastic job with his Northwestern team. That's one of his babies. Let's be honest. Rashawn Slater, he has helped to turn Rashawn Slater into this guy that is an absolute mauler that will absolutely dominate for years to come in this AFC West. And we talk about how good he is. 10-year pro can get you on some Pro Bowl teams, maybe an All-Pro 3 out of those 10 seasons, maybe more. That's a base level for him.
And it looks like before we finish the Rashawn Slater love, we do have that trade. It looks like the Vikings are trading the pick to the Jets. So the Jets climbing back up in the first round now to pick 14. So it wasn't a team jumping them for a quarterback like we expected, but the Jets climbing back up. Now they're at pick number 14. This has to be something they see out there that they like, whether it's on defense or offense. Like, what do you think is something they could have possibly traded up for? Because we talked about Zach Wilson was their guy. The rest of the way you have a little bit of leeway. Corner and receiver seem to be the big things. I mean, the worst scoring team and the worst offense in the league last year. Now you're trading back up with some of those assets you got from the Jamal Adams trade. I imagine they're going after an offensive player, but I'm not sure if there's like a receiver you necessarily needed to trade up for at this point.
There is Elijah Moore out there who has been highly ranked, especially lately. We didn't have as much love for him on our board as a lot of people did, and that's maybe just due to oversight on our part. Maybe we like some of the other receivers a little bit better. I think that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think I liked a couple of the receivers just a little bit more, which is why I left Elijah Moore off the list. But he's a fantastic prospect at receiver. He's a lot like what A.J. Brown was as well. So it is something to look at that could potentially help out.
Absolutely, too. As the Jets are on the clock getting ready to make their next pick, too, just looking at, we talked about offense was anemic last year. It was absolutely awful. Some of the players still left, like maybe they do go defense. I mean, Jalen Phillips, the best pass rusher on our board, is still there. Caleb Farley is still hanging around, too. Maybe they want to go offensive lineman. They see Elijah Vera Tucker slipping. They're like, oh, yeah, we're going to keep Zach Wilson alive despite everything they said earlier about how basically Jets first-round quarterbacks are sent to die. We're going to be like, all right, we're not going to let that happen by bringing in one of the best offensive linemen. And at the same time, maybe they go after a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, a really elite defense player that they look at like, we're not going to let New England risk taking that guy. We are not going to deal with him twice a year.
Yeah, no, that's completely possible that you can be trying to avoid all things Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. But I don't know if they're picking up for that, but I do like the idea of maybe Elijah Vera Tucker being there. I do think it would be a very interesting one for sure.
Absolutely, too. As the pick is in, we are still waiting. And just to recap some of the some things that happened recently for those just tuning in. Biggest thing we've seen recently in the teens has been trades. We've seen a lot of trades. The Bears trading up to go snag Justin Fields, who slipped out of the top 10. Cowboys trading back with the Eagles. Giants, there's been Giants trading back. We've seen a lot of trades here. And right now at pick 14, where the Vikings were picking, we see the Jets trading back into the first round, or not back in the first round, back higher up into the first round for their second first round selection. The pick is in. We are waiting to see who it will be. And so far, who would you say is the kind of the steal of the draft that really sticks out to you as far as value pick and where you got them?
Oh, Rashawn Slater, 100%. You just got him at pick 13, and you're the Chargers who just had Rookie of the Year last year with Justin Herbert, who was lighting the league up with a very poor offensive line, and you just vastly improved that line. And that's not including what you got with Corey Lindley as well. So you have Rashawn Slater, who's not required to be the best offensive lineman in his first year, who probably will fight to be the best offensive lineman in his first year.
He'll be fighting with an all-pro center nonetheless, too.
Yeah, like this is a fantastic pick for the Chargers. They were licking their lips at this pick, and really we kind of assumed whoever got Rashawn Slater after he fell past 10, that's so far the steal of the draft.
Absolutely, too. And honestly, too, it's kind of interesting. That's probably gonna be Justin Herbert's new best friend if we're talking about. I mean, he could play any of those positions that Corey Lindley is not playing, as we are still waiting for the Jets pick to be announced. Just looking at recapping some of the Jets' stats on the season we talked about. Terrible on the offensive end, the worst in the league for both yards and scoring. Defensively, pretty porous as well, 24th and 26th in points allowed per game. And not only that, like a lot of it was the coaching last year. You saw Greg Williams doing a cover 0, engage 8 with 4 seconds left in the game against the Raiders, letting Henry Ruggs run loose. We talked about what Adam Gase did to Sam Darnold and just that offense and how anemic it was. It's a whole new coaching staff. You got Robert Saleh, you got a whole new squad, and they're basically starting from scratch. We see bringing in your guy Zach Wilson, trading up here. We imagine they're either going to get their quote-unquote quarterback of the defense here, or they're like, all right, Zach Wilson, we are going to give you everything. We see Elijah Vera Tucker sitting there. We're going to give you that. Or we have an Elijah Moore, a Rondale Moore, a Terrence Marshall. There's a lot of guys out there that I think they could have traded up for. Maybe even Rashad Bateman, just guys they didn't think would slip.
Yeah, there is a lot. And it's going to be a question of what they decide to do here. I am intrigued because you don't just trade up to do something random. You know, you trade up with a plan here. If their plan is to go and maybe get a Elijah Moore right here, that's a fantastic pick. If it's to get Elijah Vera Tucker, it's even better pick. I mean, really, that's kind of how I look at it. I've been talking about Elijah Vera Tucker being the third best lineman in this draft, and I'm saying that just seems like a slight when he's sitting here at 14, the best guy on the board and not being picked.
Absolutely. And one thing we've talked about a lot with the Jets too is one of the bright spots for them last year was that defensive line. Guys like Quinnen Williams getting after the quarterback as well. Like they had a good front. They had a good front, and Marcus May at safety they kept. So they do have some pieces there. Maybe they do go after one of those Miami pass rushers too, and Gregory Rousseau or Jalen Phillips. They think, oh, we rated this guy highly. He's starting to slip. Can't risk him going to New England. Can't risk somebody else trading up for him. We will trade up for him. Or maybe even Kwity Paye, the defensive end out of Michigan, just to solidify that a little bit. We talked about Jeremiah Wusu-Koromo is still there. Caleb Farley. There's a lot of various pieces there too. But maybe they just go offensive line. They see, all right, Rashawn Slater's gone. Teams are probably about to start getting the offensive line. So maybe it's Elijah Vera Tucker, maybe Tevin Jenkins. I think they got a whole slew of options here. Anyone listening, feel free to drop your ideas in the comment section below too. Curious to see, we had a couple people get theirs dead on earlier. Someone anonymous called JC Horn to a T. Good. I don't know how they pulled that one out. Nobody saw that one coming, so good on them. I was not ready for that.
Yeah, that was an impressive pick, whoever that was. And then also we had Phillips mentioned he has not gone yet either, but that's just a matter of time, really. It feels like that before he goes off the board.
Absolutely, too. As the Jets are now, the pick is in. Roger Goodell heading to the podium. Your gut feeling tells you it's probably an offensive lineman at this point.
It should be. It's either going to be offensive lineman or Elijah Moore. That's seems to be the two safest options for them right now.
Absolutely, too. As the Jets do make their pick now, it looks like Jets fans are looking not too excited. They weren't too excited about the pick, and they started to cheer up a little bit. So we're waiting to see who the announced pick is. But Jets, the fans seem to be getting okay with it. So I'm curious to see who the Jets did pick.
Yeah, it is a very curious moment as they are actually panning to Mac Jones. But it does look like they went with Elijah Vera Tucker, and Mac Jones is on. It was being panned to because New England has the next pick. So that is a very interesting look right there. Elijah Vera Tucker, fantastic pick for your New York Jets to protect your brand new shiny toy in Zach Wilson.
It's interesting because when we did the Jets needs, we had quarterback, corner, receiver, because obviously offensive line, you could put that for just about everybody. But we kind of thought maybe they would go elsewhere and kind of build the offensive line in the later rounds. But looks like they decided they will have none of that. They will trade up for the third best offensive lineman to protect, as you mentioned, protect Zach Wilson. And basically they're saying we're going to make sure this quarterback succeeds. We're not going to let the Adam Gase, Sam Darnold thing happen again. Robert Saleh is looking, he saw it in San Francisco when you have that defensive line that could harass quarterbacks, what they did to Aaron Rodgers in that NFC Championship game. That was a good offensive line, but that defensive line was just so much better. They were able to harass him and throw him off his game. So Robert Saleh is probably looking at like, okay, I'm going to make sure Zach Wilson cannot get harassed, and I am going to put the best 5 offensive linemen I can out in front of him and say good luck, everybody else.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's a safe bet. Like, if you're trying to fix a team that has had so many issues, your number one bet is to get an offensive line, get a quarterback, and you'll be fine. Get a running game after that, and you'll be even better.
Absolutely, too. As we are still waiting for the next pick as well, too, just recapping some of our best players left on the board. We still have Jalen Phillips, who is number 9 on our overall big board. He's still hanging out there as well. Jeremiah Wusu-Kormo, number 12. Kwity Paye, 13. Gregory Rousseau, 14. Trayvon Merrick, 15. So I think we're about to see a bit of a run of defensive players here, especially those front 7 pass rush type guys.
Yeah, 100%. It would be the least surprising thing to see a run of defense players. However, it is the Patriots on the board, and yeah, they are on the clock. I think they've had a mix up on ESPN, as they did show the Jets drafting Mac Jones after the Elijah Vera Tucker plus stuff played through. So maybe this is scripted. Maybe New England has planned this out so perfectly that even ESPN was in on the trick. And Mac Jones is going to go to the New England Patriots.
It's interesting because the pick is still not in for New England. They're still waiting. They're still taking their time, and we've shown a lot of Mac Jones. They keep panning to him, so it seems like that is the plan. Some of the Patriots needs: receiver, offensive line, linebacker. Offensively, last year they were pretty mediocre. 27th in offense, 27th in points per game, 20 points per game. Defensively, 15th, not too bad. Points allowed 7th, 22 points per game. So as a Bill Belichick disciple in Miami did, Bill Belichick continues to do, not giving up a whole lot of points, regardless of all of their offensive woes. They still don't give up a lot of points, as Roger Goodell is heading to the podium with the Patriots' actual pick this time.
Yeah, money says Mac Jones.
I feel like everything is pointing to him, so this is about where Bill Belichick would take Jeremiah Wusu-Kormo.
Yeah, 100% actually. Huh?
Absolutely, too. As Roger Goodell is getting ready to announce the pick, we will see who the Patriots decide to take, which is the highest they've been picking in a long time, honestly, since like 2013 when they had somebody else's pick in the first round.
Yeah, that is a very good point, because they don't normally pick here, and to do so is just kind of almost blasphemous sometimes.
Absolutely, too. And we saw Cam Newton come in at a pretty okay season. He ran the ball for like 12 touchdowns. He just couldn't really throw the ball, and they have offensive ineptitude is probably the best way to describe last season for the Patriots, which we don't say that very often. We were used to 20 years of Tom Brady efficiency, death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Yeah, it shows how good Tom Brady really is. Seeing him, how he was able to do with New England, and then seeing what happens with New England without Tom Brady involved. And yeah, Cam Newton, he's not the most efficient quarterback ever, and he never has been and never will be. It's just not his MO. But expect a little bit more improvement when they actually have wide receiver weapons out there. So, and the pick is in, and it is, of course, Mac Jones, the quarterback from Alabama.
So New England, everyone talked about New England trading up, going after Mac Jones. He's the perfect fit, all of that sort of thing. And it looks like they get to just stay put, and he drops right to them. So Bill Belichick's intuition of sitting back and waiting and letting the draft board play out worked out to a T. He probably got the predecessor he wanted. It's interesting because it's a complete opposite quarterback to Cam Newton, who he has right now. So it's not like he's sitting and learning from a guy he's next going to emulate. You're not going to run QB power on the goal line with Mac Jones necessarily.
Oh, why not? I can totally see it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you're not going to do that. Cam Newton is just a whole other level of a type of quarterback, a bowling ball. But yeah, it's a heck of a pick for Mac Jones, and we'll see what's going forward.
Absolutely, too. As we now move on to the next pick, which is the Arizona Cardinals, a team that kind of was surprising for a part of the season last year. There was a lot of talk about possibly Kyler Murray MVP at one point. And last year they were 6th in offense, 13th in scoring at about 25.5 points per game. Defensively, they were actually 13th, and points allowed 12th with about 23 points allowed per game. So Cardinals were a really underratedly good team that just missed the playoffs. And honestly, the injuries to Kyler Murray and just a few fluke games where they just kind of it was like 17-6 type games. They just, like against New England, for example, just had some weird games. But Arizona's a team that we expected to take that jump next year. And it looks like they're prepared to take the jump now, bringing in guys like Rodney Hudson, A.J. Green, J.J. Watt. Like, they're loading up for a run next year, so they have a lot of versatility with this pick. We have cornerback, linebacker, tight end. There seems to be quite a few corners. There is a certain linebacker out there who I think would be a great pick here as the pick is in. We'll wait for the announcement. And tight end, not really so much here, but you can get that later. But there's a lot of ways the Cardinals can go here and really actually helped their team out a lot. Someone who's kind of teetering in that NFC West competition, like not quite up there with Seattle and LA, but they're really not that far behind. And you see what the 49ers are doing. Like that's a tough division. I think the Cardinals could separate themselves depending on what they do here.
Well, let's be honest, they split the division series with Seattle last year, so that's worth something right there. And they're improving. And then you just improved in the offseason. You got J.J. Watt. Well, let's see what they can do this draft. Now you have all these different options right here. Because of the linemen falling the way they did, you actually have a few more corners available that you can slide in right here. I do love me some Greg Newsome right here, potentially going to Arizona. And then, as you mentioned, that linebacker, that sneaky linebacker that we might not talk about, and we might talk about, or we just keep talking about, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, also could go here. But also don't sleep on somebody like Jamin Davis or Zaven Collins coming into this position because of their pass covering abilities.
Absolutely, too. And Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the 12th best player on our big board overall, best player left sitting for us right now since we finally got the Elijah Vera Tuckers and the Rashawn Slater's picks well after what we expected, but they finally got taken. Look at some of the other guys we have up there. Kwity Paye at 13, Gregory Rousseau at 14, Trayvon Merrick at 15. I mean, yeah, Christian Darisoff, they want to go tackle. We haven't really seen a run of tackles yet either. In fact, the offensive line, considering how deep it is, I feel like it's been pushed a little bit. Teams have been a little reluctant to take him. So I go, we'll get 85% of that guy in the second round. But we saw the elite guys go, but we haven't seen that run of the other guys yet.
Yeah, we're waiting on that sort of not really second tier, but the 1B tier of guys to start coming through. And that'll be the next real wave we see for sure. And you'll see those come off the board, and they'll come off the board quickly.
Like we have to imagine as soon as one of these teams takes one, like maybe Arizona takes one here, we're about to see like 4 of the next 5 picks. So like as soon as the first one goes down, it just depends who's going to take that first domino. We saw it with receivers. The Bengals took Jamar Chase immediately, Jalen Waddle, then not too much later Devontae Smith, who slipped a little bit, but not mostly due to the trades.
Yeah, and that's really the biggest thing is it doesn't take much. Teams follow a lot of trends when it comes to drafting, and you saw it with receivers coming off the board really early. You saw that little stretch of linemen right there, and then now it's what's the next streak going to be is the big question, and it would not surprise me if it's linebackers at all.
Absolutely, too. And speaking of linebackers, too, jumping on comment section, someone actually believes the Raiders who are picking next at 17 are going to take JOK, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. So looks like they don't have him sitting on the board too much longer, whoever that is who decided to jump in. So thanks for timing in. We're still waiting for the Cardinals to officially announce their pick. And once again, just wanted to reiterate to everybody, this is a stream for charity, partnered with Kicks for Kids Cleveland. We hit 200 listeners on this Colorcast. Colorcast will donate $1,000 to them. We also have the Venmo and the Cash Apps dropped in the comment section, as well as the YouTube stream for those who are listening on YouTube. Just ways to help donate, give back to the city of Cleveland and underprivileged and kids who don't always have access to all that sporty equipment, lightly used or even brand new. So ways to help kids as we all get back into the fold of things after the pandemic. This helps kids get back into it on the sports side of things as well.
Yeah, and there's not much more you could ask for. A lot of us wouldn't have been able to ever get into the sports environment, or maybe never were able to play sports because we didn't have access to equipment to play in our recreation leagues. And this charity does provide that opportunity, and an opportunity to learn a lot of skills that sports can teach you that not a lot of things can teach you.
Absolutely. As the Cardinals pick is in, we are 50% of the way through the first round of the NFL draft. A few Cardinal fans here too. They traveled well, and Cardinal fans look pretty excited to get Zaven Collins, the linebacker out of Tulsa. So it was a linebacker like we guessed, and the announce person guessed JOK. We do see Zaven Collins, the 6'4", 260-pound machine, honestly, an outside linebacker to get taken off here. A guy who's compared favorably to Dante Hightower.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to see what they do with him at this Arizona team. So you pick Isaiah Simmons last season. A very dual threat type of safety / linebacker.
A guy who it looks like is going to specialize at linebacker next year, from what I understand. That seems to be the spot they like to put him at.
And that means he's going to be more of a coverage linebacker. Now you get Zaven Collins, who is a tackling machine and who loves to flow downhill and get attacking to a team, and who's not bad in pass coverage at all. He does need a little work fine-tuning some of the aspects of pass coverage. However, he can read a play action. He can read the quarterback's eyes better than not a lot of linebackers in this draft. So this is a fantastic pick. I'm a big fan of Zaven Collins, and I do think he's a great pickup for Arizona. And it's funny, a guy out of Tulsa going in the top 20 of this year's NFL draft.
Exactly, that's crazy. And just to talk about his versatility, his junior year, 11.5 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, 4 interceptions, and 2 pick sixes. And just for fun, he blocked a kick as well, just because that's something that he could do. We mentioned he's a big guy, 260 pounds as an outside linebacker. His best attribute through all of that, though, that sticks out when you watch him, is hustle. He is always hustling. His motor is nonstop. He's always chasing it. He's not the best pass rusher. Sometimes takes the long route to the ball, but he finds a way to make plays, and you can expect him to jump right in and be a KJ Wright type of player or something like that. Maybe even like what Lance Briggs was, just a guy who basically playing the opposite side of Isaiah Simmons just to contribute and find the ball. Especially in this division, you got the Rams who like to run the ball, Seattle who sometimes likes to run the ball depending on what part of the season they just randomly decide they want to run the ball for a month. And then you got the 49ers who, well, we can go at that about nauseum how much they run the ball. And a guy who could not match up, but you could put over the top of George Kittle and not feel as terrified as you would with some of the other guys you have on your roster.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, you do still have Buda Baker back there and the top end who can cover all of your weaknesses at linebacker as far as covering cover twos and things like that. He can actually make up for that as he's in and of himself the leading tackler in the NFL last year. So he does know how to make tackles and taking a little bit of pressure off so he doesn't have to make all the tackles and be able to be a little bit more of a free roaming safety is the perfect thing that Arizona can ask for right here.
Absolutely, too. As the Raiders are on the clock, they had a tale of two halves, basically, is how I described their season. Offensively, they were 8th in offense. They were good. Derek Carr was moving the ball. Darren Waller was a standout. Nelson Aguilar revived his career. Like, it was Josh Jacobs. 10th in scoring 27 points per game. Defensively, though, they were 25th. And points allowed, they were 30th with 29.9, basically 30 points per game. So they were really good at getting the ball in the end zone and moving the ball. The problem was they couldn't stop anybody. They couldn't stop a nosebleed. They couldn't stop rain. They couldn't stop sleet. They couldn't stop anything. Anytime someone got the ball, they were basically assured in the end zone. The question is, do they want to hold the ball or do they want to strike quickly? And we saw that with the Chiefs. We talked about it earlier. Derek Carr gives you the lead with less than 90 seconds left, and you let Patrick Mahomes flick his way down the field in like 5 seconds to get it and score the game-winning touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, you had the chance to sweep the Chiefs in a season, and you let it go because of defense.
Pretty much, yeah. Like their needs, it could be summed up as offensive line because they've traded their entire offensive line this offseason, but mostly defensive line and linebacker and corner and safety. Pretty much
defense.
Realistically, and especially in this defense, in this division, you got Justin Herbert with now an offensive line and a squad. You got Patrick Mahomes with now an offensive line, and we already knew about that squad. And you also got the Broncos, who they're honestly probably more of a defense team at this point, but they got weapons. And with Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater, they don't make the mistakes. They could still cause problems. Like if that defense slows down your offense just a little bit, good luck. And you don't have the same offense you had last year that was so good because your offensive line is now very Swiss cheese-like at this point compared to what you had. Losing Trent Brown, Rodney Hudson, Gabe Jackson. That's 3 starters already gone. 3 good starters, nonetheless.
You have Richie Incognito, though. You know, that guy who has his fingers taped into a glove. But yeah, no, this is if I'm the Raiders, and we talked about this a lot in the mock draft. What is the one thing John Gruden has talked about the Raiders needing since he got to there, and even when he was there the first time? Always been a pass rusher, even though he decided to trade away the league's best pass rusher at the time. But he still needs a pass rusher. So I'm going to give you 2 names. Jalen Phillips, Kwity Paye. If you're John Gruden, who do you go with?
At this point, I like Jalen Phillips is obviously number 9th on our board, so getting him at 17 at the steal. I know those injury concerns are an issue. I know there's some red flags, but the talent outweighs the risk at this point, especially at 17. And if you're the Raiders, you can take that risk considering the alternative of taking somebody else. You can't really risk that. You need that upside that he brings. You could take Kwity Paye. He's very raw. I think he has his natural athletic ability you can't replicate very often. 36 reps on the bench press while running 4.5 at 260 pounds. Good luck mimicking that. That's like Myles Garrett, just a little bit shorter, basically. Like, that's how freakish he is.
Yeah. And I do want to also mention one other one because he has been picking up a lot of steam lately out of Washington. Joe Tryon.
That's another really good option, too. A guy who's probably going to be better in the NFL was in college.
One of those guys you saw a lot of flashes from him, but you didn't see a whole lot of consistent flashes from him. And as you mentioned, he probably is going to be better in the NFL because of the way they're giving him kind of that freedom to reign, if you will. And as we look at Mel Kiper's big board comparing to ours, he has Eli Moore, Jalen Phillips, Christian Darrisaw, Jamin Davis, Kwity Paye. For us, Jalen Phillips is the top prospect left on our board, I do believe.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips. We also have JOK right behind him as well. We got Kwity Paye up there. Gregory Rousseau, we have a little bit higher. We also have Trayvon Merrick, who's up there as well, too. Another guy that's really high on the board and I think would be a really good pick for the Raiders. I mean, I know Jeff Heath was your best safety last year and had a couple of picks against the Chiefs, but I don't think that's going to get it done, especially this year when you don't have the pass rush. If you don't trust the pass rush, get somebody on the back end who you can be safe with.
My arch nemesis, Jeff Heath. He is you will never leave this podcast duo alone by the end of the time we're here. We will always talk about Jeff Heath. But yeah, no, he does what he does well. He's a kamikaze. Last year with a couple of picks, but you do need a safety that can actually sit back and play center field.
And they take Alex Leatherwood, the big offensive tackle out of Alabama. So they do address their biggest need, and they go with the most left tackle looking player not named Penei Sewell. When you say a left tackle, this is the picture you get basically is Alex Leatherwood.
He's terrifying. And I mean that in the best ways possible. Like, he is a very nice dude, very soft-spoken guy. But when he's on a field, something takes over for Alex Leatherwood, and he becomes an absolute monster. He will maul you. He will run you over. He will pull and knock the snot out of you just because he wants to. If you get free, he will throw you down. And he's just that good of a tackle. And he's a smart tackle where he is not a guy who's going to very often get beat by a stunt or get beat by a double move.
Absolutely. He's a huge guy with a huge upside. And one thing that he has that a lot of scouts talk about that kind of hurt Rashawn Slater a little bit is Rashawn Slater has shorter arms. Not Alex Leatherwood. He's got petrodactyl-like wingspan. He can stick the edge with a lot of space. And on top of that, he is really athletic. He ran a 4.9 40-yard dash at that size as well, too, which really doesn't matter for offensive linemen. It's not that big of a deal, but it's something to point out. It's like, they're never going to run 40 yards, but it's like, oh, that means you can get going on a screen pass or like downhill running once you climb to the second level against the linebackers. Like, it shows a lot of versatility in his game. So honestly, he just has all the tools, and he can reach his potential. He reminds me of what Tristan Wirfs was last year. The guy with all this potential, you just want to refine the edges a little bit. And I think this is a really good pick for the Raiders because you could put him next to Richie Incognito and be like, all right, our left side is fine. Learn a little bit from Richie Incognito, but keep your same skill set.
Yeah, you can get it. And that's the thing. You can actually learn a lot from Incognito. He has his problems. He has his issues. But the one thing he's always been nasty, and he's been very interesting in the way he employs his nastiness. He knows some tricks of the trade, if you will. And if you're Alex Leatherwood, all right, sign me up for learning next to him. And it's a very interesting dynamic there, but it will be something that he can learn from and do well with. As Miami is on the board, and their pick is already in as well. So really quick, 2 picks from Miami so far in the first round, both less than 3 minutes on the clock.
It seems like they've been the fastest ones. They know what they want, and they went and got it. First time they got Jalen Phillips addressing the first need receiver. The other needs they have, offensive line and linebacker. We might see, as you mentioned, the offensive linemen start to run here. There's also a linebacker we will keep talking about that was ranked really highly on our board in Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. You actually had him going to the Dolphins in one of our mock drafts because of his skill set, the ability to cover, rush, spy, play the run. Like, he's the perfect fit for a Brian Flores or a Bill Belichick, a guy who can basically do whatever you need him to do and some.
Yeah, and you asked me the question when they took Jalen Waddle, did maybe size come into play with Devontae Smith early on, and that's why Miami didn't take him. And I'm saying no, because right here, if he takes Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, he's taking technically an undersized linebacker, which is a bigger issue than taking an undersized receiver. So if you take Owusu-Koramoah, you know what you're getting, and Brian Flores is a mastermind defensively, and he loves trick linebackers. And I don't mean like Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah isn't like a trick of a player. No, he's a very good, high-quality player who can play safety. Like, he can cover like a safety, and he hits like a linebacker, and he makes some of these 50-50 tackles that his tiny body really shouldn't carry him through. He's a tall guy, but he is physically tiny at this point in time in his career. A lot like Jalen Smith.
Absolutely, too. He's been really healthy, too. That's one thing. We talk about the size, and that's kind of the concern, but Jeremiah never really had any injury issues. He's been all over the place. He flies across the field and has never had any issues. So we do see Roger Goodell heading up to the desk with the pick. So we can see if Miami maybe goes after that linebacker, or maybe they shore up that offensive line and just go all in on 2 at this point. I mean, the second pick of the first round, you got more picks coming. You have more picks in the next year, too. And they go Jalen Phillips. They stay with the homegrown Miami kid. Our 9th best player, they get him at 18. So you get the best pass rusher off the board. And talk about he likes those versatile linebacker type guys. You get a guy who can rush just about anywhere on the field and has an extremely dynamic skill set and incredibly athletic. He shined in his pro day.
Yeah, and I have a bone to pick with Jalen Phillips. Pick another number other than 15, please.
You're really gonna just hound on that one? Like that's what we're gonna go with right now.
That's the only problem I had with Jalen Phillips this last season. He was fantastic. Obviously, it's UCLA transfer. Injury was a little bit of a question mark. But really, my only qualm with what he did on the field was that he wore number 15, which is the same as Greg Russo, who's also in this draft, who decided to opt out this year. But yeah, Jalen Phillips is an absolute steal right here at 18 for Miami, and I do think this is a pick that Brian Flores will have a lot of fun with because he can stand up and be that edge rusher off the end in a 3-4 defense, and he can also go down in a three-point stance and go and rush from the inside as a defensive end.
We talked about Kwity Paye is absolutely terrifying with his athletic skill set. Jalen Phillips is pretty comparable at 4.56 on the 40, 6'5", 260 pounds. He threw a 21 on the bench press and a 10.5-foot broad jump. The explosiveness off the edge is absolutely insane. You mentioned he could do a little 3-4 outside linebacker, 4-3 DN. He plays the run really hard too. He has an extremely high motor. Honestly, if it wasn't for the concussion/injury qualms and issues that could possibly be with him, he probably would already have been gone, which is part of the reason Miami's like, oh my goodness, he is still here. We are going to take this guy. But I don't think he gets out of the top 10 if you take away those concerns.
Yeah, and really, the biggest part of the concerns, it would have never happened had he not been forced to transfer from UCLA. Because UCLA has the transfer rule where if you have 3 concussions, you're out. They just don't let you play, which is a very smart rule for the health of these young players. But it does look bad for NFL teams when they look at this. He's like, okay, he's had 3 registered concussions, and UCLA had to kick him off their team. It wasn't like they were kicked off his team because he's bad or because he's a bad influence off the field or anything like that. He's a good dude. He's a good student. He was a good guy off the field, didn't cause any issues, and an absolute monster on the field who just happened to hit his head a couple too many times, unfortunately, for his health. And he's shown when he took that season off and they're done the transfer that he is just as good as he was at UCLA, if not better than he was, because he's a bigger body now.
It might have even refined his skill set a little bit more. As we do now head to pick number 19. We have 27 teams that were scheduled to pick in this first round. We've gotten through about 18 of them with the Jets train back up. So we're cruising, 17 of them, cruising through right now. Washington, biggest needs, quarterback, good, not really one name on the board, linebacker, and offensive line. You were 30th in offense and 25th in scoring at just under 21 points per game. Doesn't look like that's going to change much here with what's left on the board. There's not a whole lot you can do to change that. Defensively, they were 2nd and 4th in points allowed at 20.6. So basically, we know that front 7 on defense, that Chase Young, Montez Sweat, Deron Payne, and Jonathan Allen front 4 is going to lead the way and terrorize quarterbacks and make them hate everything. The question is, what do you do here if you're Washington? Because you got a really good team. Terry McLaurin, Curtis Samuel, Antonio Gibson, Logan Thomas. You got skill sets, skill positions. You got defense. Quarterback, you got Fitzpatrick and Taylor Heineke, and there's not really a quarterback you could take here. What's kind of the move you think if you're Washington is the pick is in, so they know what they wanted to do. They're ready to go.
Yeah, it's what we talked about a little bit earlier. For some reason, Washington has come out of this rumor mill for quarterbacks, and there's been a lot of talk that they're the team that's going to reach for a quarterback that's not one of those big 5 quarterbacks that we saw. And that might just mean we see a Kellen Mond sighting right here.
You do think they might reach for Kellen Mond as QB6, or maybe even that Davis Mills out of Stanford, or maybe Kyle Trask out of Florida? Like there's that second tier of quarterbacks that maybe they squeak into the first round just for that 5th-year option for a team like Washington.
Yeah, you look at it, and Taylor Heineke put up absolute numbers when he was starting. And just the biggest difference is he was able to put the ball downfield. Nothing against Alex Smith because he came back from an absolutely horrific injury, and all plaudits to the man that is Alex Smith, and congratulations on a fantastic career. But Taylor Heineke, the one thing he did was he just kind of just said, you know what? Forget about it. My guys are down there. I trust my guys and let them go up and get it sometimes.
Sometimes you just got to say, Terry McLaurin is Terry McLaurin. I will get him the ball.
Yeah, and that works out to your benefit a lot more than it doesn't in the NFL. For some reason, even though there's more athletes on the defensive side, it still works out pretty well for you. I do think this is just one of those cases where Washington is an unknown for so many reasons because they have all this defensive ability. So they're going offense here. It's a guaranteed almost that you're going to go offense. It's just a matter of where on the offensive line, on the offense you want to go. And your positions that you have negatives in are offensive line and quarterback. So it depends on which one you rank here. You do have some offensive line potentials there. Christian Darrisaw being probably number 1 on my list left on that offensive line that you can take. Maybe even Landon Dickerson that you can take here. But other than that, you have a quarterback would probably be the next best one.
Absolutely, too. And jumping in our comment section, too, it looks like an anonymous person shooting decides he kind of went with Virginia Tech, but not Christian Darrisaw. He said the Washington goes Caleb Farley, the corner out of Virginia Tech. So it's an interesting pick because their corner room there's still some work. Like Cameron Crowe, Landon Collins at safety is pretty good. But getting a guy like Caleb Farley, you just sure up that already locked down defense. Like, all right, if for some reason we don't get to the quarterback in less than a second like we have been doing, that gives you a second ability to lock it up and just be like, all right, offense, don't turn the ball over. That's all you got to do. Like, you don't even have to really score. Just don't turn it over.
Yeah, and the one interesting thing about that, though, they do have a decent corner crew. It's not the best in the world by any means. If I'm not mistaken, they signed Willie Jackson, I think.
William Jackson, yeah.
Yeah, William Jackson from Cincinnati, who was their number one, so he's probably steps in and becomes Washington's number one as well. But also, you do have Landon Collins on the back end as well. So
and Cameron Curl, who came on strong and could have been a defensive rookie of the year candidate at the end, too.
And you still have Troy Apke, who, through all the thick and thin, he still is a favorite over in Washington. So I don't know if you go there yet. I do think you stick offense here.
Absolutely, too. As Roger Goodell's heading to the podium, we'll see who they pick as well. The question, too, is if they do decide to take Kellen Mond, how long before we see him play? That's the question. As they go, Jamin Davis, the linebacker out of Kentucky. So they shore up that front seven with a dynamic playmaker at the linebacker position. Absolutely explosive at his pro day. An ability to fly all across the field. And a guy we actually had pretty highly rated as well, too. And he goes off the board here at number 19 to Washington. So the rich get richer on defense. That is he's basically ascended because wow factor. That's kind of the best way to describe him. 6'4", 235, 4'4" in the 40-yard dash, about 4'4", 4'5", 42-inch vertical and 11-foot broad jump. The explosiveness he provides is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's ironic that he goes to Washington because he kind of reminds me of how the same glow up that Landon Collins had going into the draft, because Landon Collins was a good college player, but he was projected second, third round. Coming into the draft, his measurables just shot up the board, and he shot up the board with it. And Jamin Davis is a lot of the same way. He was projected third, maybe fourth round even, as a linebacker. Really kind of one of the six maybe best linebacker in the draft. Now here he is, second best linebacker, third best linebacker in the draft, maybe fourth depending on how you rank him, and absolute stud. And he goes to a team who just keeps building young, athletic defensive players on top of young, athletic defensive players.
And he's aggressive, fantastic run stopper, great lateral quickness. That adds something to go with that defensive line that we've seen absolutely terrorize quarterbacks. And now you have a guy to help you with the run, especially with the Zekes in the division, Jalen Hurts running for Saquon Barkley, Miles Sanders. This gives you a little more versatility in that second line of defense before you get to the back end. As we now move up back to the Giants, who started pick number 11, traded back so that the Bears could snag Justin Fields. And looking at the Giants too, this seems like they were comfortable with where they're at. They're like, all right, we can get something very equivalent to what we get 11 and 20, and now you pick up an extra pick. Offensive line, receiver, linebacker. We'll reiterate, offensively, second worst team in the league at 31st. Scoring, same thing, 17.5 points a game. Defense, pretty good, 12th and then 9th in points per game. So it seems like this is just like Washington. They should go on the offensive edge, as we'd imagine. They did bring in Kenny Golladay to help shore up their receiving core as well, give Daniel Jones some weapons. So we have to imagine they're going offense again. The question is what level of the offense?
Offensive line, and I will be wrong about offensive line for the seventh time tonight. But you know what? I'm going to keep saying it because it's not wrong that I'm saying offensive line. It's just not right for this GM at this point in time. But I do think, because this is the first time the Giants have traded back in the entirety of this GM's career.
9 years.
9 years of not trading back. And you had a lot of great picks in the first round. And here you are, you trade back. Why do you trade back to 20 specifically? Not just because that's where Chicago was, but that fit what your need was, which is offensive line. Who do you have sitting there? Oh, just a little tackle out of Virginia Tech named Christian Darrisaw.
You just got a casual mauler out of Oklahoma State and Tevin Jenkins as well, too. Jalen Mayfield out of Michigan. There's a lot. The offensive lineman run hasn't really hit like we thought it would. And I feel like this is about the time we expect to see it go. Starting with the Giants here with whoever they deem is their guy. Although they haven't really picked anybody yet. We saw some of the picks speeding up. They haven't clicked anybody yet. The pick isn't in yet. So maybe they're weighing their options. Maybe they're trying to trade back some more. They like the idea of stockpiling picks for the future.
Yeah, it's completely possible because if they don't pick here, if they do trade back to the second round, let's say, you still have a plethora of linemen. You mentioned Jalen Mayfield. Jalen Mayfield might be a second round guy this year because of how deep this team is. Tevin Jenkins might be a second round guy, even though he has first round grades across the board. He might drop to the second round as well. And it's terrifying to think these guys are second rounders, but they might move back to the second round and get all these offensive linemen and get more picks for down the road as well. And the Giants might leave this draft with 5 brand new offensive linemen next year.
It's very possible in the next 2 years they could draft their entire offensive line. However they deem fit to go with Thomas, who they drafted last year in the top 7, I believe it was. I believe he's in the top 7 pick out of Georgia. So yeah. Giants still weighing their options. We're taking a look into their war room. It's very casual. They're all hanging back. So I feel like they have their guy if they have to pick here, but it almost feels like they do kind of want to trade out of it. I feel like they like the idea of stockpiling picks because they have a good core. if they just got to figure out, is Daniel Jones the guy? If he's the guy, they're set and they got first round picks to load up around. If he's not the guy, they got picks they could trade up and go get somebody, which I think is their plan at this point. Similar to what Miami did, honestly.
Yeah, and there is still a potential here, though. They are showing Kwity Paye, and I was about to say this is a potential that maybe you do get an edge rusher in Kwity Paye. That is still a question mark. It's not really a need, but he is a potential best available player for some people, and that could be enough to sway this Giants team to be like, well, why not? Let's get a little extra defensive line push.
Let's go chase after Dak Prescott since they signed Dak to a big deal. He's the best quarterback in the division. He's coming off the injury. Let's go chase him because we don't expect him to be able to run from us quite as well. So let's get after Dak and let Daniel Jones and the offense go against that Cowboys defense, basically. As the pick is in, so we'll see who the Giants pick here in just a moment. And to reiterate your point about Kwity Paye, he's actually the second best player left on our big board behind JOK, who we basically been talking about is we think he's the best linebacker in the class, and he's still sitting there. So two guys that probably could have gone in the top 13 or so are still sitting there at pick 20.
Yeah. But I will say, if they do go offensive line, expect the next 3 picks, maybe even 4 picks, to go offensive line in following this. Because the Giants, then you have the Colts, Tennessee, back to back to back. Linemen going to all 3 of them would not be the worst decision in the world.
Absolutely, too. Especially teams like Tennessee, they need to rebuild that offensive line. They've lost Jack Conklin to the Browns a couple of years ago. They've lost some players. You got Indianapolis just lost their left tackle. You got Pittsburgh coming up too. Like their offensive line minus David DeCastro is kind of in shambles. Like there's a lot of need for linemen coming up. So if you're the Giants, if you take one here, you're kickstarting a real run. I expect to see 4 of the next 7 picks, something along those lines, maybe even 5.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's going to be interesting to see what they do because if it does go offensive line, that does kickstart something. But if they go to Kwity Paye or something else for some reason, I don't know what changes for the guys beyond him because that gives them a couple extra picks. Because let's say Kwity Paye doesn't go, Indy now has the option to go get Kwity Paye or an offensive lineman. Like that's a dream scenario for the Giants or for the Colts at this point in time. So if the Giants don't go Kwity Paye here, the Colts are salivating at 21.
Absolutely, too. And honestly, I feel like the Giants, they have a good squad depending on what Daniel Jones provides. So I think they can do a little bit of anything here too. Like we mentioned, like they're not like those teams that are low because obviously they wouldn't be picking 11 if they had everything. But a team that just needs offensive help and you address a huge need in Kenny Golladay. You have Darius Slayton who came out strong last year. Evan Ingram had a decent season. You expect him to continue to grow. Saquon's coming back healthy, hopefully. It's honestly they're basically saying, Daniel Jones, we need you. We need to know if you're the guy. And I feel like that's what this pick is going to be, whether it is offensive line. Maybe they even reach for a receiver here like a Terrace Marshall. They're just like, we're going to give you every weapon in the book.
I hope it's not Terrace Marshall because that is a terrifying receiving core if that's who the Giants end up going with. I don't know if I could handle that one. But we'll see what they're doing here. As it is, Kadarius Toney. Wow.
So it was a receiver, but not where we expected this to go at all.
That is look, for Kadarius Toney, that's a fantastic pick. I don't know where they're going to put him. Honestly, but I guess he's going to fill that Sterling Shepard role is really my guess, where he's just that kind of extra inside slot, the inside slot for a 3 wide type of set, just something more. I don't know, to get him the ball and in open space is kind of the goal.
Absolutely, and he's a Percy Harvin type of clone. Honestly, just 4.38 speed, and weirdly, when you look at him, you think he's quicker than fast. He's 5'11", 200. You think he's one like Darren Sproles was, who he's quicker than fast, but he's so damn fast on top of that. He can be quick and fast. We see his punt return ability, his ability in the slot, just get him the ball, line him up in the backfield with Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones, triple option with those guys. You could throw swing passes to him. I don't know if he's going to be your number 1 or your number 2 type of receiver, which he does not have to be with the Giants because it is Darius Slayton and Kenny Golladay. Excuse me. And we've seen his ability, like against South Carolina, just get him the ball and he breaks tackles. He just finds a way. It doesn't honestly make sense. Like it's type of things when you play Madden, you say, how does he get out of there? He does that in real life, basically.
Yeah. If anybody remembers Dexter McCluster,
that's a good one too.
A few years ago, he's that same way where he came out of Ole Miss, where he was a dynamic playmaker, can kick return, can catch the ball out of the backfield, but also he brings the threat of rushing the ball out of the backfield, and he can take these end arounds, take these quick screens, and just torch a team. Literally torch an all world-class sprinting team down the field because he is a world-class sprinter himself.
And he's hard to tackle, which is weird. He stiff arms people. He breaks tackles. He runs through them, which is very interesting from a guy of his size. And that moves us to pick number 21 now. And it looks like the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. They had underrated season with old man Phillip Rivers coming in off the COVID season. 11-5, made the 7th seed, almost beat the Bills in the playoff game. beat the Packers in the regular season. Very strong season for him. And looking at the stats, 10th in offense, 9th in scoring, 28 points per game, 8th in defense, and 10th in points allowed at 22.5. So numbers show they were basically a top 10 team across the board.
Yeah, and maybe a couple plays away from beating and getting to the next round for the next round of the playoffs for the Colts as well. But yeah, this is an interesting pick for the Colts. You have offensive line available. You have edge rushers. Really, those are the two big options that if I'm the Colts that I'm looking to fill.
Really, you need to replace Anthony Costanzo at left tackle. You need a defensive end to replace Justin Houston to go with DeForest Buckner, because you have all-pro guard Quentin Nelson, all-pro defensive tackle DeForest Buckner. You need to complement those two pieces. Like, you got to find a way to do that. You also could use corner, because that was kind of where they got hurt as well too. And you brought in Carson Wentz, is how I look at it. You traded for Carson Wentz, and if he plays as well as you hope he will, that's a first-round pick next season that you don't have because you traded for him, including a third round this year. I feel like you kind of have to go offensive lineman here. When you look at the run that is still has yet to really go, you got Christian Darrisaw, who for us, he was pick number 18. He's the 18th best player on our board. And if my math is correct, he's the 4th best player on our board left. You got Tevin Jenkins, who's the nastiest offensive lineman in the draft. You put him next to Quentin Nelson. Good luck. You can run the ball behind them all day. Nobody's getting through. Yeah. You got options like even Liam Eichenberg out of Notre Dame. You can go across the board, but as we mentioned, there's so many offensive line. There is a Kwity Paye sitting there as well, too, a guy you really can't mimic. A guy who has unnatural gifts, basically, is how to describe it. So if you're the Colts, the two biggest positions you need, there are two guys that we both have held in high regard. There's even Gregory Rousseau, who's absolutely massive. I mean, 6'7", 275, not really athletic, but very skilled. Had a fantastic 2019 before opting out last year. So they really got a smorgasbord of what you could want at pick 21, especially with the Giants taking Kadarius Toney and some of the other guys, Alex Leatherwood going before these other guys who I don't think Leatherwood wasn't quite a fit with the Colts, but the rest of these guys sitting there kind of are too. So it's a great situation for the Colts right now. I mean, what you need is available basically that what you could expect at 21, since you weren't getting Jalen Phillips probably, and you weren't getting Rashawn Slater or Penei Sewell.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. You are licking your lips, and I don't think you for a team who does their best work in the second round, you're kind of looking at this pick and like, well, I can risk ruining my 100% record of picking in the first round with Quentin Nelson by choosing somebody, or maybe we trade back and get even more people and we can do even more damage in the second round. But really, I look at Kwity Paye sitting here, and I'm just in awe of what I could do with Kwity Paye at this pick. And I do think that might be where they go. However, Christian Darrisaw,
like, you can't really go wrong with those two picks as the pick is in. So we'll see. I was just going to say the Colts, as you mentioned, in the Chris Ballard era, if I'm not mistaken, they've had one first-round pick, and it was Quentin Nelson. If not, it was in the Frank Reich and Chris Ballard era. And after that, they keep trading out with second-round picks or trading for DeForest Buckner. And you've gotten guys like Braden Smith, Tyquan Lewis, Kamiko Toure, Darius Leonard, by the way, a guy who they called the worst pick in the draft. Like, his Michael Pittman and Jonathan Taylor last year.
Rocky Sin, who is still a good
Harris Campbell, who we haven't seen. Like, their second-round picks have been good, and I expected to see them honestly trade out here. That was what I was going to say before we saw the pick is in. So it looks like they're putting that record on the line and going for a first-round pick. So maybe we see them try and trade back in the second round or something. Like, I know Chris Ballard loves his picks, and he's one of those guys that the more picks you have, the better chance you have to hit. So I feel like that's what he was thinking, but maybe they just couldn't find a trade partner here. And like we mentioned, Kwity Paye, Christian Darrisaw, like, that's some really good talent. It's probably hard to pass up.
Yeah, and there was questions about Christian Darrisaw falling to the second round. So the Colts being the way they are, it would not surprise me if they have absolutely just covered every single piece of tape on Christian Darrisaw, and maybe they feel like he's a can't miss for him. He does look good. He is a very efficient type of a lineman who doesn't get beat often without making a mistake. When he makes the mistakes is when he gets beat. If he can mentally stay in the game at all times and doesn't lack off, he will be fine at all points in times on the offensive line. But because he was projected second round potentially, the Colts, as they are a team that looks at a lot of second round and later, and they do a lot of deep dives on these prospects. They don't really do a lot of deep dives on their first round guys because they don't rarely pick in the first round.
Absolutely, too. And one thing that's kind of interesting, too, is you mentioned all that, too. They were actually at Alabama's Pro Day. They had a squad at Alabama's Pro Day. It looked like they were interested in Alex Leatherwood and Christian Barmore. Barmore's still there. Maybe they start looking at that, a guy that could play up and down the defensive line. And maybe they really wanted Leatherwood, but since he's not there, they're a little more like, well, what are we thinking as we're taking a look now as we're waiting for the pick? We talked about that Carson Wentz trade, third-round pick this year, and then a second-round pick next year that could turn into a 1. Colts bring in Carson Wentz, who last time we saw him with Frank Reich, we all know the story. We've heard it ad nauseum in the offseason. He was first in the league in wins, quarterback, touchdowns, QB rate, all the stats. His 11 games with Frank Reich, he was the best in the game, or 13 games with Frank Reich, he was the best in the NFL in 2017.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just it. Getting him reunited with Frank Reich, not just that, but getting him to a team that has an offensive line. Because that team with Frank Reich had an offensive line. They also had a run game. And if you're Indianapolis, you have a run game, and you have a monster run game with Marlon Mack coming back. And you already had a great run game.
You got not a one-headed monster, not a two-headed monster. You got a three-headed monster, and arguably 3.5 because they have the fourth guy on their list averages like 5.3 yards per carry if I'm reading this correctly. Like
Jordan Wilkins, yeah.
Yeah, like they can just hand the ball off to somebody back there, and whoever they take a tackle, that just solidifies their strength even more. They take a defensive end, that defensive line gets a lot more nasty. So realistically, I feel like the edges on both offense and defense is the safe pick here, but they could really go just about anywhere and make it work. And they have such a strong drafting history.
Yeah, and it's funny because
recent history, I should say.
Yeah, recent history. Recent history since the Andrew Luck years finished up and Ballard came in and has been absolutely fantastic. So we'll see what they do here as Roger Dell is at the podium, and he is going to name the selection here in just 1 second. And while he's doing that, I do have to mention that they also have corner potentialities, and it is Kwity Paye, the defensive end for Michigan. An absolutely fantastic pick. And as we talked about, there are two guys that you can sit here and take, and you're okay with if you're Indianapolis. And Kwity Paye is one of them because you do a deep dive on these type of guys. You do a deep dive on the top 10 in case for some reason some fluke happens and you potentially go into the top 10, and you do a deep dive on dudes in the second round. And Kwity Paye was a guy that could fall either direction, and until late did not fall into the top 10 range. And now all of a sudden he's a top 10. You got a top 10 rated guy. You just got at 21, and you just solved an issue you have at pass rusher at the edge position. And DJ, I know this is a very interesting pick for Indianapolis because really offensive line could have been a pick, but they decided to go to edge rusher.
We talked about too, like we always joked about him. I think this is kind of what they're thinking too is the Colts left tackle might have to be the easiest left tackle job in the game because when in doubt, push the guy to Quentin Nelson. That's really all you have to do is just like, all right, no matter what, you will not get outside. You could beat me inside, but I will run you into 56, and you can deal with that basically.
Yeah.
Or you can move Quentin out there and plug in like a Wyatt Davis or a second round guard or whatever you want to do. Kwity Paye, on the other hand, nobody else really measures up to that besides like Jalen Phillips. We talked about 6'2", 261, 4.52 40-yard dash. That is faster than Marlon Mack ran, if I'm not mistaken. If not, it's as fast as a lot of other receivers ran. Not only that, 36 reps on the bench press, so he's not a pure speed guy. He's a marvel with size, speed, strength. I jokingly call him like Myles Garrett terrifying. He was disruptive on tape, really good at stopping the run, which is one thing Indy really, I think, thrived on the last couple of years. Last year, they were second against the run. And I think his ability to get after the quarterback will have to improve. I mean, he doesn't have big sack numbers, 6.5 in 2019. He's got a lot of pressures, though. He had 25 pressures through the first few games of this year before Michigan with COVID and all that sort of thing. So he's got some tools to work on, but in our thing, I compared him to a former Colt legend, Dwight Freeney. The speed off the edge, the athleticism, the strength. He's just very disruptive, and he has a high motor. If he gets blocked and the quarterback starts scrambling, he will chase him down. He's not necessarily a sack guy. He's a disruptor guy, which is what you could use next to DeForest Buckner. Just both DeForest crashes in. Either the quarterback's gonna have to go right or left. If he starts running left, you just have to chase him. And maybe Lamar Jackson and Kyler Murray are running away, but very few quarterbacks are running away from Kwity Paye.
Yeah, he ran a faster 40 than about 99.9% of quarterbacks.
Pretty much everyone besides Justin Fields since 2012.
Exactly. So there's nobody running away from this man at all. You don't have to worry about it. As you said, except Justin Fields, maybe Jalen Hurts. But you guys, you don't really have to worry about. And here you are getting an absolute steal at 21.
I will say too, like as an edge defender, you want him to improve his pass rushing skills and his technique. Like there is some work to do there, but the raw talent can't be matched. And you're putting him next to DeForest Buckner, next to Grover Stewart, two monsters in the middle. And honestly, you have Robert Mathis there as a coach too, a great potential Hall of Fame pass rusher. Kamiko Toure on the other edge too. Like you got some speed on the edges. So Indy with a bit of I'm not gonna say it's a steal, but a fantastic pick here when the consensus was they got to take a left tackle, but instead you get edge 2, arguably.
Yeah. Well, here's why I should clarify why I'm calling it a steal. If somebody like Micah Parsons goes top 10 and is lauded about being that great to be a top 8, Kwity Paye is better than Micah Parsons. He can do it from the middle of the field. He can do it from the edge. Can do it from a stand-up 2 technique on top of a nose guard. He's undersized, yes, but he has the power and the speed to take on a lot of different players and positions. And you don't teach that. That's not something you can teach. And the pursuit angles are just absolutely next level. And if you're gonna talk about Micah Parsons being a great pick, you have to talk about this Kwity Paye pick being even better.
Exactly. He just when offensive tackles looking like, oh damn, it's like my work is cut out for me. This is gonna hurt. Like either he's gonna run through you or he's gonna run around you. And I can't emphasize this enough too. All of that being said too, he could be a little risky because you have Darius Leonard behind you as well too. You got DeForest Buckner. Like this guy doesn't have to be Myles Garrett when he came to the Browns and take over by himself. Basically, this guy has a little bit of wiggle room to learn and adapt. And you got him for 5 years, basically, if you include that 5th-year option. So I think it's a great pick by the Colts. I think I still would have leaned towards left tackle if I was the Colts because you brought in Carson Wentz and all that. But like we mentioned, that offensive line is already pretty damn solid as it is. And all you have to do is push somebody to Quentin Nelson. So you could find that in the 2nd round most likely, especially because we haven't seen that run and tackle start that we keep teasing, keep saying it's going to happen, but it continues to not happen.
Yeah, and we might be teased even more here with Tennessee. They do look like they're probably taking a receiver here, as both players shown so far have been Rashad Bateman and Eli Moore out of Ole Miss. And honestly, could you go wrong with either one of those? If you had to choose Rashad Bateman or Eli Moore to go to this Tennessee team who has lost Jonnu Smith and it was lost Corey Davis, to kind of replace that type of production, who is the guy you choose in that?
I like Elijah Moore a little bit more. I think he's a little more athletic. He's a little more of a burner. And you got A.J. Brown, who's the big monster body who is kind of similar to Rashad Bateman. That Kenny Golladay build that's like, oh, yeah, I can't guard that. He's too darn big, and he could just kind of bully you more or less. Where I think someone like Elijah Moore could take the top off a little more efficiently. So I think just for nothing else, just to make your weapons more versatile, I'd go with Elijah Moore here. Or maybe even somebody like there's Terrace Marshall, a guy who could take the top off while being big as well, too. Like I think you go for a more speed type receiver here.
Yeah, definitely. And the Titans did finally get their pick in. They were taking down the wire, so they obviously had to discuss this to ad nauseum to figure out, because it was down underneath 30 seconds when the pick finally came in. So we'll see what the Titans are able to do here once Goodell gets up to the stand. But it is a very interesting pick because you're in this AFC South team. We just saw what just happened with Indianapolis getting Kwity Paye, and that helps their already powerful team get even better. Jacksonville now has, Trevor Lawrence, just no big deal or anything. Now they have an offense.
Oh, and they got another pick coming up too. So I mean, they're not done yet.
The Texans are we'll figure out what the Texans are doing eventually this draft in the 7th round when they have a pick.
Finally. To be determined.
And then you know what? Then you're the Titans here, who playoff team. Can they get back to the playoffs? And do you still have to rely on Derrick Henry to carry the ball for 2,000 plus yards to get you there?
And to carry on to your point, they were 3rd in offense last year, 4th in scoring, almost 31 points per game. But defense, they were 28 and 24th in points allowed, 27.4 points per game. So what we joked about with the Cowboys and we joked about with the Falcons, that's pretty much what they were doing. Is like, oh, we're just going to outscore you. We'll find a way. That's pretty much what they did last year. They got a lead and they let Derrick Henry basically beat you to death and then score late, so they win by 10. Yeah, and it worked for them.
And you lose now your offensive coordinator, which is a huge blow because of what he was able to do and how he made Ryan Tannehill look as a quarterback. Ryan Tannehill is not a top-tier quarterback, but he looked like a top-tier quarterback. Ryan Tannehill is an efficient quarterback, a game manager, but he's not a top-tier quarterback by any means.
He's definitely put up the stats since he's joined Tennessee with Arthur Smith, so we'll see how he adapts without him as well. And our needs for them coming in were D-line, cornerback, tight end. So in theory, you think they go defense, try and help out. I mean, you did sign Bud Dupree, but he's probably not going to be available right away. You got to get after the quarterback. You lost your Davian Clowney, which didn't really add much to you last year. You lost Malcolm Butler and Adoree Jackson. So your corner spots is basically Kevin Byard or bust back there. Everybody else will figure it out more or less. So you could honestly bring in a Trayvon Merrick, a Javon Holland. Caleb Farley's still sitting there. Like, I feel like you got to help your defense here and just trust that you can still make it work on offense, because as much as Elijah Moore and all that, you got to replace those pass catchers. You got to find a way to stop Carson Wentz in that run game coming out of Indy. You got to stop whatever's going on in Houston, and you got Trevor Lawrence coming to town. You got to stop that base. You got to find a way to contain that, because all those other 3 teams probably have a better defense than the Titans right now.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. And it's weird to think about when you have Mike Vrabel as your head coach, that you have the worst defense out of the 3 teams of the AFC, 3 other teams in the AFC South.
Absolutely, too. And just looking at the landscape of the AFC, too, as it is Caleb Farley, the corner out of Virginia Tech. So the back injury aside, he finally does come off the board at 22, and kind of just said it. I didn't even mean to speak it into existence necessarily, but it's kind of a steal for them. You get one of the elite corners, the most athletic alien of them all. And honestly, he was going to be here at the draft if it wasn't for testing positive for COVID. So he's clearly an elite player, invited to the draft. And he's big, strong, ran a 4.28, something like that at his pro day. Absolutely. You can't teach what he has. He's very Patrick Peterson-esque. And you have that going now to Tennessee with a Kevin Byard at safety as well. So they address arguably their biggest hole, which after losing their 2 starting corners, they bring in maybe the most different one, the guy that you can't replicate, similar like what we talked about with Kwity Paye. You can't really replicate what Caleb Farley has.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy to think about. He's only been a corner for 3 years now, and he's still a little raw, but he's so athletic he can make up for any small mistake and turn it into a huge gain for his team. He is a guy that will probably have to learn a little bit better press coverage technique in the NFL, but there's no better team to go to learn that than the Tennessee Titans and Mike Vrabel.
Absolutely, too. I mean, 6'2", 210, 4.28 physical. And one underrated thing with corners, he tackles. He comes down like a safety. He could play safety if he ever gets slower. He could transition. They throw screens. They underthrow it. He finds a way to get to the ball every single time. Honestly, I don't understand how someone could be that big and that fast. Like, this is the ultimate I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. And if that back injury isn't a concern, like we don't think it will be, this is probably a bit of a steal for them getting a Patrick Peterson, Antonio Cromartie type build going down to Tennessee with Mike Vrabel, who can scheme up some pass rush. He could figure it out, even though that they were rough last year. Nobody could get there. They could figure something out if they could cover in the back end.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just a matter of time until they figure finally get somebody to fill these roles as corner at corner. And you maybe wondered if it was going to be in the first round or maybe the second round they go after a corner. But Caleb Farley, as I talked about earlier with Dallas potentially taking him, he's a fantastic level player, and he is an alien. There's no natural way to say it because he just does things that don't make sense. You shouldn't be burnt off the line and catch back up, outrun a guy, have to slow back down to catch a pick. It's not something you should just do because it comes natural to you. But it's something Caleb Farley does because he has that type of ability.
Absolutely. He's the type of guy who could be like, I'm going to leave him open and then close on it really quickly once the quarterback throws. He's a guy who's probably gotten away with that most of his career, but he doesn't always do that. He's a guy who could do that, though. As we now move on to the Vikings at pick number 23 after trading back. We mentioned earlier, offensive line, defensive line, corner. Those are probably their primary needs, you would say, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty safe to say. You need to get something to, protect Kirk Cousins and protect Dalvin Cook. Let yourself use your weapons that are Adam Thielen and that is Justin Jefferson. You got to use these guys. You also have a tight end out there that not too bad at all either.
Yeah,
so
Irv Smith's not too bad at all. Like that's a good way to say it.
And you look at all those, but the one thing you really need, I look at this defensive line and I weigh that a little heavier than a lot of things. That and definitely corner right now would be a very interesting one.
Absolutely, too. As I jump into our comment section and take a look at someone who commented recently, they say they're going to take Tevin Jenkins, so they're kind of along with you. They get somebody who open up spots for Dalvin Cook as the pick is in. We were waiting for them to come up as well, so feels like those are the needs. I mean, offensively, they were 4th in the league last year with yards, 11th in scoring, 27 points per game. Although similar to the Raiders in almost the exact same vein, 27th in defense and 29th in points allowed with just under 30 points per game. So Dalvin Cook, Justin Jefferson, all those guys, they got it rolling, but they weren't stopping anybody. It basically came down to Kirk Cousins had to be perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kirk Cousins is not a guy that you ask to be perfect. You can't ask him to be perfect. He is a little too much like Alex Smith some days. He does have a little bit more just screw it, I'll throw it up there somewhere. But it's still, I mean, comparing it to Alex Smith, yeah, it's a lot more, but comparing it to a normal quarterback, it's still a lot less. And he just has a little bit too much of that game manager, protect it until, I have to throw it up type of thing.
Absolutely, too. And if you can get him an offensive line, you can be a little more versatile with it. You can see those Justin Jefferson bombs, those Adam Thielen one-handed bombs coming along, too. So it feels like protection is probably the safest thing they could go with at this point. Obviously, you can't really go wrong helping that defensive line, especially Danielle Hunter reportedly is not happy. He might be possibly requesting a trade. I mean, the NFC North is kind of wild these days, so you never know. We could see something like that happen. You got to replace that. You got some good linebackers. You brought in Patrick Peterson. You got Harrison Smith, and you got Harris as well. So you really can't go wrong on either side of the trenches, I feel, at this point. Just one of those big guys on either side and make it work.
Yeah, I mean, that would be smart. But it's then again, I've been wrong on how many offensive linemen up to this point.
Pretty much all of them is how we've been at this point because we keep thinking it's offensive line and it never is. And you got to mention, too, we talked about those defensive stats. Mike Zimmer's a defensive guy who's very no-nonsense, almost to a fault. So you got to imagine that 27th in defense and 29th in points allowed is killing him on the inside. So in theory, I would think he's like, all right, this is not happening again. Kirk Cousins, you figure it out. You could block for yourself. I'm not giving up this many points again.
Yeah, 100%. Defense is something Mike Zimmer hangs his hat on. You have a very successful running game when Dalvin Cook is healthy. And, yeah, you don't really want to trust Drew Samia to be your guy right this next season. But you know what? You might have to trust Drew Samia to be your guy this next season because you definitely do need to go get some defensive help. There's just no way around it.
Absolutely, too. And you still got the second round as well, guys. You could pick moving forward as well, as we're still waiting for the Vikings to pick 2 officially come in as well. We've seen the trades run their course early on. We're seeing the back end of it. We have Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, the Browns. We got some teams that probably could benefit from trading back coming up. Do you think any one of those might be considering trading back? And if so, who do you think would trade up with them?
I'm not sure who would trade up, but I do sit there and look at Houston being a team that wants to trade up because they have a lot of needs. But also maybe somebody like Seattle who sees these offensive linemen dropping, potentially looking at trading up and getting an offensive lineman late in this draft that could help keep Russell Wilson healthy.
And happy, too, on top of that.
And happy. Let's be honest, and happy.
The question is, like, do they have enough to trade back up as Roger Goodell's heading to the podium? And I'm just not 100% sure if they necessarily do, which we would have to wait and see what they'd be willing to offer. If they'd be willing to offer the farm, basically, as well. So the Vikings pick is in. Roger Goodell is heading to the podium. We see a pretty good slew of Vikings fans, too. They seem pretty happy as Christian Darrisaw, the big offensive tackle for Virginia Tech, the guy we kind of been expecting to go, the third best tackle for us, goes to the Vikings. So everything we talked about with protecting Kirk Cousins, getting opening lanes for Dalvin Cook, Justin Jefferson, they went with probably one of the bigger steals at this point, seeing Christian Darrisaw down to 23.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge pick for them. As I mentioned, Drew Samia not really being a guy you want to trust. You don't have to now because you have Christian Darrisaw, who actually can slide inside. You don't really want him to, but he can slide inside if need be.
He's definitely, I think his best work is at tackle as well, too. He's massive, 6'4", 315 pounds. Really actually uses leverage really well, too. And his first punch, like on pass protection, that first jab is like a Francis Ngannou jab, and that is absolutely stifling. It's terrifying that people still stand after he punches them the first time coming off the ball. He could hold down either tackle spot. He wasn't quite Rashawn Slater or Penei Sewell, but there wasn't a really big gap between him and like those guys. Like he wasn't too far off.
Yeah, no, as I mentioned, they were like 98, 97. Darisaw's like a 92.
Exactly. That's not far off. He's explosive. He's strong, and he's a mauler. He blocks it to the whistle. Like we talk about Tevin Jenkins as the nastiest. Darisaw's not far behind. He blocks and then blocks and blocks. And then when the whistle blows, he gives you a little nudge just in case you forgot. And if you think you ran away from him and spun a few times, he'll chase you all the way down the field until they blow the whistle.
I was going to say, he's also athletic enough to catch up with a linebacker or a corner trying to run away from him blocking a screen. He's just like, no, you know what? I'm going to block you anyways because I am that good. And he is really that good. And you mentioned it might be one of those late round steals. It definitely is looking like it is a late round steal right now because him falling this far is kind of crazy to think about.
It is crazy as the Steelers are on the clock and they have already got the pick in, so they are moving pretty quickly as well too. We mentioned started off 11-0, looked like it was their season to go. Kind of fell down the wayside as the season went along and ended up losing in the first round of the playoffs. These needs are probably edge, offensive line, and running back. Although you can't really address running back here necessarily because you'd be ignoring those other big needs of someone opposite TJ Watt, corners on top of that. I did mention that, and that offensive line is kind of a mess right now. I mean, it's David DeCastro and what other 4 guys can we randomly throw out there?
Yeah, and a lot of their success came off of the quick screens, slants. Ben Roethlisberger set a record for the quickest time to throw last season. And that just tells you how bad that offensive line is last year because he was going to get absolutely destroyed if he didn't get rid of the ball in under 2 seconds.
Absolutely. And just looking at their ranks, like 25th in offense last year, which is crazy, but that's what happens when, as you mentioned, it's the quick game nonstop, not really a whole lot of vertical threats very often. Scoring was 12th. I mean, 26 points per game. They did find their way in the end zone. Defense is where they made their mark. 3rd in defense and 3rd in points allowed at 19.5. So they were able to make it work, especially with the way that defense was able to just get them the ball back, honestly. Like, really good with turnovers. One of the better ones in getting sacks as well. TJ Watt should have been Defensive Player of the Year, arguably. So, realistically, like you mentioned, it feels like this is the run of tackles we have been talking about that's not going to happen, but we think it should happen right now. A guy like Tevin Jenkins would help their run game a lot here. Feels like that would be the smart pick for them here.
Yeah, and, it's funny because this offense really should be the smart pick for them because you consider what happened last season in the playoffs, a game we were supposed to do a commentary on. We couldn't even get the commentary up in time because the game was already over 3 minutes into the game because it was already down by 21 against the Browns.
Absolutely too. Like Big Ben's not the same guy he was before. You have to protect him. You really can't let him get hit at all right now. As Roger Goodell heads to the podium with the Steelers pick, you kind of got to keep him upright by any means necessary. You got to find a way to run the ball. And they decide to actually break all the norm we were thinking, and they did go running back in the first round, and they took Najee Harris, the running back out of Alabama. So they plan to run the ball. It looks like they took that advice from us. They just took a different route of getting there.
I love Najee Harris. I wish he went to any other team than the Steelers, but I love Najee Harris. He's a fantastic running back. Like as I mentioned earlier on in the Colorcast and in the live stream, I do think he deserved a chance at the Heisman Trophy because he is that good of a player and really got overlooked by the fact he was around Devontae Smith and Mac Jones doing what they were doing and Jalen Waddle doing what they were doing. They couldn't really take 3 guys from Alabama and put them in a Heisman Trophy race because that's just not fair.
Absolutely, too. I mean, 6'2", 230 pounds, going downhill. They talk about him being similar to Derrick Henry because he's terrifyingly massive, but at the same time, he can catch the ball, too. Like, he had almost 700 yards and 11 touchdowns on more than 70 receptions as well, too, on top of it, in addition to his 2,700 yards and 39 touchdowns rushing. Maybe not the most overly dynamic as far as ability to break away. He's not fast, per se. Like, he gets to the next level, he can get away from people with space, but he's not a fast guy. He's breaking tackles 10 yards down the field because they're catching him. But he's productive, and he could run him straight lines on when you hand the ball and then throw the ball in the flats when you want to get him on the edge, basically.
Yeah, or really, you know who he reminds me of, and this might seem blasphemous to how Le'Veon Bell is now, but Le'Veon Bell coming out of college is who Najee Harris reminds me of. That patience to get into the gap and to dance your way to the gap is very impressive from Najee Harris, and he has a dirty stiff arm, and as he can catch the ball on a level even with wide receivers and turn and run after the catch is just kind of something that is unheard of in running backs a lot of the times, and he's able to do it. And like I said, it just kind of reminds me a little bit of Le'Veon Bell, the way he's able to dance through the pocket, get through the hole, and then also catch it and get out of the backfield.
Absolutely, too. And we had him ranked pretty highly. We had him 21 on the big board, too. So it's a good pick overall as Jacksonville is back on the clock for the second time. You got your quarterback already. What do you think? Do you think this is where we see that offensive line thing that start to go a little bit? I know Steelers kind of just ruined it by taking a running back because we were hoping this was it. But do you think they actually make it happen?
I would love to be correct and say yeah, but I don't know if I can be correct anymore. I've been proven wrong so many times with offensive linemen, but it should be where Jacksonville goes and gets an offensive line. But I wouldn't be surprised. There's just a sneaky little safety out there by the name of Trayvon Moehrig, who you need a quarterback of the offense. You got a quarterback of the offense. You need a quarterback of the defense. So saying safety, Trayvon Moehrig might be a great pick.
Absolutely, too. I mean, for Jacksonville, you got your quarterback of the offense. You might as well throw out your quarterback of the defense as well, too. So this would be a pretty good pick for them as well. So we're moving on now. Jacksonville still taking their sweet time. They've kind of taken their time, honestly. We talked about how some of the picks have been flying off the board recently. This one, not so much. They've been taking their time. Right as I say that, the pick is in. So Jacksonville did eventually find their guy. It just took a little bit longer than we expected.
Yeah, definitely. And it like I said, it's going to be interesting to see what they do because they do have a lot of options. But I'm still sticking on this Trayvon Moehrig train. I'm just going to ride it. And
honestly, Trayvon Moehrig is a guy we've basically said is anywhere outside the top 10 would have been an absolute great pick. And even in the top 10, he would have been good as well, too. But the safety need this year doesn't seem very high unless it's a Jamal Adams type player.
Yeah, and look, I've been wrong, 10 times already because I keep saying offensive
line.
line.
Let's see, we're on pick number 25, so probably about 20 times now so far.
I think the only one I've gotten right at this point in time was when I mentioned Zaven Collins going and Rashawn Slater eventually finally going because I kept saying Rashawn Slater. But yeah, this is like, I'm going to be wrong no matter what, so I might as well go be wrong with a really good player. And so I'm going to go be wrong with Trayvon Moehrig.
Absolutely, too. As the Jaguars pick is in, we're still waiting for it to come up as well. And following that will be the home team Cleveland Browns coming in after that as well, too. So we're definitely going to feel the place be rocking a little bit once they say the Browns are on the clock, a moment they've been waiting for since the draft was coming to Cleveland.
Yeah, this is going to be a little wild, if you will. They will probably register this on the Richter scale for at least a small margin.
Hopefully, it somehow changes the geography so the rain's not so bad too for the rest of the weekend. Like
just allow it to fall away back into the lake, and this Great Lakes region we're in up here. Just gotta get the water back to the water where it belongs, not in the streets. That's all I got.
Absolutely, too. As we were taking a look at showing Trevor Lawrence right now from the first pick of the draft earlier today by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Right now, waiting for their second first round pick they got from the Jalen Ramsey trade with the Los Angeles Rams too. So Los Angeles Rams haven't had a first round pick in years, but they seem to make it work. And teams like Jacksonville, we've seen their had 2 first round picks not too long ago where they had C.J. Henderson and Caleb Von Chason, which C.J. Henderson looked really good as a rookie. He had his moments, but a little bit to work with. Caleb Von Chason was a little rough. Didn't have quite the rookie season they expected. So with this pick, it's kind of you almost wonder, are they cognizant of the same thing?
You have to hope so. It's the Jaguars. So I did say they're one of two teams that I don't trust to not mess something up. So should they be cognizant? Yes. Are they right now? I hope.
You'd think so, yes. We're waiting for them to bring up the pick as well, too. So if you had to take a guess, just a shot in the dark, who would you say is the pick they actually do make besides offensive line, since we've been wrong with offensive line the entire time?
Trayvon Moore.
You think Trayvon Moore, they go for the safety to go with Miles Jack, Josh Allen, defensive end Josh Allen, and C.J. Henderson. So they continue to build that defense, kind of similar to how it was when they went to the playoffs in 2017, just a playmaker at each level, then a really good player next to them, basically.
That would be the smartest thing to do if you're the Jaguars. You keep looking at some of these playmakers that you've seen in safeties recently. I look at Julian Blackmon last year and how much he changed the game for the Colts.
I mean,
when he was able to come play.
Antoine Winfield Jr. with the Buccaneers too.
Yeah,
like there's
game winning, Super Bowl winning pick.
Yeah, sealed the game basically. Roger Goodell's announcing this one from the chair too, so a little bit of a throwback for tonight. It looks like, as Roger Goodell is not taking the stand, but he's taking the chair to announce this next pick. We'll see who Jacksonville decides to go with. You got to imagine they do want to get a quarterback of that defense after having such a bad defense last season. And it looks like that they will go Travis Etienne. They will reunite Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne in the backfield out of Clemson. So not a bad pick, but James Robinson was kind of your lone bright spot last year, especially offensively. And instead you decided to bring in another running back with your second first-round pick.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one. I don't know what Urban has planned, but he's got to have something planned, and maybe a two-man backfield, rotating backfield for to give Etienne some breather and allow him to be kind of an explosive back, and let James Robinson be the hammer. That might be the method he takes here, and if that's the case, that's fantastic. But I don't know. I'm curious about this one because there were some choices out there.
Absolutely, and he's the kind of guy, when we compared him, we looked at like an Alvin Kamara, Brian Westbrook type of guy. Just get the ball in open space and let him be Travis Etienne, basically. You don't have to hammer him. He's not the greatest in pass protection. Did have some fumble issues. He's compact, but he's really, really quick. You just get him in space, and he's very, very good, it seems like. So it seems like you just get him in space, and he's good to go.
Okay, yeah, so it's just a matter of just, I don't know. I'm still kind of shocked, but I do like Travis Etienne in space. He's a home run hitter. Kind of the opposite of Najee Harris to some degree, in just the fact he does have that top end speed to break out in a matter of time, and at the same time he can do a lot of things well for you blocking wise and out of the backfield. He's not as good out of the backfield as Najee Harris, but I do think that he is. I mean, home run speed for sure. He didn't just break ACC records from rushing because he's slow. I mean, he was definitely a burner, and he knows how to make cuts. He knows how to read teams, and you know, you had a really great comparison in the big board. If you want to go ahead and expand on that one a little bit more.
As I mentioned a few minutes ago, I talked about him being Brian Westbrook or Alvin Kamara, basically just a guy, young quarterback like Trevor Lawrence is going to love him because you could throw the ball 6.5 feet to him on a screen pass and get a 50-yard touchdown on your resume, basically. Yeah. He gives you that type of threat. Or if you spread them out, he can run he could split him out put him on a linebacker against cover 3. He could run a swing pass or a Texas type route. He gives you a lot of versatility where you don't have to work very hard, but get great results. And even if you don't have a great offensive line, he gives you a check down option that James Robinson's really good, but he's not a guy you can really flick it to and watch him dance and get you 30 yards necessarily.
No, that's actually exactly true. And now we are in the Cleveland Browns pick in round number 1, pick number 26. Cannot wait. And it is worth mentioning again, this is a charity simulcast. We are also simulcasting over on YouTube as well as Colorcast. If you're on Colorcast right now, go ahead and click on that little commentary section, and you will see in just a second 2 links pop up, and they are a Venmo and a Cash App username. Go ahead and type those into your Cash App or username, and you can actually donate to Kicks for Kids Cleveland and help get underprivileged children in the greater Cleveland area access to lightly used and new sporting goods. And so that they can take part in the recreation seasons, which we talk about. A lot of kids nowadays, and especially even us growing up, some of us didn't have access to it, so we couldn't play sports.
Absolutely. It's just giving everybody a chance to play hard times, regardless of background, giving me a chance to get out there. As the Browns pick, right on cue, as you were mentioning, Kicks for Kids Glee, the pick is in, so the Browns, the guy they like is out there, and we've been talking about in all the mock drafts, basically going the whole way, looking at their team needs, linebacker, corner, receiver. The biggest need is linebacker. In this division, our best player left on the board is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He was the 12th rated player we had. You have him at 26, so more than double where we had him rated. I feel like this is the obvious pick, so much so that maybe we are missing something.
Maybe this was all just a master plan by the Browns to somehow figure out a way to get the most dynamic, really
linebacker, safety
into their team who they've done so much to rebuild this defense, and you want to add a linebacker in there next to Walker, who is a tackling machine, and now you give him a dynamic playmate to go with. Darius Leonard was the previous one.
But let's not get too hyped up on it because the pick is in. We're still waiting to see what it is. Like, this is who we were talking about. This seems like it makes sense. He was our top-rated linebacker, and he's dropped below 3 other linebackers, surprisingly. So I'm curious to see if the Browns do go with that. And there's also Trayvon Merrick there, too. I know safety's not high on the wish list. You did just bring in Josh Johnson III. Grant Delpit's coming back, but Trayvon Merrick's a different type of animal, too. You can never really have too many versatile safeties because Delpit's big. He could play in the box, too.
You're not wrong. I'm
trying to think of other ways to go with this because it feels like JOK is such an obvious pick right here that I don't know why you wouldn't at this point. I'm trying to figure out any reason it wouldn't happen.
The only linebacker, the only player I think they could take here that throw a loop in that might be Nick Bolton from Mizzou, that linebacker from Mizzou, and that's just because of what he did at Mizzou in an SEC type of team and not for Notre Dame. If you get
Yeah, he has a very athletic skill set too. Or a Jabril Cox, a kid from LSU that I've been extremely high on compared to everybody else too. But I still feel like JOK should be the guy as Roger Goodell is announcing the pick too. The Browns coming off that big playoff win, getting back into the playoffs and winning a playoff game. Sensational back half of the season too. Kevin Stefanski, coach of the year. Fantastic for the Browns. Been a great year run basically, leading right up to the culmination at this point too. As we can literally feel Cleveland rocking a little bit with anticipation as Roger Goodell's getting ready to get the pick announced too. Like, we can literally cut the tension in the air with a knife right now.
Yeah, exactly. And then, while we're trying to figure that out, go ahead and send out our link to all of your friends. And if you're in the Cleveland area, send it out to all your friends in the Cleveland area. If they have an iOS device, that way they can jump on this Colorcast and get 200 plus listeners. You get $1,000 for Kicks for Kids Cleveland, and you're looking real nice right now for Cleveland. Not only do they get a great player here with this pick, but you also get help out some kids from the local Cleveland area.
Absolutely too. As they are getting ready to announce the pick as well too. We're going to presume it's JOK. We're going to roll with it until proven otherwise. But I feel like the Browns, after arguably winning the offseason free agency, you now tack on an absolute steal in the first round, depending on who they're about to take. As now the pick is, we are still waiting for the pick to come in as well, too. You can see the Browns fans absolutely losing their minds. They actually don't go JOK. They do go the corner out of Northwestern. Greg Newsome II, a guy we talked about slipping a little bit, too. But they bolster up that secondary, knowing last year with the injuries at corner and the different pieces and out with Denzel Ward, Greedy Williams, etc. And now you've got a dude you can really rely on who I compared a lot to an NFC North corner in Kyle Fuller, a guy that just finds a way to play on the ball.
Yeah, and it's a unique pick because you do have some talent there at corner with Denzel Ward. Now you add in Greg Newsome, who is just a fantastic corner. I mean, really, you see what he can do on and off the ball, and whether he plays on or he plays press, he's a fantastic corner and a guy that's just kind of slid down it gets slept on because he's from Northwestern.
Exactly. I mean, we had him as 25th on the board too. I mean, he ran a 4.38. He just doesn't always look like a 4.38 guy. I mean, 6'1", 190. We expect him to go higher. But what's interesting too is we talked about Northwestern, like maybe that kind of back. We had 2 Northwestern guys go in the first round. How neat is that to say?
And in that a D2 or D1 AA guy from North Dakota State, and also a Tulsa guy. And we got ourselves a nice little run of small schools getting some draft picks or in this first round.
Absolutely. So the host city bolsters up a secondary in a division where you got the Steelers receiving core, which is like 4 deep, and they seem to draft good receivers every year in the later rounds. You got Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. They did bring in Sammy Watkins, so you need somebody out there to play on the island so you could pack the box against them. And with the injuries you had last year, it seems smart to load up on the secondary. And then you also have the Bengals, who brought in Jamar Chase to go with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd. If somehow Myles Garrett doesn't get there, you got to cover those guys. But you can obviously safely rely on Myles Garrett to get there most of the time. But it's very interesting that you bolstered the secondary. We were very high on JOK here, although Greg Newsome's not a bad pick at all at the same time. I mean, he's the 25th player on our board, and you got him at 26 overall.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad pick by any means. It is slightly surprising because of all the dynamics to Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah's game that they wouldn't do that. But with that said, I mean, with how good he is, it's just kind of It's surprising that Greg Newsome fell this far, to be honest with you. And that's what I'm more surprised about than the Browns taking him there, because it's just a matter of time that he was going to be taken.
Exactly, too. So that now moves us on to another AFC North team in the Baltimore Ravens with the first of their 2 first-round picks after the trade with the Chiefs to get their pick at 31. And the Ravens, kind of a interesting team, is they're usually they're the ultimate pick the best player available team. They never reach. They just kind of look at the landscape and be like, all right, I'm gonna take that. J.K. Dobbins, Patrick Queen, when they got Lamar Jackson, for example. This is pretty much just what they do. They just take the best player available. Right now, they have a few more holes than usual, as it looks like the pick is already in. Nope, never mind. They just restarted the clock. They need linebacker, offensive line, and receiver. And the pick is now in. Okay, so the graphic just changed. Offensively, they were 19th. Scoring, they were 7th at about 29. Defense, they were 7th, and points allowed just under 19. So they do what they need to do to get dubs. 11-5 last year, won a playoff game over the Titans. Lamar Jackson is still one of the most dynamic quarterbacks in the game for what his limitations are. You got Mark Andrews, an outstanding tight end. They battled COVID as a team. Like, they had a complete outbreak and still battled through that to make the playoffs and win a game. If you're the Ravens, do you kind of go for that offensive line here, or do you look at JOK as the best player available? Like, we will find a way to put this guy next to Patrick Queen and make it work.
That sounds like a great plan, considering everybody's talking about them taking a receiver. I mean, the Ravens just need to accept at this point in time one thing: they are not a outside of the numbers passing team. You have to run meshes, you have to run slants with Hollywood Brown. Your slot receiver gets all the bulk of the plays, and you have Mark Andrews running up the seam, running outside. Your tight end gets all the plays outside of the numbers. If it's not your tight end, your receivers don't really get many. They get maybe 5% of your total passes. So you have to take that into consideration. And then you look at this, and now you have an opportunity to go and get the best overall player in Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah and stock up a defense that is actually the thing that lets you down against the Bills.
Absolutely, too. And we mentioned, too, not only do they still have JOK, there's also Trayvon Merrick sitting out there as well, too. So you can't really go wrong with either one. Two players in need that would help you looking just at your division as well, too. We talked about everything JOK could do when we talked about with the Browns. Well, now you could put him as a guy that could deal with Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb, especially Kareem Hunt in the passing game. Deal with those 3 tight ends that the Browns have, considering they're 4 deep at every position, it seems like. You can put him over the middle. He could chase down plays. He could spy Joe Burrow or help with the slot receiver there. They got a lot of various weapons. He can even guard Joe Mixon if you need him to in the passing game. And then against the Steelers, you could sit him over the middle, and be like, all right, throw your slants. What's going to happen? So I feel like, once again, a JOK or a Trayvon Merrick seems like the smart pick here for the Ravens, considering their entire mantra is we just take the best player available and plug him in.
Yeah, and looking at the comments, we seem to have convinced somebody saying that Ravens will win the division with JOK. So yeah, they do agree with you wholeheartedly that it's potential that JOK could be the guy for the Ravens here. If not, maybe they go edge. I doubt it. Maybe a Greg Russo, but
I don't know if Greg Russo necessarily. It would be interesting to have him and Calais Campbell next to each other, 2 really monster-sized guys that they don't really have to rush. They just have to engage, hands go up. Good luck throwing over 2 6'7" guys. Like, I think that could be just really a fun dynamic, seeing as how you pick again in less than 4 picks too.
Yeah.
What's interesting is we haven't talked about a whole lot too. There's a lot of steam around Aaron Rodgers before the draft. They haven't traded, or we haven't heard anything since then. So it definitely doesn't look like anything's going to get done today if it does happen.
Yeah, definitely not. And now the one thing I will also mention during our mock draft, I did have offensive line going to both Baltimore picks because, well, you accept the fact that you're Lamar's team and you don't throw outside the numbers, and so you give him extra linemen that know how to maul. And by the way, Tevin Jenkins is just still sitting there.
Can you imagine pulling Tevin Jenkins on this team to put him opposite Ronnie Stanley? Like, you have bookend tackles. Basically, Lamar could go outside either way. J.K. Dobbins will have lots of room to run. Gives you more room for Mark Andrews and those receivers to get open as well too. So I think I agree with you on that one. Like, if you're not going to go defense, that tackle position is looking real nice.
Yeah, but I will say Rashad Bateman, if you do take a receiver, that's probably your number 1 receiver that you're looking at right now. But yeah, it's a tough pick for the Ravens because you do have another 1 in 4 picks, so you can kind of play with this one and take best available for the position you want.
Absolutely, as Roger Goodell was heading to the podium. We mentioned Rashad Bateman, very comparable to a Kenny Golladay type player, how he plays, and that's somebody they were pursuing as well. So it would be a very good fit to give him a different type of receiver from what they already have with Sammy Watkins and Hollywood Brown. Because we do get a look at some Ravens fans too. So there are some that did travel all the way to enemy territory here in Cleveland as they go Rashad Bateman, the receiver out of Minnesota. So they decide to go with the big-bodied, big, strong receiver to basically just throw jump balls up and to be huge and get first downs while Hollywood and Sammy Watkins take the top off.
Yeah, I'm just going to stop talking about offensive linemen and like at the last second, and that's how I'm going to get the picks right because that's how I've gotten them right so far. I'm going to keep talking offensive linemen and then change at the last second to a receiver because this just seems to be successful for me.
What's underrated about Rashad Bateman too is he didn't really look like it, but he ran a 4.39 40-yard dash. Like you don't really see it on film too much. You see him as a hands guy, like big, strong ball skills, but he has the ability to get loose down the field if you do not stick him.
Yeah, and he glides is the best way I can describe it. He glides past people. It doesn't make sense sometimes when you see him pass somebody, but he just all of a sudden is even, and then he's gone. And it's kind of deceptive how fast he is. And it reminds me, he's so smooth in and out of his cuts. He reminds me a lot of Tyler Johnson, a former Minnesota guy who, by the way, just won a Super Bowl with the Bucs as a rookie, and came in and played some really helpful minutes for the Bucs late in the season. And Rashad Bateman is the same in and out of his cuts, in and out of his routes. He just is a pain to deal with. And he does glide past people, and that is a deceptive trait for him. And he can go up and get it because Lamar doesn't throw the best deep ball, but he does throw a great 50-50 ball.
Absolutely. And we can mention, too, one of the favorable comparisons I had for him is a fellow number 13 in the NFL by Keenan Allen, a guy who just glides in and out of routes. Underratedly quick, not necessarily fast, but just finds a way to get away from people nonetheless, too. So I think that's a really good pickup for the Ravens. And we talked about the needs for JOK and offensive line. There's a chance they might slide there to 31 because New Orleans, Green Bay, Buffalo, they could all use a JOK. We will hammer this home, or a Trayvon Merrick, but chances are one of those guys might slide to you, or Tevin Jenkins. Like, you can't take all of them in between here. So you could get one of those three players we mentioned for them. As the New Orleans Saints are up, and their pick is in at number 28, the big thing for the Saints is no more Drew Brees. Like, you're going with Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston. Pretty good season last year for the Saints. I mean, second seed in the NFC, 12th on offense, 5th in scoring, 30 points a game, 4th on defense, and 5th in points allowed at 21 points per game. So incredibly balanced in spite of Drew Brees missing some games, and Taysom Hill having to come in and beat the Broncos twice, basically, or beat Atlanta twice and the Broncos without a quarterback. So they're a really balanced team with a lot to work for, but it's hard for them to improve with all their salary cap issues, all the weird stuff they've been doing. But here they are at pick 28, and the pick is already in for them. You got to imagine there's some of these defensive players still sitting there like, okay, it's hard to turn down putting JOK next to Demario Davis or Trayvon Merrick next to Marcus Williams.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to look at this, and I did mention this early on in the draft cycle, closer to when we did our first mock draft. A very interesting guy to go to this New Orleans team. As you mentioned, they don't have a quarterback in Drew Brees anymore. They do have a risk-free investment and in Taysom Hill, who has a completely cancelable contract.
100% cancelable, like worth $140 million, but also could be worth $0 real quick.
Exactly. And so don't be surprised if you maybe get a reach here and you might see a Kyle Trask sighting early on, much earlier than expected.
You think they basically say, I know we have our two quarterbacks, our young quarterbacks, but we're still going to go get another guy for even deeper in the future because Jameis Winston, if he proves something for him, he's a young guy still. I mean, they still could have him for 8 to 10 years, and he just got eye surgery, so he's throwing a lot less interceptions now.
Well, if Jameis decides he wants to show up and actually play quarterback and not throw 33 picks and 33 touchdowns, then okay, you just all got yourself a number one quarterback, and you have your tight end again in Taysom Hill. So now you need a backup quarterback. Oh, by the way, Kyle Trask is my backup quarterback for the next 2 years before Jameis starts throwing 33 picks again. And so I just succeeded, if I'm Sean Payton, in extending my career with the Saints by just one pick.
Absolutely, too. As we were still waiting for the Saints official pick to come in. Another underrated thing they could use another receiver, too. Losing Emmanuel Sanders. Mike Thomas is still your number one, but you definitely need someone to take some of the pressure off of him. Deontay Harris is kind of a fun scat guy. Trey Smith has his moments, but I feel like they could always use another weapon, especially now that you don't have Drew Brees, who can make more out of less than a lot of other quarterbacks. It's not just Mike Thomas, Alvin Kamara every other play, basically. Another Terrace Marshall here, not a terrible option. I liked a Kadarius Toney for this with Sean Payton, but he's already gone. Maybe it'd be a reach, but Tutu Atwell's ability to just absolutely get deep. I mean, they talk about Devontae Smith's size. Tutu Atwell's 148 pounds and 5'7", but he can fly. Rondale Moore as well. Like, they could get a lot of sneaky, fun weapons here, considering they were a really balanced, good team already. They just have to fix the quarter. They just got to. If you trust those quarterbacks, you want to give them a little more weapons.
I just don't think you trust those quarterbacks. That's my biggest thing. I don't trust them personally, and I don't know if Sean Payton trusts them. He loved Drew Brees to death. Some reason he's fascinated with Taysom Hill, but I don't think that's trust fascinated because, yeah, he had Jameis there, but when it came down to who was the backup quarterback from the start, it was Jameis. If it was a backup quarterback during the game, though, it was Taysom, which is a very weird combination to think about.
It was very odd. I'm not really sure how it was, but either way, we're gonna see which one he prefers going into next season. As we're still waiting for the pick announcement too. There was talks that they might try and trade up depending on if Mac Jones started slide. They weren't able to get anyone to trade up with, and I don't know what they could offer. I mean, you have no salary cap, and all your picks are at 27 or later the last 6 years. I mean, there's not a whole lot you could do to offer up at this point.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cases. I'll send you Taysom Hill's completely cancelable contract. Well, what do I want to do with that? I can just cancel it. Yeah, exactly. You can just cancel it. I really don't know what you could offer if you were the Saints. There wasn't much, and there hasn't been much that you could offer for a couple years, really, because now that you paid Mike Thomas, you really don't have much left to pay.
Absolutely, and just looking at some of our big board players left, JOK still out there, Trayvon Merrick still out there, Tevin Jenkins, our top 3 guys that are still remaining on the board, and there's still some really good guys like Landon Dickerson, the interior offensive lineman, Javon Holland, the safety nickel corner. There's plenty of different ways to go. Liam Eichenberg, Davion Nixon, the D tackle of Iowa, if they want to get really versatile, Christian Barrymore, Azeez Ojulari. The way we're going right now, this second round is going to have a lot of really, really good players available.
Oh, this second round is going to be super exciting. I can't wait for it. Just the route we're going right now. But this is very unique to see all these top-ranked guys. And we talked about it early on. We're going to see some guys fall to the second round.
Oh, it was inevitable. There's too many good guys for them to all get taken. There's more than 32 people and 32 picks. It's going to happen somehow.
Definitely. As New Orleans is up there. And Peyton Turner out of Houston, the defensive end out of Houston, the edge rusher, probably the 3rd best edge rusher. We didn't have him ranked as high on our board because there were some question marks with his full array of talent and whether he could be an edge or if he's a strict defensive end. And he is really more of a strict defensive end, to be completely.
One thing he could do, too, is he could slide inside a little bit. He's a really strong, versatile player. You know who that's funny was a comparison that a lot of people made for him? Was Cameron Jordan. So you put Cameron Jordan next to Cameron Jordan, basically.
Yeah.
It gives you another skill set to put on the edge, especially because they run a lot of versatile fronts with, like, Marcus Davenport, as they're still trying to work out on. They basically said, we will just get after the quarterback, and we have a pretty decent secondary if Marshawn Lattimore is able to play and figure that situation out. And you saw Marcus Williams, the safety is. Packers are up, and their pick is already in, so the Packers are wasting absolutely no time. And as we were saying, Peyton Turner, too. Putting him with Cameron Jordan makes life very easy. So it's a really good pick, a versatile guy that could play kind of all over the place, a little raw, but you can't really teach his natural skill set.
Yeah, and we talked about Zach Wilson in the stats. They actually played BYU, and he had a great game against Zach Wilson, able to contain him, to keep him in the pocket, and that's really all you can do and all you can ask for against a guy who was early on a potential favorite for the Heisman Trophy in Zach Wilson. And unfortunately, it was that Houston game that kind of derailed his season off of that.
And then we are now to the Packers. We mentioned the pick is already in for them, so we're waiting on that. The needs for them are offensive line, receiver, corner to go opposite Jair Alexander. But depending on the Aaron Rodgers thing, there you never know what could happen here too. So it looks like they're picking with the plan that Aaron Rodgers will be here next year because they were ready to go. And after the season they had last year, they were the best team in football. I think best team in the NFC, second best overall. 5th in offense, number 1 in scoring, basically 32 points per game. 9th in defense, 13th in points allowed, about 23. So they did a lot of things really, really well. And they were a handful of plays from the Super Bowl if it wasn't for Kevin King getting toasted with 7 seconds left to go in the half, and Aaron Rodgers not forcing and then not kicking that field goal on 4th and goal, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this and I'm down to 2 players. I'm down to Rondale Moore, the wide receiver out of Purdue, or I'm looking at Asante Samuel Jr. to replace that empty spot at corner that Kevin King sort of fills, because he just sort of fills it in name only and not really in on the field ability. If you watched any of his play down the stretch last season.
Absolutely. And there's also Elijah Moore is just chilling right there too. A lot of people have him higher rated than we do. Like, I think he's the best rated player on some of these big boards that's remaining too. So that's another option. Like the Packers, like I feel like if this Aaron Rodgers thing is there is some smoke to it, this is where you grab an Elijah Moore or something along those lines. Look here, Aaron, let's talk about this. Let's give us one more year. We'll figure this out next year. Let's just go with that for now. We'll talk about this later.
And all it took was Aaron Rodgers to say, I don't want to be here. And the Packers finally caved and got him a first-round weapon. Who knew?
And it's not like they have to be a great weapon. They just have to be able to complement opposite Devonta Adams, who happens to be the best receiver in football. Like, we're not asking a lot here. We just need a little something, basically, and someone who can stay healthy that you're not picking up in the 4th round from out of nowhere, basically.
No, exactly. I mean, really, you just need somebody. I wouldn't say somebody to lean on. I didn't want to break into song all of a sudden, but really somebody to lean on other than Devontae Adams. I mean, that's what you need. You have Aaron Jones out of the backfield, but you still need a second receiver. Valdez-Scantling is not always going to be there. Alan Lazard, we saw his just mental lapses last season.
It didn't help with the injury with him either. That's what really kind of did him in as well too, having to miss those games. And so it's a tough situation for him too. I feel like if they don't take a receiver here, this is where we're going to start to be like, oh, so you're telling me he's not coming back basically at this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what they do, but it's got to be a receiver, or they got to strip that defense.
I don't hate Trayvon Merrick here either, too, necessarily. I mean, you pair him back there with Adrian Amos, Darnell Savage, you find a way to get the best 4 secondary players on the field, or best 3 opposite Jair Alexander, basically. Because Jair Alexander can handle one side all by himself. You just have to figure out the opposite side, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we talked about Caleb Farley earlier being that guy that kind of just baits people because he lets them blow by him, and then he catches up, and then he has to slow down because he caught up too fast. Jair Alexander actually does that in the NFL. He did it against Tom Brady, by the way, and caused 3 picks out of the Super Bowl winner.
Pretty much too. And as we had mentioned, we haven't Tevin Jenkins is an option here with how many offensive linemen they've lost, but the offensive line run has not happened really. So a lot of these guys are going to slip to the second round. So I think a lot of offensive linemen are sitting by the phone and they're gonna go off the board at ransom. They're gonna go off the board randomly tomorrow, all over the place. So the Packers pick is in. They go with Eric Stokes, the corner out of Georgia. So a little surprising there. We talked about them needing a corner or a secondary, someone to go in the secondary, but interesting to see Eric Stokes as their guy.
I didn't have Eric Stokes ranked this high. There must be something they see in their draft analysis that obviously we don't get access to from just our standpoint. But I didn't see much from him to bring about the potential of him being a first round guy. Comfortable second, third round guy, definitely a second day guy. But first round was a bit of a stretch, especially considering the talent out there with Asante Samuel. But he does bring some kind of combo play in there. He can play a little bit of that sort of nickel slot where you really kind of more of a linebacker. So he is able to rush off the end as well. A lot like Kenny Moore, really, from the Colts. But he is mostly an outside one-on-one type corner. He does undercut routes well, but
he's fast, and he was in our honorable mentions for the top 50. We didn't have him quite as high rated, but he is a first round level corner, arguably. It's interesting to see that's where the Packers go when we have bigger, higher rated overall players. And then you also still have the Aaron Rodgers situation. This doesn't change anything really. I don't know what to say with this one. I feel like, does this mean look here, Aaron, you threw 48 touchdowns and 6 picks last year. It was clearly just fine. We just needed to stop Kevin King from giving up touchdowns every other play, and we'll be fine. Maybe that's what they're kind of going with. I'm not 100% sure. I thought for sure we were going receiver here. This felt like the year to do it. Although Eric Stokes is by all means a good player worthy of being taken here, it's just your priority needs with where the smoke that is coming out of your area, basically.
Literally, you are blowing stacks and stacks of smoke out of your offensive end, and it's literally coming from the leader of the pack, and that's Aaron Rodgers, because he doesn't have anybody to throw the ball to. He has a bunch of guys that are 5th, 6th round picks from I don't know where schools, and he has to make them into quality receivers.
Outside of Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones, and Robert Tonyan was a nice tight end last year, but they really needed somebody else on the outside to fully accentuate their talents. As we now move on to a team that fully accentuated the talents of their young quarterback last year, we saw it come to fruition with the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen putting up 45 total touchdowns, more than 4,500 yards between rushing and passing. On the clock now, making to the AFC Championship game, second in offense, second in scoring, only to the Packers by less than a full point. Defensively, they fell off a little bit from what we've seen recently at 14th, and 16th at points allowed, about 23. So Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen, one of the better quarterback receiver duos in the game, picking here at 30. And, well, we have them as defensive line, linebacker, and running backs as their need. Travis Etienne was a pick we thought would be really, really neat here, but that's not going to happen now. So what do you think if you're the Bills necessarily? Because they've had a good run of drafts. Tre'Davious White, Tremaine Edmonds, Josh Allen, Ed Oliver, then trading for Stephon Diggs. They've done pretty well in drafts recently since this regime really kicked in.
I honestly look at this and you finished second in the AFC. You lost only to Kansas City down the stretch, and that was the only team that really just kind of manhandled you.
And that was the best Kansas City team we've seen all year, too. That was the best Kansas City we've seen. It doesn't get any better than what you played on that day.
Exactly. And if you sat there and look at it, that Kansas City team, the biggest difference between that Buffalo team and Kansas City got pressure on the quarterback. And Buffalo, through all their success last season, did not get natural pressure on a quarterback. They had to manufacture it with 5, 6, 7-man blitzes.
Nobody
Stunts.
won one-on-ones besides occasionally at Oliver.
Exactly. So I look at this and I'm going defensive line, defensive end. I really like Peyton Turner here. That seemed to be a very good fit, but he went just a hair earlier than I was expecting. But now I'm looking at maybe a Christian Barmore, somebody to give Ed Oliver that opportunity to slide outside. That he's been kind of forced to be a middleman between being outside and inside. He has to go between them, and if he can actually step in and Barmore steps in right here and becomes that defensive tackle and allows the opportunity for Ed Oliver to slide out, this team can't get a lot of pressure on offense.
Absolutely, too. And to add to your point, another guy who could be pretty interesting that's still sitting there, Joseph Asai, the edge out of Texas, too. Explosive, high motor, really good experience. Spent a lot of time basically playing every position over his years at Texas until he finally found his niche as like that pass rushing outside linebacker. That's a good fit there. I mean, you could put Ed Oliver as like a 3-4 defensive end, maneuver him around, bring Joseph Asai off the edge. He's sometimes going to get caught in no man's land, but for the Bills, his job is literally go get the quarterback. As we see the pick is in, so we imagine something along those lines is what they want to take. A little bit of a reach for Asai, but you're not going to get him in the second round, most likely, picking this late.
Yeah, and the one good thing with the Bills is really the experience of Taron Johnson and the way he showed out in the playoffs last season, especially against the Ravens. That pick six was huge, but he actually had a really good playoff showing all season long. And him stepping into that kind of number 2, number 3 corner role was a huge break for the Bills. They don't have to look at corner right now.
Absolutely, too. And you still got Micah Hyde out there as well, too. You've got Trey Davis-White, as we mentioned, as well, too. You got your secondary is really good, honestly. You just got to be able to get that pressure on the quarterback to make things easier.
Yeah, definitely. And since they mostly play in a nickel, you don't have to worry about a whole bunch of other linebackers because you have, by the way, Tremaine Edmonds and
Matt Milano, too. So a JOK here would be nice, but it's not. I feel like that'd be a luxury pick just because he is that good. Azeez Ojulari would be a good pick, just a versatile guy to get off the edge. There are some good edge players and some good D tackles. I feel like that's the way to go. I mean, we look at some of the other needs as Roger Goodell's heading to the podium. Running back would be kind of nice, but you don't really need one. Offense, you were really good last year. I don't feel like you have to change a whole lot. You don't really have to retrain. You also brought in Emmanuel Sanders to make your receiving core better. So receiver, you good. I mean, you good at receiver.
Yeah, the only thing I think they could add to offense would be a tackle just to go opposite Deion Dawkins.
Just to shore things up, just to add a little bit. Like just to solidify if you're going to have Josh Allen go 5 wide every play, basically.
Exactly.
And then maybe help your run game a little bit too. As Roger Goodell is announcing the Bills pick, we do see some pretty decent Bills fans out there. We see one really, and it's Gregory Rousseau, the big defensive end out of Miami. So, guy we had highly rated but understood probably slipping. He finally gets picked here, pick number 30. And speaking about guys that have very traits that you can't mimic, that things their physical traits are unemulatable. This guy pretty much summarizes it with how dang large he is at 6'6", 266 pounds, and 11-inch hands with an 83-inch wingspan. I basically described to you a Petrodactyl coming off the edge.
Yeah, terrifying. When I joked about his teammate Jalen Phillips early on wearing number 15 and why it bothered me so much is because, Gregory Rousseau wore 15. The biggest way I was able to tell is the sheer size of Gregory Rousseau was a dead giveaway. Like the man is massive.
As soon as he stands up, it's like, oh, he's that guy way up there, basically.
Yeah, so that was a big tell where you're just trying to figure out which one was which because both wore 15. But he is able to take on an end position. He's able to take on a 3 technique or a 2 technique right in front of the defensive tackle, right in front of the center, and play as like a nose tackle. He can play all sorts of different positions on the defensive line, whether it's stand up, 2-point, 3-point stance. He can do it all for you, and he does a great job holding edges and containing any sort of movement outside. And that's really what you need from a defensive end and an edge rusher. And if you can get to the quarterback, that's an added benefit.
Absolutely. I mean, he opted out of last year too because of COVID. The year before that, 2019, 15.5 sacks and a few forced fumbles. He was a really good young player. Like I think they're underrated how young he is too, but he's a guy that is very disruptive. And if he can get a little bit bigger too, just to fit, like for a guy that's 6'6", he's relatively skinny because he's very athletically built. He's not as defensive line built necessarily, not as wide. He can put on a few pounds under that NFL system too. Look out for a guy that could wreak havoc as a 3-4 D end and just crash in. Or even in passing situations like the Giants' old NASCAR package, slide him to defensive tackle like they used to do with Justin Tuck, which is a guy I compared him to. My lord. And right here with the Bills too, him and Ed Oliver next to each other, it's a pretty formidable duo as well, considering Ed Oliver is considered an undersized defensive tackle. Now you got an oversized defensive end as well too. So him on stunts, especially like Ed Oliver with his speed around the edge, and Greg Rousseau running with his hands straight in the air, blocking all vision for any quarterback not 6'7", basically.
Yeah.
He gives him it's a very interesting piece that I like the fit, honestly. It's a guy we didn't talk about as much when we were talking about the edges, but I think this is a pretty good fit that we kind of overlooked a little bit, considering how highly ranked we had him.
Yeah, and it's funny because if anybody doesn't know why he's so highly ranked, look through the last season he played. Guess who the number one defensive end in sacks was? Chase Young. Guess who number 2 was?
That would be Mr. Gregory Rousseau.
Gregory Rousseau. And if that doesn't tell you how good he is, and he took a year off, he got healthy, he got himself fit, and he got himself stronger. I mean, he's a leaner version of himself in a good way. He's more muscle than he was a little bit of fat last time out, which nothing wrong with that. But when you're trying to be a combo DN D tackle, you need to slim that down a little bit more and become more muscular. As we've seen like Aaron Donald do. Dude's a freak of nature. But Gregory Rousseau, absolutely fantastic pick here. And you're right. We did kind of overlook him considering how highly we ranked him.
Absolutely, too. I didn't see him as a fit with the Bills. I honestly thought him as a better fit with the Ravens, honestly, who are back on the clock again, too, with this pick from the Chiefs. But it's a great pick for the Bills. I think when you look at that division, too, you want to get after Cam Newton and that revitalized Patriots offense. You want to disrupt, too, and just putting your giant hands in his face, that's going to disrupt him, too, as a very staying on course, on rhythm type of quarterback. You could disrupt that just by sticking your hands in his face, basically. And then the Jets will see, but you want to get after Zach Wilson as well, too. He's a shorter, smaller quarterback, too. You don't want him dancing around back there and flicking the wrist 80-yard touchdown. So it's a really good, underratedly good pick for the Bills, who we have him ranked at 14th, honestly, just because what we saw last and what we think he could do. He's not the most athletic edge outside the edge. Like, he's not blazing fast. He's not freakishly strong like the Phillips and the Kwity Pays and the guys we talked about earlier, but he's a dude that could just be disruptive and just, if you could coach him up right, he could just make plays. Like, he'd just make plays in very unorthodox ways, similar to a Calais Campbell, who made plays from just being massive and terrifying people.
Also 6'6", by the way, just being absolutely terrifying. It is funny, though. I didn't realize Gregory Rousseau was being represented by Rosenhaus, which explains why he's at the draft, because Rosenhaus loves to bring his guys to the draft, no matter where they're at in the first round, just because it's a good celebration of their talents. And it's very ironic that the number 31 pick was still actually in the green room for this draft. It was a good fit for him. But yeah, now you look at this Ravens pick. You mentioned how you thought he was a better pick here. Now, if you're the Ravens, where do you go? You still need a lot.
Honestly, you still look at JOK sitting there on the board. You're like, man, that is a really good player that we could just kind of stick in there and he could do whatever we need in this division. Trayvon Merrick, that shores up our back end with a lot of the teams in our division that now have receivers. Like, every team in the division has receivers besides the Ravens. You got your receiver. You're good on offense. Now I think you have to work on your defense. Azeez Ojulari off the edge. Like, you do need some edge help. It looks like there's going to be some guys in the second round. You need some offensive line help to replace Orlando Brown. But the best two players available are safety Trayvon Merrick and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah as a linebacker safety hybrid. So I feel like those are the two best guys I go with, just because you plug them in and you're assured to get production out of them, like they do with like Patrick Queen. Just put him next to Patrick Queen. Good luck, everybody else. Like, they'll figure this out.
Yeah, no, definitely. Now, I do have a name I do want to bring in to this conversation, because you do have a couple already listed. Owa, Penn State, Joseph Owa. Where do you think he could fit here? Because technically they're listing him as a linebacker, but he's really more of an edge defensive end type of guy. Do you think he can fill that Gregory Rousseau role that you thought was that the Ravens needed? Or
he's a very different type of player, considering he's like a 4.3 speed defensive end. That's absolutely like, what? Like, he's absolutely terrifying. I could fly off the edge like that, but he's a guy you just bring him in there and let him fly off the edge. Like, he can do that too. Like, it's not a bad pick by any means either. The pick is in, so we'll find out here in a minute, but weirdly enough, the Ravens have more needs than I'm accustomed to seeing them actually need. So I think with the amount of players that have slipped that we had highly rated, I think they could close their eyes and pick their hand in a bag and pick a really good player. Like, if they grab Tevin Jenkins here, we're going to consider that a really good pick. So
yeah,
like, there's a lot of players they could take here that'd be really good picks. And you're going to be a run first team. You were one of the best. You were the leader in rushing the ball last year. That's how you will always be with Lamar Jackson and J.K. Dobbins. You might as well complement that as much as you can. You've got the receiver, so you can open up the offense a little bit more. You might as well go all in and just grab Tevin Jenkins or another tackle to take Orlando Brown's spot and just maul people and run behind them.
Yeah, and the only reason you lost Orlando Brown, because you didn't play him on the left side.
Because he wants to play left tackle basically and get that left tackle money. Problem is, you actually have a left tackle better than Orlando Brown Jr.
Yeah.
You are so spoiled to have that luxury that most other teams don't have. To the point, the Chiefs gave you a first-round pick for him. That's all you need to know about how good he is, basically.
Yeah, and really, and on top of that, you look at Tevin Jenkins. He has zero problem. He's already talked about it in interviews leading up to this, playing right tackle. So could be a great fit there. I hinted at it during our mock draft. I love the Quinn Miners out of Wisconsin Whitewater. I don't think he makes this pick here.
Mm-hmm.
However, if you want to have a little bit of a reach of a pick, give me Quinn Miners, the guard center combo. Definitely not going to play tackle. Just way too small for that. But he is an absolute mauler. Like we talked about Tevin Jenkins, he's an absolute mauler on the inside. Kind of like a B version of Quentin Nelson. So that's something to think about, and that could be something that the Ravens kind of salivate at, and maybe they want to go for a surprise here.
Absolutely, and there's still like Dylan Raduns, the tackle out of North Dakota State, Joe Tryon out of Washington, De'Ami Brown out of UNC, Elijah Moore, the receiver out of Ole Miss. If they want to actually just go 2 receivers, load up to, like, all right, we will pass the ball. Maybe they want to go that way, but well, we know we'll run with Lamar and JK, but we need to be able to air it out a little bit. So let's make sure, because Marquise Hollywood Brown, pretty good, but could be injury prone. He's a smaller guy. Sammy Watkins, well, we know his injury history throughout his time in the NFL. Maybe you just have extra receivers on tap, even if you don't go 4 wide every play, but you still have 4 wides ready to go.
Yeah, definitely. And they could do that. It would be the least surprising thing they've done, I think, all night. But yeah, there's a lot to tell, as Roger Goodell now is actually at the podium for the pick, and we will see what they do in just a second.
Absolutely, too. And the Ravens are absolutely happy about it. They took Jason Owa, the linebacker defensive end out of Penn State, so they did go with the freakish athletic ability to come off the edge and absolutely flying. He's a guy that we mentioned his speed. He can chase people, but the weird thing is 0 sacks last year, the fewest among a first-round defensive end to OLB in the last 25 years. So that is kind of the question mark is that sort of thing, and looks like Tampa Bay's pick is already in, so they are ready to go. Looks like they found their guy immediately, so we'll get to that in just a bit, but it was interesting that they drafted this one on pure projection. 6'5", 250, that 4.3 speed we mentioned. This is something like, we will make this work. Just we can't. That's 4.3 speed. We can't imitate that.
Yeah, you can't teach speed. That's one of the biggest things. He may not have had sacks, but one of the biggest things he did is he got pressures. A lot of pressures, a lot of hurries on quarterbacks, and that in and of itself is enough to get him into the first round because he was terrifying. I mean, really. You talk about him chasing down. He maybe didn't chase down enough quarterbacks for sacks. He chased down a ton of running backs off the backside.
Absolutely, too. Like he made plays. Like he did a lot. Like there's a reason he's up in the first round too. This is very much if you're going off production, you're looking at Azeez Ojulari, guys like that. This is projection where you're like, all right, give me like a year with this guy just to hone his skills. He's gonna fly off the edge faster than any of these other guys because they can't fly off like that. They may be ready to go now, but in 2 years we could turn this guy into that absolute behemoth, and you get the 5th-year option on him. So if he does get to that level, you got him for 5 years on a rookie deal, basically, as the Tampa Bay pick is in. So we are still, of course, waiting on that one as well. So Tampa Bay getting us out of here really quickly with their pick by the looks of it.
Yeah, Tampa Bay wasting no time. They probably already known who their pick was since they already signed back actually everybody from their starting lineup last year. All 22 players brought back.
As well as like their top 24 snap players on each side of the ball too. Like they even looks like they brought back Antonio Brown too. Everyone's back. It's the exact same team as last year, 2AT. Right now, this is literally just icing on the cake. And there's a lot of really good players left. We have Trayvon Merrick, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Elijah Moore if they want to go even more ridiculous at receiver. Wyatt Davis if you want to just up your offensive line. Your boy Quinn Miners. There's Tevin Jenkins. We're about to see an absolute run here coming up, and I think Tampa Bay is going to start it going into tomorrow. There's even they don't really need a Koramoah because of their linebacker core already, but Asante Samuel Jr. too. They liked Antoine Winfield Jr. last year. Why not bring in Asante as well?
Yeah. No, it's completely possible going for another corner. But as we talk about it, Roger Goodell is already up at the stand and ready to give the pick.
Absolutely, too. So this will be the final pick of the first round, too. So 32 picks, 27 different teams so far making a pick today. Everyone looking forward to chasing Tampa Bay and their Super Bowl run next year as they go Joe Tryon, the edge out of Washington. So sure, find the edge with Joe Tryon, a guy who a lot of people are high on, thinking next year at an NFL defense, he will definitely produce more than what we saw kind of in it since Washington wasn't a great scheme for him to get sacks.
Yeah, and you know, it is that level where Washington is rushing 3 guys. he was a defensive end linebacker combination. Really, they have 2 down linemen, and he's an edge rusher is basically what it ends up being. And when he is able to get to the quarterback, fantastic. But mostly he's trying to pressure up the middle with a Wuzurike. And between those two, they still manage to put quarterbacks and running backs through hell.
Absolutely too. So as we have now rounded out the first round, the first round is officially over. Round 2 will be picking up again tomorrow. We kind of have to do the quick recap as well. So we obviously knew Trevor Lawrence was 1, all that. I want to hear 2 steals from you of the first round and 2 really surprise picks. We're not gonna say what the heck picks, but ones where we're like, I'm not too sure about that one.
Yeah, so I mean, the biggest surprise for me, it's tough. I mean, there's a lot of surprises. The biggest surprise for me, really, though, is the fact Rashawn Slater slid as far as he did. Like, I'm not going to give it to some player being picked in the first round. They all should be picked in the first round. There are guys that talented, but I think Rashawn Slater sliding that far, that to me is the biggest surprise of this first round for sure. And in the same vein, that might be the steal of the draft next to Kwity Paye for Indianapolis, because you get what you need and you got a top 10 guy well after he should have been gone. And to me, that's my steal and my kind of surprise, really, of this first round of the draft. But what about you? What is the steal and the surprise for you?
So one of the surprises for me was Kadarius Toney. Not that he went in the first round, that the Giants took him at pick 20. There's nothing. I think he's a great player, first round quality, but it's weird to see him go to the Giants, a team that didn't necessarily need his services. It was kind of like a luxury pick, it felt like. And I feel like they could have traded back more or even trade up in the second round and got him there. So it was very interesting to see him pick as well. You mentioned Kwity Paye was a really good pick for the Colts. Another one that was kind of surprising to me, which I'm still not sure how I feel about it, was the Cowboys taking Micah Parsons, just because as physically gifted as he is and as awesome as he could be, it felt kind of weird to see him go to the Cowboys when the one thing on defense they have that they should be comfortable with is linebackers with Van Der Esch as well as Jalen Smith. But Leighton Van Der Esch is injured a lot, so it makes sense to see him as well too. And I'm not gonna call it a steal, it's kind of like you, I guess, but I'm gonna say the move of the draft is the Bears trading up to go get their guy in Justin Fields. I think that seeing who we have as QB2 and a guy who should have went in the top 3 sliding down, the Bears said, nope, we're gonna risk it. We're gonna go get it. We're not gonna overthink it. We're not gonna go trade up for Mac Jones. We're not gonna hope he slips. We're gonna go grab that guy because we know what we can do with him. And I think this is gonna be a really good move, and it might just save Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace's job, depending on how they work it next year with him and Andy Dalton.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. It could just save their job, and that's at the end of the day why some of these picks, what we pick, what the experts pick, they don't always come out and come into fruition. Because a lot of times GMs are thinking about their job and they think, well, maybe if I hit a home run here, then I just saved myself. But a lot of times we're thinking the safe option and the let's not get carried away option, where they're thinking, let's save my job through hitting a home run.
Absolutely too. Like we're thinking like what we would do is the quote unquote smart pick. They're thinking of the I got to keep my job and continue to improve and almost be smarter than people pick.
Yeah, as we hear tons of fireworks going off right now at the end of the first round of the draft. Right down there at the Draft Central, right outside of the Browns Stadium and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the Science Museum. So that is a lot of fun stuff going on in downtown Cleveland right now, and will be going on really all weekend.
Absolutely too. That Cleveland continues to be the epicenter of the sports world tonight for the draft, and it will continue through the weekend too. So we can expect to see a really fun weekend and an exciting second round with some of these guys that are slipping. Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah, Trayvon Merrick, Tevin Jenkins. There's a whole list of first-round quality players that slide too. So I'm excited to see. We talk a lot about the offensive linemen in this draft. We only saw a handful go in the first round. I mean, not nearly as many as I thought. By my count, only like 5. We expected maybe 7 to 10 even. Like, really, it was only the top-end guys that felt like that went. I mean, we had Darisaw as one, Alex Leatherwood, Elijah Vera-Tucker, Rashawn Slater, and Penei Sewell. That was it. We didn't see really anybody else. That was kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, it was very surprising because, as you mentioned, it seems like offensive line can be a pick for absolutely everybody, and the fact they didn't all go is kind of surprising in that fashion, because there are 3 or 4 guys that are sitting there right now that you can easily see going in the first round. Eichenberg and Tevin Jenkins being those 2 guys.
Absolutely, and then you got Wyatt Davis at guard too. So what's very interesting about that is you could see the Bengals looking really smart right now, grabbing Jamar Chase and getting one of those guys in the second round too. So Bengals might have they might have taken a reach for Jamar Chase when they need an offensive lineman, and it might just pay off just fine for them. So the draft process is always fun, and everybody who tuned in, thank you so much for doing this. It was for Cherry Kicks for Kids Cleveland. We're not sure what the total viewer count is yet. We'll probably learn about that in the next day or so. Everyone who tuned in, who donated, who spent the time, hung out tonight with us, we greatly appreciate it. Kelsey, any final words?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We love and appreciate everybody that tuned in. We couldn't do this without everybody supporting us, and we wanted to kind of share that love and support with a charity of our choice down here in Cleveland, and we actually had that opportunity. Again, we don't know the numbers. It seems like a fantastic night for us, and obviously there were some donations that came through, so we'll figure all those numbers out. We'll send a tweet out and let everybody know exactly what happened. Send a message out on Facebook and Instagram as well to let everybody know what happened. And we do appreciate everybody tuning in. And shout out to Kicks for Kids Cleveland and Linda over there for allowing us to be a part of their fundraising organization for their charity in this opportunity, because it was a lot of fun. We got to call the draft and we get to do it for good.
Absolutely too, and it was a fun time, and I can't wait to see how the rest of this draft plays out too.